Hi guys! I'm glad to see you back on our channel. This is the fifth part of the story. I moved to a world where the government gives away wives. If you missed the previous parts, don't worry, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Your likes and comments mean a lot to me, as they not only help to promote this video but also motivate me to keep creating interesting stories for you. So, don't hesitate to share your thoughts and feelings. Thank you for being with us, and enjoy the video. In previous parts, Linfan received 2 ways from the system to improve his situation: having more children to increase his luck and find high-level treasures, or marrying more women to obtain ability upgrade cards. The first method would help him find treasures like the rejuvenation lotus, which could completely heal his son Lin Hao. The second method would allow him to enhance his medical skills to an extraordinary level. Linfan decided to follow both methods to save his son and reassured his wife, Lu Huayan, promising her that he would cure their son. He also received a warning about rumors spreading that he intended to usurp power, but Linfan was confident he could turn the situation to his advantage. In the Fenshin Hall of the Imperial Palace, the morning court session began, where ministers, supporters of the right minister, started accusing Linfan, the Marquess of Shenlin, of raising a private army and associating with various martial factions, making him a threat. The emperor listened with a frown, unclear whether he agreed with them or was simply annoyed. Yi Qinghe, the Minister of Rights and Linfan's father-in-law, attempted to defend him, arguing that the accusations were unfounded, but he was interrupted by other ministers who insisted on their claims. The debate heated up, with ministers from both factions speaking out against each other. The emperor, observing the debates, asked the prime minister for his opinion. The prime minister replied that this was a family matter and should ultimately be decided by His Majesty. Then the emperor asked Prince Yan, who said that traitors should not be tolerated and should be punished. Meanwhile, at Linfan's estate, he was having an intimate moment with Jian Ling. Afterward, he shared his plans with her. Linfan planned for his father-in-law to use the situation to achieve his goals. He wanted the emperor to abdicate the throne, as the young crown prince was too inexperienced to rule. Jian Ling was surprised to learn that Linfan wanted his sister Long Qi to take the throne, as she would be a good ruler and handle the political situation well. Linfan explained that he did not want to be the emperor himself, preferring less responsibility, and that Long Qi, as a direct heir, would face less resistance. The argument between Linfan and Jian Ling once again turned into an intimate moment, highlighting that even serious matters could not distract Linfan from his plans. Day after day, Linfan endured a hard life. The court debates were frequent but fruitless. Linfan, at the center of it all, paid no mind and continued with his daily routine. His wives looked noticeably healthier and happier in recent days. Yay, 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 yay! Yay! In 3 months, little Lin Shi, barely 6 months old, began to walk unassisted. When someone tried to help her, she angrily refused. "Oh, my little one, please slow down, don't fall," Linfan's mother-in-law called out, nervously following her. She had been helping with the child all this time. As for her husband, he was almost forgotten. Dao Bashan visited only once in 6 months, meeting briefly with his son-in-law before rushing off again, always busy with important matters. "Come to daddy." Linfan saw this scene and smiled, stretching out his arms. "Yay, yay, yay!" Little Lin Shi saw her father and joyfully ran into his embrace. "Good girl." "Day." Linfan laughed, kissing her on the cheek, filled with the scent of milk. His mother-in-law approached, also smiling. She adored her granddaughter, which was why she stayed so long to help. "Thank you for your hard work, mother-in-law," Linfan said sincerely, knowing how exhausting it was to take care of a child. "No need to be so polite," she replied. Much like her daughter Dao Miao, straightforward and cheerful. Dressed in a red, form-fitting dress, her figure was still striking. It was clear that she had passed down excellent genes. "By the way, mother-in-law, have you finished the skincare products I gave you?" "Yes, I ran out a few days ago but didn't want to bother you since you were busy," she replied. "Please, don't hesitate to tell me next time. Your needs are important too." His mother-in-law laughed, causing a brief moment of awkwardness for Linfan, who quickly averted his gaze. He handed Lin Shi back to her, and went to get more skincare products, having prepared a lot to keep his wives happy. His mother-in-law continued to play with Lin Shi, then headed to the beast garden to interact with the sacred fire beast. Over the months, the beast had grown significantly. Its scales were brighter, and it resembled a majestic Qilin. Under the sun, it gleamed like a fiery Kirin. Meow. Meow. Little Lin Shi called out to the beast, which responded with a resigned sigh. The sacred fire beast, with its divine lineage, felt demeaned but couldn't resist when Lin Shi offered a bloodline pill. It wagged its tail and purred in delight. Yay! Lin Shi laughed, feeding the pill to the beast, which caught it mid-air and performed a trick. The sacred fire beast, usually stoic, was playful for the sake of food and affection. Linfan returned with the skincare products, smiling at the scene. He had added a special ingredient to the bloodline pills for his daughter's safety. Here are your skincare products, mother-in-law. Thank you, Linfan, she said, delighted. As a beauty conscious of aging, she appreciated the help. Linfan, when can we release the sacred fire beast, she asked, looking at the beast yearning for freedom. Linfan studied the beast's eyes, using his mental abilities to ensure its loyalty and sincerity in protecting Lin Shi. After a while, he smiled. It's safe to release it now. It can stay with Lin Shi. Are you sure, she asked, concerned. Absolutely. The sacred fire beast is intelligent, not just any wild animal. Hearing this, the beast nodded, smiling broadly. Meow, meow, it celebrated its freedom, wagging its tail at Lin Shi. Linfan opened the cage, and the beast bounded out, circling Lin Shi. In its excitement, it bumped into Linfan's mother-in-law, who stumbled. Linfan quickly caught her, leading to a brief, awkward moment before they separated. Luckily, Wang Ershao, Linfan's assistant, arrived to break the tension. Linfan, the chief manager, has returned with suppliers from the Western Frost Kingdom. Great, let's go! Linfan left promptly, his mother-in-law watching with a smile before continuing to play with Lin Shi and the sacred fire beast. The kingdom of Xishuang lies to the west of Dialong. Although the climate is relatively dry and the vegetation sparse, it boasts many medicinal herbs not found in Dialong. Some drought-resistant species, rare or absent in Dialong, are plentiful in Xishuang. With vast lands and few inhabitants, the kingdom has many high-quality herbs. Linfan, having a great need for herbs, sent his trusted chief manager with a team of guards to this kingdom upon learning of its resources. They successfully established a connection with Xishuang's channels. Master, this is Mohammed, a senior manager from Baikao Hall, the largest herb supplier in Xishuang with significant influence in the herb industry, the chief manager respectfully introduced as Linfan entered the reception hall. Thank you for your hard work, Linfan acknowledged the travel-weary manager before turning to Mohammed. Xishuang, a semi-desert nation, was represented by Mohammed, who resembled an Indian with his thick headscarf. He removed his headscarf and bowed slightly to Linfan, who nodded politely in return. Does he speak our language? Linfan inquired. Honorable Master, I, Mohammed, speak your language, Mohammed replied, flashing a bright smile, his darker skin typical of desert dwellers. Linfan couldn't help but laugh. If you speak our language, that simplifies things. Mohammed smiled back, and their rapport quickly grew. Linfan invited him to sit and ordered tea. The maids soon served tea, filling the hall with its aroma. Tea from the Central Plains is truly unique. Such fine tea is rare in our country, even for gold, Mohammed praised after a sip. Just some simple tea, Linfan replied modestly. I'll send you a few pounds when you leave. Thank you, Master, Mohammed beamed. His journey was motivated by the chief manager's claim that Linfan intended to buy all the premium herbs from Xishuang. Initially dismissed as exaggeration, their doubts vanished when the chief manager brought cartloads of gold and precious gems. Baikao Hall's leaders were stunned and immediately sent Mohammed to discuss the cooperation. Mohammed, carrying such a significant mission, dared not be dishonest. His respectful attitude reassured Linfan of their sincerity. Mohammed, I don't like beating around the bush. As long as your herbs are of high quality and fairly priced, we will buy in bulk, Linfan stated plainly. How much bulk? Mohammed asked, tense. As much as you have, we'll take it all, provided the quality and price are right. We can even sign a contract to that effect, Linfan assured. Master, you're truly generous, Mohammed exclaimed, thrilled. With their agreement reached, they continued chatting over tea, discussing Xishuang's culture. Our country has a mystical oasis, the Divine Maiden Oasis, home to women believed to be divine beings. It's a sacred place for men in Xishuang. Master, you must visit it if you have the chance, Mohammed hinted with a wink, steering the conversation to women. Divine Maidens, Linfan raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Our environment is harsh, yet the women of the oasis have skin that is not dry or dark but soft and fair, like fresh lotus flowers, Mohammed explained eagerly. Is there a secret to it? Linfan asked, intrigued. They say the oasis has a miraculous spring. Young women who drink its water remain untouched by earthly impurities, Mohammed revealed. If it's that miraculous, can they protect it? Linfan questioned. Our queens have always come from this tribe. With such powerful backing, the oasis is well protected, Mohammed explained. Understanding the tribe's formidable connections, Linfan shifted back to discussing herb procurement. Muhammad, our Dan Pavilion offers various elixirs, not only for healing but also for enhancing inner strength. Is Bakau Hall interested? Linfan inquired. Elixirs that enhance inner strength. Muhammad's interest was piqued. Linfan nodded, handing him a jade bottle. Muhammad, sensing its potency, was visibly excited. How many such elixirs do you have? Muhammad asked eagerly. Such valuable elixirs aren't plentiful, but as friends we can help each other. If Baikau Hall is interested, we can trade. Linfan smiled. Master, we greatly need these elixirs, and are willing to trade our finest herbs. Muhammad declared earnestly. Helping a friend is our honor. Linfan replied, promising a profitable exchange. Trading herbs for elixirs, with a significant markup, ensured a mutually beneficial partnership. Such a deal was invaluable, and Linfan was determined to cultivate this friendship. Muhammad from Baikau Hall brought many precious herbs with him. Both parties quickly came to an agreement. He promptly had his men bring out the herbs. In exchange for these valuable herbs, Linfan only paid a few bottles of elixirs that enhance inner strength. Muhammad, feeling he had struck a great deal, signed the contract and left happily, promising to bring more herbs within 2 months. Linfan warmly gave him a personal gift of an inner strength elixir. You did very well. Linfan praised the chief manager once Muhammad was gone. The chief manager replied respectfully, It is my duty, master. It is my honor and lifelong pursuit to ease your burdens. Linfan laughed heartily and tossed him an elixir. This is a great rejuvenation pill. You know its benefits. Consider it your reward. Keep up the good work, and you'll be well rewarded. The chief manager, excited and red-faced, accepted the pill. With it, he could easily elevate his strength from second-rate to first-rate, and possibly even higher with diligent effort. Achieving top-tier strength was a dream he never dared to hope for. Being a guardian for a top-level alchemist wasn't an opportunity everyone had. Thank you for the reward, master. I won't let you down. The chief manager thumped his chest in fervent assurance. Despite being middle-aged, feeling as enthusiastic as a teenager. Linfan chuckled and patted his shoulder. The chief manager almost stumbled but was elated, sensing the great expectations Linfan had for him. With renewed determination he left in high spirits. Linfan, watching him leave, took the newly acquired herbs to the alchemy room. The journey to Shiwang wasn't for trivial herbs but for materials to refine bone-strengthening pills to build a foundation for his children. Linxi's growth was faster than expected. Though she had just learned to walk, she could already start taking suitable elixirs to build her strength. Despite the potential risks of medicine, Linfan's mastery of toxicology ensured safety. Little Lin Hao also needs his bones strengthened. Preparing for the future starts now, Linfan thought, beginning the alchemy process with various precious herbs. Time flew by. It had been almost 4 months since the Martial Emperor faked his death and reappeared. My time is running out, the Martial Emperor said, staring at the stars from the observation tower. Your Majesty, it's late. You should rest, the old eunuch hesitantly advised. Rest? Do I have time to rest? The Martial Emperor replied with a cold smile. Your Majesty, the eunuch wanted to say more but fell silent. What about the investigation? The Martial Emperor changed the topic. All shadow guards were deployed. The right minister has been at home since stepping down, with occasional visits from allies but no suspicious contacts, the eunuch reported. Then he is of no use anymore, the Martial Emperor said indifferently, looking beyond the palace. The eunuch dared not speak, silently waiting. Issue a decree. The right minister is guilty of treason for colluding with the White Lotus sect. Punish him and his 9 clans to serve as a warning, the Martial Emperor ordered coldly. Your Majesty, the right minister has many supporters. Without concrete evidence, such a severe punishment might provoke backlash, the eunuch cautioned. The Martial Emperor's gaze turned icy. Your shadow guards have gathered plenty of evidence over time. Do I need to teach you how to use it? The eunuch, trembling, knelt down. I deserve to die. The Martial Emperor's meaning was clear. Eliminate any opposition ruthlessly. Turning away, he asked, what about the mysterious force Chen Yu mentioned? The contact committed suicide. We have no progress, the eunuch admitted, sweating. The Martial Emperor sighed. And the Northern King? He pledges his continued support to the royal lineage, the eunuch answered. At least he hasn't disappointed me, the Martial Emperor smiled faintly. Go, purge all traitors. Do they think I play games of balance? I am an emperor from the battlefield, the Martial Emperor declared. The eunuch hurried to execute the decree. The temple's enforcers were mobilized to assist the shadow guards in raiding the right minister's residence and apprehending his allies. In the right minister's residence, the tranquility was shattered by the arrival of Imperial guards. Any resistance was swiftly crushed. "How dare you raid the right minister's residence? Have you no fear?" the old steward shouted, unaware of the imminent purge. "We are here to arrest the right minister," the eunuch announced coldly. "Any resistance will be met with execution," he commanded. Chaos erupted as the guards stormed in. The right minister, awakened by the commotion, sighed. "You predicted this. I lost this game, but next time will be different." A lookalike emerged from the shadows, nodded at the right minister, and stepped forward to confront the guards. The right minister vanished into the night. "Husband, something big has happened in Zhongdu." Ling, one of Linfan's wives, came to him early in the morning with this urgent news. "What happened?" Linfan asked, looking up from playing with his child. "It's not that the martial emperor has died again." "Is it Dao Miao Miao?" another of his wives joked casually from the side, with no ill intent. "No, it's not the martial emperor's death." Ling shook her head. "The martial emperor issued an edict to execute the right minister and his 9 clans. Many of his supporters have also been executed, and Zhongdu is drenched in blood. My father-in-law has started the killing." Linfan raised an eyebrow, having anticipated this. Ling nodded vigorously. "Yes, in just 3 days, over 10,000 people have been beheaded. The stone pavement at the main gate is stained red, and a thick stench of blood hangs over Zhongdu." "That's brutal," Dao Miao gasped, horrified by the scale of the executions. Ling shared the same sentiment, her face reflecting her unease. Linfan merely smiled. Was this really that brutal? He wanted to say it was just the beginning. During his last visit with his father-in-law, he noticed that the martial emperor's life force was fading. Not even a god could save him. Given this situation, ensuring the young crown prince's secure ascension to the throne would require ruthless measures. Emperor Hongwu of the Ming dynasty had done the same to secure the throne for his grandson, Zhu Yunwen, slaughtering countless people. This was merely a repeat of history. "Husband, do you think it's not enough?" Ling asked, noticing his smile. "Yes, it's not enough. Or rather, it's just the beginning," Linfan replied with a smile. Just the beginning. Both wives were stunned. Over 10,000 heads had rolled in 3 days, and this was just the start. How many more would there be? Linfan didn't answer, instead picking up little Lin Shi and placing her on his shoulders, running around like a horse, making her giggle. His wives exchanged a glance and swallowed hard. Time passed, and Linfan's prediction came true. The martial emperor, clearing the path for his heir, did not stop after starting the purge. Within half a month, over 100,000 people were executed under various charges of guilt by association. This period came to be known as the month of bloodshed, and the mass executions silenced any potential opposition. However, Long Qi, hearing of these events, couldn't help but worry. She knew that such brutal measures were unsustainable. Without addressing the root causes, rebellion was inevitable once her father was no longer around. "Husband, my father." Long Qi, anxious, sought Linfan's help. Linfan pulled her into his arms and sighed. "I understand your concern, but have you forgotten how we were sent away from the palace? We were told to live our lives and not meddle." Long Qi fell silent, realizing the truth. As much as she wanted to help her father, any intervention might be seen as an attempt to seize power. "Your father wants us to live peacefully, so let's just do that." Linfan comforted her, though his thoughts differed. He kept them to himself, knowing there was no need to burden her with them. "Okay." Long Qi nodded, resting against him. The turmoil in the world did not reach Linfan's manor. Linfan and his wives worked diligently. The herbs from Shi Shuang were refined into elixirs, bolstering the strength of their guards. Linfan's private forces, including the hidden and visible guards, now counted numerous top-tier experts. The influence of the Jianghu alliance also spread throughout Da Long. "Brother Fan, 2 of the blood-robed men you had me dosing daily have shown signs of recovery," Su Erhu hurriedly reported to Linfan after his morning training. Finally, some progress. Linfan's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this moment. "Yes, when we were administering the medicine today, 2 of them started struggling violently, with fear in their eyes," Su Erhu confirmed, nodding vigorously. "Let's go see them," Linfan said, waving his hand. These blood-robed men were prisoners captured during raids. Instead of killing them outright, they were imprisoned in the manor's dungeon and subjected to daily treatments to restore their consciousness. Months of effort had finally paid off, and Su Erhu led the way to the dungeon. "Greetings, Master." The guards saluted respectfully as Linfan entered. "You've all worked hard." Linfan acknowledged them, following Su Erhu to the deepest part of the dungeon. There, 2 emaciated figures in tattered blood-red robes were locked up. Unlike their comrades, whose eyes were empty and hollow, these 2 occasionally showed flashes of fear. Seeing this, Linfan's eyes brightened further. Bring them out, he ordered. The guards quickly complied, and Linfan took out a set of silver needles. His hands moved like a blur, inserting the needles into various points on the captives' heads. The needles, guided by Linfan's QI, began to vibrate gently. Ah, the two blood-robed men screamed in agony. If not for the guards holding them down, they would have thrashed around violently. Suerhu watched, his eyebrows twitching. His brother's skills were terrifying, turning simple needlework into a method of intense pain that outdid any torture. The screams echoed in the dungeon for nearly an hour before Linfan finally retrieved the needles. The blood-robed men collapsed, gasping for air like fish out of water. As they recovered, the emptiness in their eyes was replaced by fear and confusion. Linfan stood over them and asked, "Do you want to live or die?" "Live," they answered in unison. "Live." Though their speech was stammering, the two blood-robed men clearly expressed their desire. "Each of you, take one of these pills first," Linfan said, handing them 2 pills. The two blood-robed men hesitated but eventually took the pills and swallowed them. "Don't worry, these aren't poison. They are elixirs to restore your vitality and sharpen your mind so you won't remain mindless puppets," Linfan explained calmly. "Thank you for your mercy, my lord." The two men, realizing the significance of his words, struggled to kneel before Linfan in gratitude. Now that their consciousness was restored, they understood what they had endured. Being turned into mindless puppets was a torment only those who experienced it could truly comprehend. "No need to thank me. Just answer a few questions truthfully, and if you do, I might let you go free to live new lives," Linfan said. Hearing this, the two men's eyes brightened with hope. "Ask anything, my lord. We will tell you everything we know," they said, bowing low. "Stand up. I don't like people kneeling to me," Linfan instructed. "Yes, my lord," they said, standing up. "Do you still have your memories?" Linfan asked his first question. "Yes," they replied without hesitation. "Some parts are a bit blurry, but we remember most things." Good, Linfan smiled. Then he asked the question he most wanted an answer to. In Zhongdu, in a blood-red underground chamber, the blood god's disciple, who enjoyed soaking in a blood pool, uncharacteristically sat down at a stone table. "Disciple, that tyrant has indeed gone mad, starting a killing spree," Xu reported with glee, having recovered in recent days. "Haha, just his dying struggle," the disciple sneered, lifting a cup from the stone table and drinking deeply. The red liquid was blood wine, which he savored like fine nectar. "It tastes excellent. Soon we will be able to openly gather all the blood we need from across the land," he laughed arrogantly. He Sha chuckled along. Blood was their nourishment, and being able to gather it openly, even farming it, was a dream that would elevate them immensely. Is the right minister really dead? Xu couldn't help but ask. The right minister was their partner in the court. "That old fox won't die so easily. But once he outlives his usefulness, he will be truly dead," the disciple replied with a cold smile. A fake death, Xu understood immediately. The disciple didn't elaborate further but gave an order. "The blood pool has dried up a lot. Go out and bring back some high-quality blood materials." This Xu hesitated. "What? You dare to defy my orders?" The disciple's gaze turned icy, releasing a terrifying aura. "Your servant wouldn't dare. But didn't the Blood Lord command us to lay low recently? Would this violate his orders?" Xu stammered, trembling under the pressure. "You're teaching me how to do things now?" The disciple's cold eyes flashed with killing intent. "Your servant dares not." "Please, master, forgive me." Xu quickly knelt and begged for mercy. "I should turn you into blood material myself." The disciple's expression remained icy, but he finally restrained his killing intent. "Thank you for sparing my life, Master." Xu gasped in relief, bowing low. "Do you know what to do now?" the disciple asked indifferently. "I understand, master. I will bring back high-quality blood materials," Xu replied without hesitation. "Then go." The disciple waved dismissively, as if swatting a fly. "Yes." Xu quickly rose to leave but was stopped before he got far. "Wait. What other commands do you have?" Master Xu asked, bowing again. "Bring me 2 women when you return. They must be martial artists and sword practitioners, with a spirited demeanor. If you dare bring anyone unworthy, you know the consequences," the disciple instructed. "Understood," Xu replied, bowing low once more. "Go." The disciple waved again. Yes, Xu finally departed. Above ground in Zhongdu. "Is this the place?" Linfan asked, looking at a secluded courtyard. "Yes, my lord." The 2 blood-robed men, now dressed in clean clothes, responded. They had become completely cooperative, serving as guides out of gratitude for their new lease on life. They led Linfan to the hideout of their former controller. "His lover lives here and has borne him a son. He visits whenever he can." We often helped him keep watch here, the two men explained. If we wait here, we can catch him. He's a high-ranking member, and capturing him could cripple the entire Blood God organization. They held no love for the organization that turned them into puppets, and would gladly help destroy it. If that's true, you will be rewarded, Linfan nodded. Capture everyone here but don't harm them. Just subdue them. Yes, the hidden guards moved in stealthily, taking control of the courtyard's occupants without causing harm. The controller of the blood-robed men wasn't present, but capturing his loved ones meant he would inevitably come. This controller, returning from an errand, habitually planned to visit his secret family, a lover and son he adored. He was unaware that this visit would lead him into a trap. Wait for me outside, Zhu Shai instructed the blood-robed men as he arrived at the familiar courtyard. The blood-robed men, their minds already wiped clean of any independent thought, obediently nodded with blank stares. They hid in the shadows, clutching the items they had retrieved for their mission. It was late at night, and the residents were fast asleep, making it easy for them to remain unseen. Once the master's grand plan is complete, we won't have to be so cautious anymore, Zhu Shai thought as he looked up at the full moon. He pulled out a small leather drum from his pocket, a toy for a child, and with a smile, he quietly slipped into the courtyard, heading towards the main house. Creak. The main house door opened easily, causing Zhu Shai to frown slightly. It should have been locked at this hour. Something's wrong, he immediately sensed danger and tried to leave, but just as he turned around, a sword gleamed in the moonlight, slashing towards him. Swish. The door beside him was cut in two, the edge smooth as a mirror. If he had been a fraction slower, he would have been decapitated. You scoundrel! Prepare to die, a voice filled with hatred called out, accompanied by the glint of multiple swords. Traitorous Saintess Zhu Shai, with his advanced innate strength, initially struggled under the assault but gradually steadied himself and saw his attacker clearly. It was a familiar figure, her face twisted with fury. Die was the only response he received, cold and murderous. Lu Woyan had insisted on coming for this revenge, and Linfan hadn't stopped her. The Saintess, though only at the peak of initial innate strength, had her physique enhanced by the 10,000 poison Gu King, making her a formidable opponent. Her toxic skills were deadly, capable of overcoming stronger opponents. Peef. Your poison may work on others, but it's useless against me, Zhu Shai scoffed, releasing a thick blood mist from his body that neutralized Lu Woyan's poison. Lu Woyan smiled coldly. Her poison had been flawed before, but now, enhanced by the Gu King in her saint physique, it was deadly. Only someone as exceptional as Linfan could resist her toxic arts. Initially, Yu Shosha believed he could capture her, securing both the safety of his child and a reward from his master. However, he didn't realize that his movements had already slowed. If Linfan hadn't wanted him alive, he would have been dead already. Linfan. It was he who hurt Hao R. I want to kill him now, Lu Woyan gritted her teeth, her voice icy. Seeing Zhu Shai, she immediately recognized him as the one who had harmed her child. She couldn't contain her rage. I want to kill him too, but killing him now would be too easy. He's just a pawn, the real mastermind is still out there, Linfan said, as he stepped out of the shadows, trying to calm his wife. Zhu Shai, caught in a toxic illusion, was startled when he saw Linfan emerge. The shock was enough to snap him out of the illusion. So, you know who I am, Linfan asked, noting Zhu Shai's reaction. It was clear that Zhu Shai recognized him and was aware of his capabilities. Zhu Shai didn't respond verbally but took a few steps back instinctively. He knew Linfan, the man who had killed his benefactor. Despite his desire for revenge, he had only dared to act once Linfan had left. Bang. 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 Suddenly, 5 dull thuds echoed in the courtyard. The 5 blood-robed men outside had been taken down. Shadow guards appeared all around the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhu Shai realized there was no escape. His only son was in Linfan's hands. What do you want? Zhu Shai asked, knowing Linfan had a purpose for keeping him alive. Do you need to ask? Since I found this place, you should know why I'm here, Linfan said coldly. Tell me everything you know, and you might have a chance to live. Never. Zhu Shai refused without hesitation. Don't be so quick to refuse, Linfan smiled coldly, signaling the shadow guards. MMFE? MMFE. Daddy. 2 shadow guards brought out 2 figures from the house, Zhu Shai's lover and his young son. The woman's mouth was gagged, but the boy, around 4 or 5 years old, was not. Seeing his father, he cried out in fear. Don't be afraid, Yuner. Daddy's here. Zhu Shai comforted his son, ignoring his gagged lover. Linfan and his wife watched coldly, unimpressed by his display. Take your revenge on me, not my family. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Zhu Sha shouted, his face twisted with rage. Before Linfan could respond, Lu Huayan spoke coldly. What crime did my son commit? When you placed that vicious blood curse on him, did you think about sparing the innocent? Zhu Sha, who had been furious moments ago, was now at a loss for words. Compared to his past actions, Linfan's behavior seemed almost merciful. Linfan walked over to Zhu Sha's son, gently touching his small pigtails. Don't hurt my child, Zhu Sha begged, his fear evident. His son meant more to him than his own life. I won't harm him. As long as you don't make me angry. My wife isn't as merciful as I am, Linfan said, stepping back. Lu Huayan didn't speak, but toxic energy swirled around her hands. Her poison could kill even top-tier martial artists. A defenseless child would stand no chance. Despite this being their first time working together, Linfan and Lu Huayan showed great synergy. Xu Shay was completely rattled. I'll talk, he finally conceded, gritting his teeth. Despite the grave consequences, he had no choice. Linfan smiled. See? That wasn't so hard. Now, what do you know? What do you want to know? Xu Shay asked, resigned. Tell me about your organization and its leaders, Linfan demanded. Zhu Sha hesitated but began to speak. He revealed that they were part of the Blood God cult, not the White Lotus sect. The mysterious master he mentioned was just a priest from their cult, developing external forces and collecting blood materials. My wife's poison skills, since you know their flaws, who benefits from them? Linfan asked. I don't know for sure. The priest told me about the flaws, but he serves the Bloodlord, so I assume the poison benefits the Bloodlord, Xu Shay replied. Linfan glanced at Lu Huayan. She seemed calm, but her clenched fists betrayed her anger. This confirmed her suspicions their so-called benefactor was their true enemy. You keep mentioning the Bloodlord. What role does he play in your cult, and how is it structured? Linfan asked. Xu Sha, seeing no point in holding back, explained. The Bloodlord is our highest ruler, rarely seen. The priest manages daily affairs. They have real-world identities as Bleg. Suddenly, Xu Sha coughed up blood and began bleeding from his orifices, collapsing and dying instantly. Seeing this, Linfan's face darkened. Clearly, Xu Shay had been implanted with a lethal failsafe to prevent him from revealing too much. Dealing with such secretive and ruthless enemies would be no easy task. Just as he was about to give up, Zhu Sha's lover, regaining her voice, offered a crucial piece of information, providing a new lead. If I tell you everything I know, will you spare my life and my child's life? The woman, only in her early 20s and very beautiful, had been chosen by Xu Shay as his lover precisely because of her looks. Now, she looked pitiful, her tear-streaked face evoking sympathy. As long as your information is useful, I promise to spare you and your child. Linfan nodded. He wasn't interested in her beauty but could see from Xu Sha's reaction that she was merely a tool for reproduction. Lu Huayan had no objections. Her hatred was directed at the mastermind behind their suffering, not this unfortunate woman. The woman glanced at Linfan and then at Lu Huayan before finally speaking. I don't know much. He never told me anything important. But once, my child asked him where he spent his time and why he rarely came home. He told the child that he was usually right beneath our feet. If he missed his father, he should put his ear to the floor, and he could hear his father thinking of him. Beneath your feet? Linfan frowned, then looked down at the ground. His eyes lit up, not because of the woman's white feet, but because of what she had said. If Xu Shay wasn't lying to his son, it meant his workplace or headquarters was underground, beneath Zhangdu. Given his position in the Blood God cult, it was likely that their headquarters was right below the city. Each time he completed a task, he could quickly return home, confirming the location even more. Though the search area was still large, narrowing it down to the city made it easier to find. Keeping an eye on every corner, especially with their bloodthirsty habits, would soon lead to results. Xu Sha's conspicuous attire would make him easy to spot. This assumed that Xu Sha hadn't lied to his beloved son, and Linfan, being a father himself, believed he hadn't. The information you provided is very useful. I won't harm you and your child, but I can't let you go free just yet. Once my task is complete, you'll be released. Linfan said, deciding not to make things difficult for the mother and child, but also not immediately releasing them to prevent any risk of betrayal. I understand. I'm willing to follow your arrangements. I just hope you'll be merciful to us. The woman, showing her understanding, knelt with her child and pleaded. You can rest assured. Linfan nodded, agreeing not to trouble them unnecessarily. He signaled for the shadow guards to take the mother and child away. Master, we confiscated some items from the blood-robed men outside. What should we do with them? One of the shadow guards asked after the matter inside was settled. What did you find? Linfan asked. We found several barrels of fresh blood and 2 women, the guard replied. 2 women, Linfan was surprised, having expected the blood but not the women. Yes, 2 unconscious women, the guard confirmed. Bring them here, Linfan instructed, suspecting they might be innocent victims. The shadow guards quickly brought the women, each in a burlap sack. Linfan and Lu Huayan exchanged a glance before opening the sacks. Inside were 2 young women, around 16 or 17 years old, with fair skin and attractive features, both with long, elegant eyebrows giving them a spirited look. Linfan noticed something unusual about their faces. Their features had an exotic beauty, slightly different from those of Da Long. Do you find them attractive? You've been staring at them for quite a while, Lu Huayan said, her tone slightly jealous. Linfan smiled, understanding her jealousy. Take a closer look, he said, inviting her to examine the women. Curious, Lu Huayan stepped forward. After a moment she recognized their origin. These are women from Shishuang Kingdom, she said. Shishuang Kingdom, Linfan was surprised. Isn't that the same country as Muhammad from Bai Kao Hall? Their women are truly beautiful. Yes, and they are from the famous Divine Maiden tribe of Shishuang Kingdom, Lu Huayan confirmed. How can you tell? Linfan asked, curious about her certainty. I visited Shishuang a couple of years ago and saw the Divine Maiden tribe. Look at the marks on their foreheads, those are the Divine Maiden marks, Lu Huayan explained. Linfan looked closely and saw faint, white marks on their foreheads, intricate and semi-transparent, only noticeable upon close inspection. So, they really are from the Divine Maiden tribe, Linfan said, puzzled. How did they end up here, captured by Yigshu Sha? Were they already in Zhongdu? It seemed there was more to this discovery than he had anticipated. Lu Huayan didn't say more, reverting to her usual quiet demeanor. Due to her past traumas and recent hardships, she was more introverted than Linfan's other wives. Linfan didn't force her to talk. He found her quiet nature endearing. Take them away as well. We'll talk to them when they wake up, Linfan ordered. He had no ulterior motives, only wanting to understand their presence and whether they could provide useful information. Yes, the shadow guards swiftly carried the women away. What do we do next? Lu Huayan asked, her hatred for the blood god cult clear. They had destroyed her family and nearly killed her child. We will fight to the end, Linfan said gently, stroking her hair while uttering the fiercest words. With Linfan's decision made, hundreds of top-tier shadow guards quietly converged on Zhongdu from various regions. Many renowned martial artists who usually avoided Zhongdu found reasons to come as well. Even old Master Dao, who hadn't been seen for a while, showed up uninvited, carrying his large sword and looking as formidable as ever. Didn't expect these rats to hide so well. Even though I'm old, I have zero tolerance for such vermin. Count me in, old Master Dao declared, finding Linfan and expressing his support. Dao Bashan, Linfan's father-in-law, had not hidden his plans from this venerable elder, who had also lent his aid. Without his help, many of the reclusive martial arts masters wouldn't have been so easily rallied. Linfan warmly welcomed the old master into his newly purchased residence. His wives stayed behind to guard the house, to prevent a repeat of the previous incident. Only Lu Huayan accompanied him in Zhongdu. Jian Ling, worried about Linfan's well-being, sent her personal maid Xiao Qing to assist him. As Linfan led old Master Dao inside, Xiao Qing quickly served tea and snacks, placing them on the table. Thank you, young lady. Old Master Dao smiled and thanked her, clearly aware of her identity. Xiao Qing smiled sweetly. Grandpa Dao, you're welcome. Just let me know if you need anything. I'll be right outside. With that, she left the room, giving the men privacy for their discussion. Xiao Fan, is it true that the White Lotus sect's master is from this blood god cult? Old Master Dao asked eagerly once Xiao Qing had left. The White Lotus sect's power was well known among the major martial arts factions. Learning that its master was a member of the blood god cult, expanding its influence, was shocking. Based on our investigations, that is indeed the case, Linfan confirmed. Old Master Dao frowned. If that's true, the blood god cult's power is beyond imagination. With Linfan's help, his strength had reached the peak of mid-innate level, and his superb swordsmanship placed him among the top martial artists. But even he might be inadequate against such a deep-rooted organization. Linfan grinned. No matter how powerful they are, once I find their headquarters, I'll destroy them, even if they claim to be gods. Old Master Dao was stunned by Linfan's resolve, feeling a powerful and overwhelming presence emanating from him. Even the gods would fall before such determination. Ha ha! That's the spirit. You have the right attitude. I didn't misjudge you, and neither did my daughter. Old Master Dao laughed heartily, looking at Linfan with immense pride. Initially he thought his daughter's choice was hasty, But now he realized she had remarkable insight. How was little Lin Shi after their chat? Old Master Dao asked about his young granddaughter. The elders adored her, not just out of familial love but also because of her extraordinary martial potential. Little Lin Shi is doing well. She can run and jump now. The beast given by her grandfather, the Northern King, has also recognized her as its master and accompanies her. Linfan replied with a smile. Good old Master Dao beamed with joy. As they talked, another elder, Jian Elder, arrived, led in by Xiao King. Seeing the joyful laughter, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. His own mistress still had no children, let alone a martial prodigy like Lin Ji. Old Master Dao laughed even louder, his satisfaction apparent. Jian Elder gritted his teeth, determined to urge his mistress to have children soon. Lin Fan warmly welcomed Jian Elder, knowing that these elders' experience and strategies were invaluable. With their help, any oversight due to inexperience would be minimized. While Lin Fan's camp was busy planning, the blood god's disciple underground was not faring well. Xiu Sha, sent to procure wild food, had vanished. Days passed with no sign of him, and secret investigations yielded no results. Has he defected? The disciple fumed, suspecting betrayal. Before his anger could fully ignite, he was struck and sent flying, landing in a blood pool that shattered under his impact. How dare you, he roared, but seeing who had struck him, his face changed, and he lowered his head in submission. What did I tell you? A cold voice demanded. I was wrong, the disciple admitted, not daring to resist. Zhu Shai is dead. The blood curse worm in his brain has detonated. This is the consequence of your disobedience, the cold voice echoed. The disciple's face paled further. I won't allow this to happen again. Otherwise, I will reconsider your capability to inherit my legacy. Without waiting for a response, the figure vanished, leaving the disciple alone, his expression constantly shifting. Damn it, he cursed. Though it was unclear whom he was cursing. You better start talking honestly, or you won't like it when my big brother arrives. Years ago, there was a woman who didn't heed my brother's warnings, and after a severe whipping from him, she didn't survive. This isn't a joke. Su Erhu, one of Lin Fan's trusted aides, had come to Zhongdu to help. He was currently interrogating 2 women from the Divine Maiden tribe of Zhishuang Kingdom, who had been captured during the conflict. Standing tall and muscular, he put on a fierce expression, trying to intimidate the women. Despite his imposing figure, the 2 women from the Divine Maiden tribe were not scared. They glared back at him coldly, not saying a word. Not only are they stubborn, but they also dare to glare at me. Looks like I'll have to call my brother to handle this. Su Erhu pretended to be angry, referring to Lin Fan as his big brother. He wasn't lying, there had indeed been a woman who defied Lin Fan and met a grim fate. But despite his frightening threats, the women remained unfazed, even glaring back at him. Commander, maybe they don't understand our language, suggested one of the guards. Even within the same country, dialects could differ significantly, let alone between different nations. Damn, how did I forget that? Su Erhu slapped his forehead, realizing his mistake. He tried asking questions again, but it became clear that the women didn't understand him at all. Their defiant glares were easy to explain. They had likely been mistreated when captured by Xu Shai and his men, so they naturally saw everyone around them as enemies. Seeing no other option, Su Erhu decided to call for Lin Fan. He couldn't speak the language of Zhishuang Kingdom, and even struggled with the official language of Dia Long, speaking with a thick accent reminiscent of a regional dialect. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Lu Woyan, Lin Fan's 6th wife. Greetings, 6th Madam. Su Erhu bowed respectfully. Manners were crucial. Usually Lu Woyan would nod in acknowledgement, even though she rarely spoke. But this time, she simply stared at him coldly. With Lu Woyan not responding, Su Erhu remained in his bow, though inwardly puzzled. He wondered why she, who was always polite, seemed upset. Commander Su, in your story, who was the woman that didn't listen to your brother and ended up dead? Lu Woyan asked coolly. Su Erhu was caught off guard and couldn't answer immediately. He cursed his own big mouth for getting him into this mess. He hadn't meant to offend. His goal was to scare the women into talking, hoping to make things easier for his brother. His intention was good, wanting to help his brother find more companions. But it backfired since the women couldn't understand him, creating a misunderstanding. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be a problem. But now he had run into one of Lin Fan's wives, and his story wasn't entirely fiction. This put him in a tricky spot. Should he explain that he was only trying to help his brother find more wives? He didn't dare say that, especially knowing that Lu Woyan was the most prone to jealousy among Lin Fan's wives. 6th Madam, you heard that? I made it up to scare them. Just a story to intimidate them. Su Erhu lied with a sheepish grin. What are you discussing? How are those two women from Shi Shuang Kingdom? Linfan's timely arrival saved Su Erhu from further awkwardness. Seeing Linfan, Su Erhu breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Woyan, seeing Linfan, stopped questioning Su Erhu. She wasn't angry but had been curious. She could sense Su Erhu didn't mean any harm. They're fine. But they don't understand our language. I couldn't communicate with them, Su Erhu reported. They don't understand our language? That's problematic, Linfan mused, knowing he couldn't speak their language either and would need a translator. But Lu Woyan spoke up, I understand their language. You do? Linfan asked, surprised. Yes. That's amazing, dear. Linfan praised her, impressed. Learning a foreign language was no small feat, something he struggled with himself during his schooling. The group re-entered the room. The two women from Shi Shuang, seeing them return, looked wary and positioned themselves defensively, clearly trained in martial arts. Linfan scanned them with his mental sense. They were both at the second-tier level, which wasn't much against top-tier experts but still notable. Dear, ask them who they are and how they were captured, Linfan requested, turning to his wife, his translator. Lu Woyan wasted no time, stepping forward to communicate with the women. Linfan watched with a smile. Having a beautiful translator was a pleasant surprise. The women, initially shocked, then incredulous, and finally grateful, spoke with Lu Woyan. Their expressions shifted rapidly, showcasing their emotional range. What did they say? Linfan asked eagerly once they finished talking. Lu Woyan frowned slightly. They confirmed they're from Shi Shuang Kingdom, named Galina and Galiyai. They were shopping when they were ambushed and knocked out, then captured. They expressed deep gratitude for our rescue. So they were shopping when ambushed? That means they were already in Zhongdu, Linfan asked, tapping the armrest of his chair thoughtfully. Lu Woyan confirmed this after another round of translation. Ask them why they traveled such a long distance to Zhongdu, Linfan instructed. After a longer conversation, Lu Woyan explained, they are sword maidens of the current Divine Maiden of the Divine Maiden tribe. They accompanied her to Zhongdu but don't know why she came here. Linfan's eyes lit up. This was significant information. The Divine Maiden was a potential future queen of Shi Shuang Kingdom, wielding considerable power. Her presence in Da Long's capital couldn't be for leisure. Since there had been no official diplomatic visits announced, her presence here was likely secretive, implying serious intentions. This is getting interesting, Linfan said, leaning back with a smile. The Da Long dynasty, with its fertile lands and mild climate, has always been coveted by neighboring countries. This is similar to ancient China, where central plains were highly desired. The future queen of Shi Shuang Kingdom quietly arriving in Zhongdu is indeed a matter worth investigating. Ask them who their Divine Maiden has met in Zhongdu, Linfan asked. Lu Woyan translated. But this time, the answer was not forthcoming. They said their Divine Maiden left them at the inn, and didn't tell them whom she was meeting, Lu Woyan translated. The maidens were telling the truth. The fact that they didn't lie suggested that the Divine Maiden's purpose in Zhongdu was far from ordinary. Where is the inn where you're staying? Linfan asked after a moment of thought. When Lu Woyan translated this, the two women looked wary. They want to know why you're asking about their inn. Lu Woyan translated their question, noting their increased caution. They were worried about revealing their location, which also housed their Divine Maiden. If the people before them had ill intentions, they'd be endangering their mistress by revealing it. Linfan noticed their wariness but wasn't concerned. Tell them we need to know so we can inform their Divine Maiden to come and fetch them. When Lu Woyan translated this, the women were puzzled and started talking rapidly among themselves, questioning why they couldn't just be released. Linfan laughed and explained that rescuing them had come at a great cost, and their Divine Maiden needed to compensate for it, or his men wouldn't agree. This was just a pretext. His real intention was to meet the famed Divine Maiden of the Divine Maiden tribe and understand her purpose in Zhongdu. Though his father-in-law was stubborn about not allowing his wife Long Qiu inherit the throne, Linfan believed it was only a matter of time. He wanted to ensure that foreign influences couldn't destabilize his country. After some hesitation, the women relented and revealed their inn's location, trusting their Divine Maiden to handle the situation. The Yu Lai Inn wasn't a high-class place, but it was where the Divine Maiden of Shi Shuang Kingdom was staying. Any news in the Tian room? The Divine Maiden of Shi Shuang asked a middle-aged woman who had come to report. The Divine Maiden wore a half-face veil of purple, hiding her features. Her visible light purple eyes and flawless white forehead hinted at her extraordinary beauty. An intricate silver mark on her forehead signified her as the Divine Maiden. She wore a purple dress with exotic elements distinct from the local hanfu, adorned with delicate crystals that shimmered softly, adding to her serene presence. Divine Maiden, The guards have searched everywhere and used our allies' resources, but your 2 sword maidens vanished without a trace after buying goods, the middle-aged woman reported, keeping her head slightly lowered out of respect. Every generation of Divine Maidens from the Divine Maiden tribe was formidable, ensuring they could secure the role of queen. The current Divine Maiden was particularly exceptional, and even this top-level guard didn't dare to be disrespectful. It seems they might have met with misfortune. We should not stay in Zhongdu any longer, the Divine Maiden said calmly, her frown easing. Is your business here complete? The middle-aged woman asked, knowing more about their mission. Yes, the Divine Maiden nodded slightly. The woman bowed and left to prepare for their departure. The Divine Maiden sat by the tea table, her eyes thoughtful as she played with a teacup. Who's there? She suddenly snapped, glaring at the window. A figure had silently entered through the open window. Can't you see I'm a man? The intruder smiled warmly, looking harmless. The Divine Maiden's frown deepened. Someone who could enter her room unnoticed was not ordinary. Her light purple eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the unexpected guest. This uninvited guest was Linfan himself. Having obtained crucial information, he had come in person. Linfan was genuinely curious about the current Divine Maiden, the future queen of Zhishuang Kingdom. But Muhammad had exaggerated her virtues so much that she seemed almost divine. Additionally, Linfan wanted to ensure that the information provided by the 2 exotic women wasn't a trap. As the Divine Maiden scrutinized him, Linfan also took the opportunity to appraise her. She was indeed stunning, deserving of her title. Especially striking was the mystical mark on her forehead, which seemed to exude a subtle power. Who are you? The Divine Maiden asked, speaking the official language of Dialong instead of her native tongue. Didn't I already answer that? Linfan smiled, moving forward and casually pouring himself a cup of tea, acting as if he owned the place. The Divine Maiden didn't stop him, merely watching in silence. After a while she broke the silence, fixing her gaze on Linfan. My 2 maidens, are they in your hands? Dealing with smart people is tiring but very dull. Linfan chuckled, sipping his tea. What do you want? The Divine Maiden asked directly. Don't take that tone. I'm not a villain, but I'm not exactly a hero either, Linfan said, raising an eyebrow. Not a villain? Do good people break into a woman's room uninvited? Don't you know that men and women should keep their distance? Is this what a good man would do? The Divine Maiden retorted coldly. Linfan laughed heartily. I didn't expect the Divine Maiden of the Divine Maiden tribe to be so witty. Since you know who I am, I assume my maidens are indeed with you. Tell me, what do you want to release them? The Divine Maiden asked, her purple eyes flashing briefly. All right, since you're in such a hurry, I won't beat around the bush. They were kidnapped by some thugs, and I happened to rescue them. However, my men were injured in the process, so you need to compensate us, Linfan explained. What kind of compensation do you want? The Divine Maiden remained calm, unflustered by his words. It's simple, Linfan said. Just tell me why you're in Zhongdu, who you've met, and what your purpose is. That will be enough compensation. The Divine Maiden's brows furrowed again. Who are you, and what are your intentions? Linfan took out an identity token and placed it on the table. Since you keep asking, let me formally introduce myself. I am Shen Linho, a hereditary marquise of the Dialong dynasty. The Divine Maiden looked at the token, and then at Linfan, her brows knitting further. She was an extraordinary beauty, and even a simple frown from her had an irresistible charm. Linfan had no doubt that if he were to remove her veil, his system would likely notify him with a special alert. The system's judgments could be trusted implicitly. Shen Linhu, I didn't expect to meet the famous marquise under such circumstances. The Divine Maiden finally spoke, a slight smile gracing her lips. You've heard of me? Linfan was a bit surprised. Although our Zhishuang kingdom is far to the west, we know about the White Lotus sect causing trouble in the west of Dialong. If we didn't know about this, we'd be too isolated. And naturally we know about Shen Linhu, who single-handedly suppressed the White Lotus sect and earned his title. How could we not? The Divine Maiden's tone had softened considerably upon learning his identity. Haha. I didn't expect even people from other countries to know of me. Should I feel honored? Linfan laughed, seemingly carefree. Of course you should. The Divine Maiden nodded with a light laugh, making the atmosphere between them seem almost friendly. Well then, Linfan nodded in satisfaction. But we're getting off topic. You haven't given me the compensation I asked for. The Divine Maiden's smile faded slightly. Can we change the terms? Gold, silver, treasures, medicines, weapons, name it, and I'll do my best to meet your demands. She hoped to avoid divulging sensitive information. Linfan's easy agreement took her by surprise. All right, if you put it that way, I'll change my request. Her smile returned. But Linfan's next words made it disappear. Just sign a marriage contract with me. Don't worry, it's not a real marriage, Linfan said with a smile. Isn't that simple? Just sign a piece of paper. Marry you. The Divine Maiden was momentarily stunned. Exactly. Absolutely not. Her immediate rejection was firm. So decisive. Linfan raised an eyebrow, not expecting such a flat refusal. His motive wasn't to marry her but to exploit his system's reward mechanism, which provided better rewards for marrying exceptional individuals. Choose another compensation. I can't agree to this, the Divine Maiden insisted, giving no room for negotiation. Seeing her resolve, Linfan laughed again, pouring himself another cup of tea. I only have these two demands: answer my questions or sign the marriage contract. Then we have nothing more to discuss, the Divine Maiden said, her eyes growing cold. In the Tian room, Linfan saw the Divine Maiden stand up and assumed she was preparing to fight. Unexpectedly, she closed her eyes instead. The young woman stood gracefully before him with her eyes shut. It was as if she was inviting him to make a move. But before Linfan could react, the Divine Maiden suddenly reopened her eyes. Her light purple eyes now gleamed with a strange light, resonating with the mystical mark on her forehead. In that instant, her gaze seemed to have a magical power, drawing Linfan in. Linfan, unprepared, found himself staring directly into her eyes. Boom! In an instant, Linfan felt a ringing in his head, and everything around him vanished. He found himself in a vast, endless, light purple space, completely isolated. Outside, the Divine Maiden's eyes gradually lost their glow, as if nothing had happened. However, Linfan now appeared to be in a trance, like he had lost his soul. Stand up, the Divine Maiden commanded coldly. Linfan, like a puppet on strings, stood up obediently. What is your true identity? She asked, scrutinizing him. I am Shen Linhu of the Da Long Dynasty, Linfan answered in a daze. Satisfied with the response, the Divine Maiden nodded. The technique she had just used was a secret of the Divine Maiden tribe, a skill only the Divine Maiden could master. It allowed her to control others using her unique spiritual power, especially when coupled with the mark on her forehead. Only those with significantly stronger mental strength could resist this control. In Shishuang Kingdom, those familiar with the Divine Maiden tribe knew of this terrifying ability, which was why the Divine Maiden was sometimes called Medusa. Though not turning people to stone, her gaze could control them, making them obey her commands. Are my two maidens really in your hands? The Divine Maiden asked. Yes, Linfan replied, still in a trance. Were they really kidnapped by thugs, and did you rescue them? She continued. Yes, Linfan confirmed. Do you know the identities of the kidnappers? She asked again. A bunch of gutter rats, Linfan replied quickly. A bunch of gutter rats? The Divine Maiden frowned, unsatisfied with the vague answer. She decided not to dwell on it and asked, where are my maidens now, and how can I ensure their safe return? Sign a marriage contract with me, or answer my questions, Linfan answered honestly. His response made the Divine Maiden's eyes widen in shock. What did you say? Was I not clear enough? Linfan replied, but this time with a sly grin instead of a dazed expression. Not good. The Divine Maiden realized something was wrong. But before she could react, Linfan swiftly moved and pinned her against the table. The Divine Maiden, renowned as the most exceptional of the Divine Maiden tribe in centuries, possessed extraordinary martial skills in addition to her mental techniques. Her abilities placed her among the top fighters, even in a powerful nation like Da Long. However, she was up against Linfan, a man with unmatched prowess. Even top-tier martial artists couldn't compare. Though she struggled, Linfan's single-handed grip was unyielding, as immovable as a mountain. To make matters worse, Linfan's body was partially pressing against hers, his warmth adding to her distress. The Divine Maiden, having never been close to a man before, found the proximity overwhelming. Let me go, she commanded through gritted teeth. Let you go, Linfan chuckled. So you can keep using your tricks on me. Linfan laughed and continued, I was willing to negotiate, but you refused to cooperate. Now, you have to deal with the consequences. Feeling weak and powerless, the Divine Maiden replied, fine, you win. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Just release me. See? Was that so hard? Why make things difficult? Linfan laughed again. The Divine Maiden felt humiliated but knew she had no choice. Her most potent technique had failed, and her martial skills were useless against him. She was completely at his mercy. I'll tell you everything, just let me go, she repeated, trying to regain her composure. Too late for that. You tried to trick me, so now you have to face the consequences, Linfan said. What do you mean? The Divine Maiden asked, sensing something was terribly wrong. It's simple, Linfan replied cheerfully. I have a standard punishment for women who misbehave. The Divine Maiden's unease grew. I punish them by spanking. It's the best way to ensure they remember their mistakes and don't repeat them, Linfan explained. What the Divine Maiden was horrified. She couldn't accept such a punishment. Before she could protest further, Linfan's hand came down hard on her bottom. Smack. The sound echoed in the room. Her body visibly tensed from the impact. The shock left the Divine Maiden speechless. The revered Divine Maiden, known for her purity and untouchable status, had just been spanked. Before she could process what had happened, Linfan prepared to deliver another blow. Stop. The Divine Maiden panicked and shouted at Linfan to stop. But did he ever listen when someone told him to stop? Linfan was never lenient with those who made mistakes. Instead of stopping, he acted even more quickly. In one swift motion, he tore off the purple veil covering her face. The veil was thin and silky, carrying a light fragrance. Linfan couldn't help but bring it to his nose and take a sniff. Finding it a nice little trophy, he pocketed it. Without the veil, the Divine Maiden's true beauty was fully revealed to Linfan. The system promptly chimed in. Ding dong. Detected a woman of exceptional beauty. Marrying her will grant you extra rewards. Ding dong. Detected special physique, exquisite body. Marrying her will grant special rewards. 2 notifications in a row, just as Linfan expected. However, he paid them no mind for now, focusing instead on the masterpiece before him. Yes, a masterpiece. The Divine Maiden's exposed face was like that of a goddess from an anime, so perfect it felt unreal. Her light purple eyes were like the finest gems in the world. Her skin was as smooth and white as jade, emitting a delicate luster. Her flawless features perfectly aligned with the ideal of beauty, and the mystical mark on her forehead only added to her ethereal charm. Linfan's wives were all stunning, especially Jian Ling, Lu Huayan, and Long Kui, who had earned extra rewards from the system. But in comparison to this Divine Maiden, they fell just a bit short, not in beauty per se, but in the overall ethereal quality she possessed. No wonder every generation's Divine Maiden becomes the queen. She really is something extraordinary, Linfan couldn't help but marvel. Despite his experience, Linfan was still taken aback by her beauty. She was an enchantress, otherworldly and beyond perfection. The only imperfection was her reaction. She seemed utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning, when her veil was removed. Linfan teased, "What's wrong? It's just your face. Why act like I've violated you? It's not like you can't be seen." "You bastard," she cursed, her light purple eyes filling with tears. Is she crying? Linfan was baffled. He couldn't understand why removing her veil had made her cry when even spanking her hadn't. "Hey, it's not that bad, is it?" he asked. The Divine Maiden didn't reply, just glared at him with tear-filled eyes. If it were any other man, he might have softened at the sight of her tears. But Linfan was no ordinary man. "If you keep looking at me like that, next time it won't be just your veil that I tear off," he warned, glancing pointedly at her dress. The Divine Maiden, biting her lip, responded through her tears, "You really are a bastard." "Thank you for the compliment." Linfan laughed heartily, not feeling the least bit ashamed. Faced with such a person, the Divine Maiden felt helpless. "Let me go. You, a man, bullying a woman like this, is this fun for you?" "Yes, it is," Linfan replied honestly. He had never been under her control. Thanks to his top-tier culinary skills, his mental strength was extraordinary. Her special physique couldn't compare to his. He had only pretended to be affected to see what she would do next. "You scoundrel," the Divine Maiden exclaimed, trying to keep her composure. "I came here to meet a prime minister of your Dia Long dynasty to discuss a collaboration," she finally confessed. "Which prime minister?" Linfan asked, raising an eyebrow. "Prime Minister Wang Tianming," she replied. "You're lying," Linfan retorted coldly. "The prime minister and his entire clan were executed. How could you have met him?" "He's not dead," she insisted. "The one who died was a stand-in. The real prime minister has gone underground and is still alive." Linfan's interest was piqued. "Where is he now?" The Divine Maiden shook her head. "We completed our negotiations yesterday. After that he went into hiding again. Unless he contacts me, I have no way of finding him." Linfan scrutinized her. "Think carefully before you answer. If you lie, the consequences will be severe." The Divine Maiden nodded. "I'm not lying. Given his identity as a Marquis of Dia Long, you should be familiar with him." Linfan agreed. Anyone who could manipulate the court like that was no ordinary person. The emperor might have overturned the table in the end, but someone of the prime minister's caliber wouldn't leave his fate to chance. "So, what was your collaboration about?" Linfan asked, shifting the topic. The Divine Maiden exhaled, relieved that he believed her. She explained everything in detail. Half an hour later, Linfan left as quietly as he had come, leaving the Divine Maiden, now without her veil, sitting at the table, her flawless face tinged with a sense of loss. The Prime Minister is indeed alive and still harbors ambitions. He has just moved his activities from the public eye to the shadows. The collaboration he discussed with the current Divine Maiden is straightforward. Once action is taken, Xishuang country will deploy troops along the border, creating significant external pressure. In return, they would be given 2 counties adjacent to Xishuang. Although this is a political maneuver, it is essentially an act of treason. First, there were Buddhist masters, and now there is an alliance with Xishuang. 2 significant foreign powers are getting involved. Add to that the hidden threat of those who wish to create a god from the blood of living beings. These are all fierce enemies. The current Dalong dynasty may seem prosperous, but if the Wu emperor dies, the country will undoubtedly fall into chaos. Unless the successor is a strong figure, massive turmoil is inevitable. It seems I need to bring the princess here. Even if she is unwilling, she must be pushed into this position, otherwise, the country will suffer greatly, Lin Fan thought, glancing once more at the Yu Lai Inn before quickly returning to his residence with a smile. Brother Fan Su-er-hu, who had been waiting, greeted him as Lin Fan returned. Lin Fan nodded slightly and instructed, "Release those 2 women." Understood. Su-er-hu immediately went to release the 2 women without question. "Did you get the compensation you wanted?" Lu Huayan asked, looking at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, "Yes, I did." "Is that Divine Maiden very beautiful?" Lu Huayan's sudden question caught Lin Fan off guard, and he instinctively responded, "She is indeed beautiful." "Hey, is she as beautiful as me?" Lu Huayan asked coldly, causing Lin Fan to stammer for a moment before replying, "Of course not. My Huayan is the most beautiful woman in the world. No Divine Maiden could compare." Internally, Lin Fan was sweating. He hadn't expected his usually cold wife to be so jealous. But he had to admit, she looked adorable when she was jealous. So he quietly coaxed her back to their room, ready to indulge in the tender moments of married life. Meanwhile, the Divine Maiden, despite Lin Fan keeping his promise and releasing her 2 sword-wielding maids, was not at ease. Even though she donned a replacement veil, some things, once lost, could never be replaced. "Tell me what happened," she ordered her maids, although she didn't take out her frustration on them. The 2 maids, knowing they had troubled their mistress, recounted the entire incident in low voices. "Did you see who initially kidnapped you?" the Divine Maiden asked. The root of this whole situation lay in that initial kidnapping. She couldn't let this go. The maids hesitated before replying, "We didn't see clearly, but we noticed they wore red robes, and one of them had a mask." Red robes. The Divine Maiden's eyes narrowed. She had seen such a description before. "Come here," she called out. Soon, several women entered and knelt before her. "Divine Maiden," they greeted. She wrote something on a piece of paper and handed it to them. "Go to these places and find an item. Do not alert anyone. Report back to me immediately." "Yes," the women promptly left. Let those scoundrels fight among themselves, the Divine Maiden thought bitterly. She would not take this loss lightly. She didn't seek trouble but never feared it, unless the adversary was unbeatable. Unaware of her plans, Lin Fan, after enjoying his time with his wife, sent a messenger pigeon to summon the princess to the capital. With various external forces meddling, he couldn't hesitate anymore and planned to ask his father-in-law to abdicate in favor of a more capable successor. He intended to eliminate the hidden threats first. But life is unpredictable. Just as Lin Fan made up his mind, news came from the palace. The Wu emperor intended to abdicate in favor of his chosen heir, the crown prince. Hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. This just got interesting, he thought, then smiled and instructed Su-er-hu, "Prepare some gifts. I need to visit an elder and a cousin." "Yes, sir." Su-er-hu promptly prepared the necessary gifts. With everything ready, Lin Fan, accompanied only by Su-er-hu, set out. Their destination was the Duke Tang's residence, to visit Tang Guogong and his sons, Tang Shaoying and Tang Xiaolong. The Duke Tang's mansion was impressive, located in one of the best spots in the capital, second only to the royal palace. This demonstrated the emperor's favor towards their family. As soon as they learned of Lin Fan's visit, the gates of Duke Tang's mansion swung open, and the Tang brothers personally led a welcoming party. "Brother-in-law, you finally came. You promised to visit us, but it's been ages." Tang Xiaolong greeted Lin Fan warmly. Tang Shaoying, the elder brother, echoed, "Xiaolong is right. It's been too long, brother-in-law." Lin Fan laughed, "My mistake. I'll make it up to you with some good wine later." "What's good wine?" Tang Xiaolong asked, his natural strength and martial talent apparent even in his simple curiosity. Tang Shaoying, knowing what Lin Fan meant, lightly rebuked, Don't teach him bad habits. Linfan only laughed, enjoying the camaraderie with his cousins. Xiaofan greeted the elder Tang Guogong, waiting at the hall entrance. Grandfather Linfan greeted respectfully, always showing due reverence to his elders. While he observed his grandfather's physical condition with his medical expertise, he noted that although there were injuries, they were not as severe as expected, indicating some hidden strategies at play. After everyone was seated in the hall, Linfan straightforwardly said, "Grandfather, I believe it's time for Long Qi to inherit the title and stabilize the chaos. What do you think of my suggestion, Your Majesty? Are you certain about this decision?" In the Chengdi Hall of the Imperial Palace, the elderly Prime Minister, his hair and beard streaked with gray, looked at the Wu Emperor seated on the throne and asked. The Emperor was planning to abdicate in favor of the Crown Prince, an event of monumental significance. As a loyal minister, the Prime Minister could not remain indifferent. The Wu Emperor nodded slightly. "Yes, my mind is made up. Do you have any objections, Prime Minister?" The Prime Minister opened his mouth to speak but ultimately shook his head. "If Your Majesty has decided, I have no objections. However, the Crown Prince is young and may struggle to suppress the numerous ambitious individuals." To pave the way for the Crown Prince's ascension, the Emperor had carried out a bloody purge over the past few months, resulting in tens of thousands of deaths. It had been labeled the Month of Blood. Nearly 10,000 lives had been lost in this slaughter. But the Prime Minister knew all too well that the ambitious could never be fully eradicated. Without true power to suppress them, one wave of ambition would rise after another. This didn't even account for external threats. In such a precarious internal and external situation, pushing a child to inherit the throne was fraught with peril. "I am aware of this," the Wu Emperor replied calmly. "That is why I plan to appoint the virtuous king as regent, to assist the young crown prince in stabilizing the realm." Appointing the virtuous king as regent, the Prime Minister was visibly shaken. The role of regent was not to be appointed lightly. Historically, while some regents had been beneficial, many had turned into wolves in sheep's clothing. "Do you find this unwise, Prime Minister?" the Wu Emperor asked upon seeing the Prime Minister's reaction. The Prime Minister did not hesitate. Appointing a regent may aid the young emperor in governing the empire, but history shows us the dangers. If the regent harbors ambitions, it could lead to catastrophe, Your Majesty. The Wu Emperor frowned. "The virtuous king is my brother, the Crown Prince's uncle. He has always been fair, loyal and patriotic. Your concerns are unfounded." "Your Majesty," the Prime Minister began, but he was interrupted. "Enough. My decision is final," the Wu Emperor declared resolutely. The Prime Minister sighed inwardly but said no more. His concerns were based on speculation. The virtuous king had indeed shown no faults, his actions had always been commendable. "Perhaps I am worrying too much," the Prime Minister thought, as he left the Chengdi Hall. Not long after, news spread among the ministers that the virtuous king was to be appointed as regent. This caused an uproar. Historically, many regents had usurped the throne, and this prospect frightened many. Back at the Tang residence, Linfan's proposal to make Long Qi the successor left Tang Guogong and his grandson speechless. The suggestion of a princess ascending the throne was unprecedented in the Dalong dynasty, violating ancestral customs. "Why do you have such an idea?" Tang Guogong asked after a period of silence. "Grandfather, do you think a child can maintain control over this empire?" Linfan responded calmly, leaning back in his chair. Tang Guogong remained silent, contemplating this question. After a while he spoke again. "If we are to discuss loyalty, of course, I would support it. But even if Qiuye ascends the throne, can she truly control the empire?" His grandsons nodded in agreement, awaiting Linfan's response. With a confident smile, Linfan nodded. "Of course." "Why?" Tang Guogong's gaze sharpened. Linfan's smile widened. "Because she has me as her husband." The simple yet confident answer left Tang Guogong once again in silence. But this time, Tang Xiaolong, his brawny grandson, reacted with enthusiasm. "Well said, brother-in-law," he exclaimed, breaking his chair with a slap. Linfan smiled at his straightforward cousin, finding his personality endearing. However, a stern look from Tang Guogong quickly silenced him. "You are confident, and I know you have significant power and influence. But governing an empire is not as simple as you think," Tang Guogong said. "I am aware of that," Linfan replied. "But my confidence is not baseless. I am not selfish enough to gamble with the lives of our people. And grandfather, your understanding of my capabilities is limited." Tang Guogong was about to respond when a servant rushed in, whispering urgently in his ear. "Are you certain?" Tang Guogong asked. The servant nodded. "The information is accurate. It is spreading among the ministers, and the decree will be issued soon." Tang Gogong sighed and dismissed the servant. Grandfather, what happened? Tang Shaoying asked. Tang Gogong sighed deeply. To secure the crown prince's succession, the Wu emperor plans to appoint the virtuous king as regent. What? Tang Shaoying exclaimed, understanding the implications of such a move. Is the emperor out of his mind? Doesn't he realize the dangers of appointing a regent? He added. Tang Gogong did not rebuke his grandson's outburst. The virtuous king had a flawless reputation, but that was precisely what made him suspicious. Linfan observed this reaction and couldn't help but smile. This was the perfect opportunity. An hour later, Linfan left the duke's residence with a smile, under the complex gaze of the Duke of Tang. Until the end, the duke neither expressed support nor opposition. However, he did say that if Linfan could persuade the emperor, his father-in-law, then he, as the grandfather, would fully support him. In this process, the grandfather chose to remain neutral. This answer wasn't the best, but for Linfan, it was enough. He never intended to rely on others to accomplish this task. He came first to ensure future stability and second to avoid any conflicts during this process. He had a good impression of this relative and naturally didn't want to end up on opposite sides over this matter. Now that the grandfather chose to remain neutral and promised future support, this was more than sufficient. Brother-in-law, didn't you say you'd take me for flower tea? Why are you leaving so quickly? Tang Xiaolong chased after him, still fixated on the mentioned flower tea. Seeing his eager look, Linfan burst into laughter. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? The family discipline at the duke's residence was strict, and sneaking out for flower tea at a young age could easily lead to a beating. Tang Xiaolong didn't mind. At worst, I'll get a beating. It's not like I haven't been beaten before. Brother-in-law, don't worry about me. Ha ha. Seeing his enthusiastic demeanor, Linfan laughed again. Let's go then. Today I'll take you to gain some knowledge, but remember, don't tell your cousin. Don't worry, brother-in-law. My lips are sealed. I wouldn't spill the secret even in my sleep. Then let's go. Both of them smiled and headed to a place where scholars gathered to drink some tea. This world's entertainment spots were full of various attractions. As a modern young man, he admitted his curiosity about these places. Honestly, how many young people today aren't curious about these spots? However, no matter how interesting, it couldn't compare to his wife. He came mostly out of curiosity and to fulfill his promise to his cousin. But just as they reached the entrance, his wife Lu Huayan found them. Did you leak the information? Seeing his wife approaching from afar, Linfan glared at Su Erhu beside him. I didn't. Su Erhu looked wronged. Then how did your sister-in-law know we were coming for flower tea? Linfan didn't believe it. Such coincidences rarely happened. Tang Xiaolong also frowned, disliking traitors the most. I really didn't. Su Erhu was more wronged than Du Yi. He hadn't leaked any information, and he was eagerly looking forward to visiting this place himself. Linfan was about to say more, but it was too late. His wife, with a team of guards, was already in front of him. Meeting face to face, Linfan thought his wife would be angry, given her jealous nature. Knowing he came for flower tea, he expected a hard time. But instead, she handed him a letter. What is this? Linfan took the letter, puzzled. Lu Huayan replied. It's from those two goddesses we let go earlier. Open it and you'll know. Linfan opened the letter. After reading, his expression changed, understanding why his wife had rushed to find him. The letter didn't contain much, but the information was significant. It revealed the location Linfan had been seeking, written on a thin piece of paper. However, Linfan didn't immediately rejoice but frowned slightly. Ignoring its truth, his relationship with the current goddess wasn't good. Why would she help him? He didn't believe there were no ulterior motives. The letter likely aimed to incite conflict between him and the blood-clad men. Two tigers fighting would result in injury, benefiting neither side greatly. Smart move, but this so-called fight is merely helping the enemy. But since it's done, rewards are still deserved. Linfan smirked, recognizing the opponent's cleverness but also their miscalculation of his strength. I sent guards to investigate. The place seems suspicious, but to avoid alerting anyone, we stopped further inspection. Lu Huayan thought Linfan doubted the letter's authenticity and explained proactively. You did well. Linfan nodded, pleased that she was now helping him. Lu Huayan smiled slightly, her spirits lifted by his approval. But seeing the gaudy, scholar-filled place nearby, her smile faded again. She had clearly seen her husband heading there earlier. It was over. Seeing his wife's reaction, Linfan knew he was in trouble. The vinegar jar had been tipped over. Outside the capital city, The current Divine Maiden looked back at the vast city, listening to her maid's report. Hearing the report, she smiled under her veil. Let them fight. The more intense, the better. She smiled, unaware her plans would only aid the enemy. Let's return to Xishuang. With a cheerful command, they started their journey back. The Great Long Dynasty was on the verge of chaos, and Xishuang aimed to grab a piece of the pie. 2 counties? Others might be satisfied, but not this ambitious goddess. She was never content being a mere queen managing the harem. Just wait. Once I control Xishuang, we'll settle our scores. She glanced back at the receding city, clutching her veil tightly. The convoy didn't stop, and the vast city faded from view. But the figure in the city remained vivid in her mind. They wouldn't meet again soon. But this wasn't the end. Today a client visited our company for an audit. I was with them until after dinner. Here are 2 updates for today, more will come tomorrow. Central Capital. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The undercurrents grew stronger. Upon learning about the plan to establish a regent, not only the court officials were unsettled, but also the feudal lords from various regions. In the southern territories, King Ning publicly declared that the martial emperor was incompetent, unworthy of the ancestors above, and unable to bring peace to the people below. He raised the flag of justice, aiming to restore order. Other feudal lords also stood up, expressing their opposition and urging the emperor to reconsider. Unfortunately, the emperor ignored them. Facing King Ning's rebellion, he directly ordered the mobilization of the elite troops stationed in the capital, appointing the Duke of Tang as the commander-in-chief to suppress King Ning. He also issued a decree reprimanding the other lords, forbidding them from interfering in central affairs. The Grand Army set off the next day, heading south. Faced with the emperor's decisive action, the other lords fell silent. The court officials, too, stopped voicing their opinions. The decision to establish a regent was finalized, awaiting the next court session for the official announcement. Husband, we must stop this. We can't let father make Prince Jian the regent. Within 2 days, Long Qi arrived in the capital in a hurry. Her first words upon seeing Linfan were filled with urgency. Linfan sighed, I understand what you mean, but how can we stop it? Long Qi was at a loss for words. Even if they knew there was a problem, how could they stop it? Previously, just a few words almost got them sent away, told to live their lives in peace. If they spoke up again now, they might not be merely sent away but face worse consequences. Sit down first. Linfan pulled his wife to sit and poured her a cup of tea. All right. Long Qi took the tea but had no appetite to drink it. There is a way to stop it, but it depends on whether you're willing. Seeing his wife's anxiety, Linfan set the tea aside and spoke. Without thinking, Long Qi nodded. I'll do whatever it takes to stop this. It's simple. Linfan sipped his tea and smiled. If your father abdicates and passes the throne to you, the matter can be easily resolved. As emperor, you wouldn't need to appoint a regent. Long Qi was speechless again. She understood the logic, but she knew her father would never abdicate to her. If he were willing, there wouldn't be a need to appoint a regent in the first place. My father won't agree. Long Qi shook her head, knowing her father well. Linfan calmly replied, when children grow up, they sometimes need to make decisions for their elders when the elders are wrong. The meaning was ambiguous, but Long Qi understood. As a daughter, she didn't want to take such drastic measures. However, if she didn't act, future calamities would be worse, even endangering her nephew. She was torn. Linfan didn't comfort her further, waiting for her decision. This matter needed her consent, he wouldn't decide for her. Husband, if we do this, is it considered forcing the throne? Long Qi looked up. Of course not, Linfan replied without hesitation. Parents grow old and can't handle everything. We're just helping them. It's not forcing. Though his words were far-fetched, Long Qi accepted them, needing to convince herself. Linfan knew this, and thus spoke without hesitation. If we help our elders, will others support us? Long Qi asked, showing she was already considering the role but worried about reactions. Seeing her question, Linfan smiled, knowing she had decided. He didn't address her concerns but took out 2 prepared letters. One from the Duke of Tang. The other from the North Guardian King, the only non-royal duke. Seeing the letters, Long Qi's expression became resolute. Brother Fan, everything is ready. At that moment, Su Erhu entered to report. No mistakes anywhere. Linfan nodded and asked. Rest assured, Brother Fan. I've personally checked multiple times. No mistakes. Good. Linfan nodded again. Keep everyone alert. At dawn, Eliminate the target. Not a single fly should escape. Yes. Su Erhu left excitedly. Husband, what's happening? Long Qi, unaware of the situation, asked in confusion. Linfan explained everything to his wife. The Divine Maiden of the Western Frost Kingdom? What does she look like? Long Kui's first question wasn't about the blood god cult or the plan, but about the Divine Maiden involved. Linfan chuckled. His wives shared the same curiosity. Not as beautiful as you. Linfan smoothly avoided the trap. Long Qi, though satisfied, pretended otherwise. You're not being sincere. She was pleased but said otherwise. Linfan could only agree, knowing his wife was right. Long Qi didn't dwell on it, returning to the topic. Why help us? Is it a trap? As the head of the martial command, Long Qi was sharp, spotting the doubt. Simple. She wants us to fight each other. Why? Didn't we save her maids? Isn't this ungrateful? Long Qi was baffled. Linfan raised his brows. He couldn't mention slapping her or taking her veil. I'll teach her the price of ingratitude next time. Long Qi vowed, noting the grudge. Husband, isn't Sister Huayan with you? Where is she? Long Qi asked, noticing her absence. Linfan coughed. She's not feeling well, resting in the backyard. Really? Long Qi was skeptical. Soon her doubts were confirmed. In the backyard, Linfan faced the wrath of both wives. No more flower tea. 2 wives together are much more formidable than one alone. It wasn't until late at night that Linfan finally found some peace. At that moment he swore never to visit the flower tea place again. Even if his cousin Tang Xiaolong rolled on the ground in curiosity, he would never indulge him again. Late at night. Brother Fan, should we go in directly? A group of people arrived at a corner of the central capital. Su Erhu, the leader, asked for instructions again. Linfan surveyed the surroundings. This place was a civilian street, bustling with various people from different backgrounds. Even late at night, there were idlers and hooligans wandering about. One had to admit, the enemy chose this place well. In such a mixed area, even if they were exposed, they could escape if they disguised themselves well. Linfan knew this very well, so even after confirming the location, he spent 2 days preparing to ensure a successful strike with no chance of anyone slipping away. Now it was finally time to act. His 2 wives were also serious, no longer arguing with their husband. They never faltered when it came to significant matters. Especially Lu Huayan, who had a deep-seated grudge against this evil cult. As a child, her family was wiped out. As an adult, she was betrayed, and after having children, they almost harmed her child. Under these circumstances, her hatred was stronger than anyone's. Attack. Linfan gave a decisive order after assessing the situation. He had no sympathy for these rats hiding in the gutter. Yes. Su Erhu was excited. Tonight was destined to be a night of victory. Swish, swish, swish. In the darkness, with Linfan's command, countless shadows began to move. This operation involved not only the growing dark guards but also many skilled fighters from the Martial Alliance, guarding all areas of the street, ensuring no one escaped. The entire street was locked down. Any idlers or hooligans on the street were knocked out during the operation. Tonight, it was better to kill by mistake than to let anyone go. Some hidden experts tried to resist, but they were suppressed before they could make a move. Even top-tier masters couldn't stir up trouble now. What's happening outside? In an ordinary inn on the street, several figures noticed the commotion outside and couldn't remain calm. I don't know, but those black-clad people taking action are at least top-tier masters. Some I can't even see through. We must avoid drawing their attention, or we'll be in trouble. A middle-aged man, peeking through a window, said with a grave expression. Uncle Zhang, even you can't see through them. A young man who had spoken earlier became more anxious. After all, this middle-aged man was not only a senior in his sect, but also a top-tier master. If even he couldn't see through them, what kind of experts were they? Yes. The middle-aged man replied in a low voice, clearly worried about attracting attention. The young man then looked at an old man in the room. Master, are these black-clad people really that strong? Stronger than you can imagine. The white-haired old man, referred to as master, also looked serious. Hiss hiss. The young man couldn't help but gasp. He knew his master was a peerless expert with a formidable reputation in the martial world. Even a simple praise from him was enough to make many experts proud. And now he said they were stronger than imaginable. It was beyond comprehension. There were 4 people in the room, and now 3 of them couldn't remain calm. The only one who stayed calm was a young girl who had been silent. She looked quiet, and had been watching outside through a crack in the window. But in fact, she wasn't so calm inside. Seeing the black-clad people moving like ghosts in the night, her heart and mind were in a daze. Because she had seen these ghostly black-clad people up close before. Is he here? What is he doing now? The quiet girl murmured to herself. If Linfan were here, he would instantly recognize that the people in this inn were his old acquaintances. The leading figure was Old Man Tan from the Northern Leg Tan family, one of the 4 great masters, known as the Northern Leg Elder. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier also knew Linfan. He was the vanguard in the underground world, his glowing legs striking fear into many martial artists. The talkative young man was also familiar, the disciple of the Northern Leg Elder. Despite many setbacks, he remained energetic. Perhaps driven by adversity, or receiving special training, he had reached the peak of first class, among the top of his generation. And the quiet girl was Tan Jingjing. She recognized the black-clad people because she had spent a long time at Linfan's manor, seeing many dark guards training or on missions. The special black night suits they wore left a deep impression on her, especially the unique equipment on their waists and backs, unseen in other groups. Coincidentally, her group had come to the capital and stayed in this place, witnessing the dark guards in action. Jing-er, have you seen these people before? The Northern Leg Elder, with his sharp observation, quickly noticed the girl's unusual reaction. Tan Jingjing hesitated, and then nodded slightly. I think I've seen them before, but I'm not sure. It's dark and they're moving too fast. Usually she would have spoken honestly, especially to her grandfather. But now she wasn't sure why she held back the full truth. Her answer offered little useful information. Hearing this, the Northern Leg Elder glanced deeply at his granddaughter but said nothing more. When he looked outside again, his eyes became more profound. The middle-aged man and the young man wanted to ask more but remained silent seeing the elder's reaction. Tan Jingjing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived as her heart raced again. Seeing a familiar figure flash by amidst the black-clad people, she was taken aback. That familiar figure glanced in her direction and even smiled warmly. She recognized that warm smile from when someone invited her to their home. Despite the tense atmosphere, her heart suddenly pounded faster. What's wrong, my love? Long Qi asked, looking into the dark night with a puzzled expression. Linfan withdrew his gaze and smiled. Nothing, I just saw an old acquaintance. An acquaintance? Long Qi glanced at the dark street again but saw no one. The street idlers had all been cleared out, knocked unconscious and temporarily detained. This wasn't indiscriminate. Those seemingly aimless wanderers were likely spies for the blood-clad men. If not dealt with beforehand, there was a risk of premature exposure. Furthermore, if anyone tried to escape amidst the chaos, it would complicate the pursuit. This temporary clearing was beneficial from any perspective. Still, encountering an old acquaintance was unexpected. Long Qi was curious but didn't ask more, focusing on the task at hand. Lu Huan, his other wife, had already begun her operation, preparing to send a deadly gift of poison to their enemies from a vent. Though she rarely spoke of it, her hatred for those who had harmed her child had reached its peak. Now that they had confirmed this was a key base for the blood-clad men, she was ready to strike without mercy. The entrance to the underground base was an abandoned mansion. Once the home of a wealthy family, it had been turned into a haunted house after a massacre. Blood had flowed out the door, and stories of ghosts had spread, making it a notorious place. This sizable property had been left in ruins. Previously, no one knew the details, but now it was clear that the blood god cult was behind it. The family was likely killed because the cult coveted this location. These butchers. Long Qi gritted her teeth upon learning about this place. She had always despised the White Lotus cult, but it was more about their conflicting positions. The blood god cult, however, was drenched in blood, and even a small glimpse of their deeds was horrifying. Master? The entrance is in the ancient well, a dark guard reported as Linfan and Long Qi entered. The well was larger than usual, built with stone and relatively clean compared to the overgrown surroundings. However, there were dried bloodstains around it, remnants from the family's massacre. Legend had it that when officials came to clean up, many bodies were found by the well, drained of blood. Princess Long Qi, with her strong sense of justice, was furious at this cruel scene, likely orchestrated by the blood god cult. Have you taken the antidote? Linfan asked the dark guards, knowing his wife had released poison and they needed protection from accidental harm. Yes, master. The antidote has been distributed, and everyone has taken it, the dark guard replied respectfully. Good. Let's begin. Kill anyone who resists, Linfan commanded with uncharacteristic seriousness. Yes, the dark guards responded and began to descend into the well. Linfan and Long Kui exchanged a glance and followed. From the outside, the well seemed small, but inside, it was a different story. Below was a pool of water, and surrounding it was a large platform shaped like a gourd, narrow at the top and bottom, wide in the middle. In one corner of the platform was a blood-red door. Lu Wuyan, who had arrived first, was in front of it, releasing a colorless, odorless poison through the cracks. Beside her were two corpses in blood-stained clothes, guardians of the door. Seeing Linfan, Lu Wuyan stopped and stepped aside. The dark guards, following orders, kicked open the stone door and rushed in with drawn weapons, silent as shadows. Behind the blood-red door was a vast underground space, with numerous passages like a maze, similar to the treasure chamber Linfan had explored before. Each passage had doors leading to rooms filled with blood-clad men. Most lay on the ground, faces green from poison, a testament to Lu Wuyan's lethal skills. Even top-tier masters couldn't withstand her poison, and though the blood-clad men were strong, they were no match for it. Only a few superclass fighters could still move but were quickly killed by the elite dark guards. Linfan and his wives walked in, surrounded by corpses, but they felt no pity. In many rooms they saw gruesome scenes, people hung up with holes in their heads, drained of blood to make elixirs. The horror of being drained alive was unimaginable. In one secret room, they found the mummified remains of infants. Records revealed these were used to make special blood elixirs. The sight of the infant corpses, stacked like vegetables, made even the battle-hardened Linfan clench his fists, and Long Kui's eyes filled with tears. These monsters deserved to die, Long Kui cursed, her princess composure forgotten. She drew her sword and began slashing at the dead blood-clad men. No one objected because they knew these men truly deserved it. Lu Wuyan, though silent, was equally enraged by the sight of the infant corpses. Let's go. Only by eliminating these tumors can we prevent such tragedies, Linfan said, deciding not to linger. Avenging the victims by stopping the culprits was the best way to honor them. His wives followed, filled with killing intent. As they descended, the dark guards encountered more resistance. These blood-clad men were less poisoned and still strong, maintaining significant combat ability. Intruders' cries echoed as the underground lair filled with the sounds of battle. The blood god cult's elite fighters, not just mindless minions but highly skilled, conscious warriors, sprang into action. These elites were mostly superclass, their strength built on countless innocent lives, including those infant corpses. Don't hold back. End this quickly, Linfan ordered the dark guards. Following his command, the dark guards unleashed a barrage of deadly weapons. In the confined underground space, these became a nightmare for the cult members. Black blades flew, and elites fell like wheat before a scythe, whether first class or super class. The dark guards, trained meticulously by Linfan, specialized in using these deadly tools for mass slaughter, becoming embodiments of death. This was just a test of their capabilities. Who dares to challenge our divine cult? A powerful voice roared as the elite fighters fell, drawing out the cult's leaders. Underground space. When the true powerhouse appeared, the disheartened elite cultists finally found their backbone. Without any hesitation, they all rallied towards their leader. This leader was an unparalleled master, exuding an innate aura that set him apart. Although he wore the same blood-red robes, his attire was more refined and regal compared to the others. My lord, these intruders are very strong. Their hidden weapons easily penetrate our internal defenses and are laced with lethal poison, reported one of the remaining elite cultists. In response, the high-ranking leader scoffed, tricks of the trade. No matter how strong their weapons, by daring to invade our sacred cult, they've chosen the path of death. As he finished speaking, several more formidable figures emerged, each one an unparalleled master. This was the true strength of the blood god cult. Just after entering the core area, several unparalleled masters had already appeared. Seeing this, the surviving elite cultists felt reassured, their fear replaced with aggression. The flesh of such powerful enemies was far more desirable than that of ordinary people. But before they could revel in their excitement, the high-ranking leader who had just boasted was pierced by several swift objects, unable to react. Only the sharpest among them saw that these were beautiful feathers, resembling peacock tail feathers. Yet these beautiful feathers were deadly weapons, impossible to dodge despite the leader's attempts. In his final moments, he was struck through the forehead, chest, and other vital points, leaving him no chance of survival. With a thud, the remaining elite cultists' triumphant expressions froze as their leader fell, blood gushing out. An unparalleled master had been instantly killed. Attack! The dark guards did not pause, continuing their assault with ruthless efficiency. They saw nothing to brag about in using peacock feathers to kill an unparalleled master. But the Blood God cult members were terrified. With their leaders easily slain, their will to fight evaporated. The other unparalleled masters who had appeared alongside the leader also lost their fighting spirit, knowing they too would be no match for the deadly feathers. The Blood God cult was indeed powerful, far surpassing the White Lotus cult in strength. As Linfan's group advanced, they encountered more and more unparalleled masters. Within a few hundred meters, several had already appeared. These hidden masters, raised secretly by the cult, were on par with the 4 great masters, capable of monumental feats. But even such formidable beings couldn't halt the advance of Linfan's dark guards. The peacock feathers shone brightly tonight, striking fear into the cult members and forcing their leaders into hiding. Despite their numerical superiority, the cultists could only retreat before the relentless onslaught of the dark guards. Linfan and his wives followed closely behind. Seeing the true power of the dark guards, his wives realized just how strong the forces Linfan had cultivated were. With such an army, who could stand against them? Furthermore, this was only the dark guards. There were also the bright guards and various external forces under Linfan's command. Combining all these forces, the 2 women couldn't imagine anyone in the world capable of opposing them. At that moment, they were even more enamored with their husband. Not only did he possess unrivaled personal strength, but he also commanded an invincible force capable of crushing any opposition. Such a man was irresistibly attractive. Unaware of his wife's thoughts, Linfan focused on the deepest part of the underground space, sensing a powerful presence. This presence was stronger than any he had encountered before, even surpassing the innate peak master he had once rescued King Ning from. Could this be the Blood God? Linfan wondered, recalling the Blood God cult's plan to create a deity. The master of the White Lotus cult had spoken of gathering external forces and various blood materials, but the true creation of a god likely involved the Blood God cult. Now, this powerful presence seemed to confirm it. But was it truly the Blood God? Be careful. There's a big threat down here, Linfan warned his wives. A big threat, they asked, puzzled. Yes, it might be the Blood God. Linfan nodded. The Blood God, both Long Qi and Lu Huayan, were shocked. Especially Lu Huayan, who had heard much about the Blood God from the mysterious leader during her time as a saintess. The Blood God was said to be a true deity, transcending mortals. Even the innate peak master spoke of the Blood God with reverence. For someone so powerful to be in awe, the Blood God must be a formidable entity. A god. A title either given in jest or to something truly transcendent. Hearing Linfan mention the possibility of such a being existing here, how could they remain calm? Hey, don't worry. Even if there is a god, you have your husband here, Linfan reassured with a smile. A god? Just a powerful being. Like ancient people fearing thunder as the wrath of gods, it was merely a natural phenomenon. Hearing this, his wives felt somewhat reassured by Linfan's confidence, though the thought of facing a god still left them uneasy. The Blood God cult had caused such upheaval, the deity they created was surely extraordinary. It might indeed transcend the ordinary. Intruders are unstoppable. Summon the Divine Sun. The terrified cultists finally broke down completely. At a high-ranking member's shout, several Blood God cultists fled towards the deepest part of the underground space. Hearing this, Linfan knew the god he sensed was about to appear. Indeed, shortly after, a terrifying aura emanated from the depths, making the air in the entire space feel heavy. Even top-tier masters found breathing difficult. It was an oppressive force from a higher level of existence, impossible to resist. Even unparalleled masters felt their skin tingle, a warning from their instincts. Only Linfan remained unfazed in the face of this aura. Instead, his body seemed to relish it, his powerful blood surging as if dragons roared within. Today he would slay a god. Divine Sun. The enemy is too powerful. We can't hold them off. At the deepest part of the underground, the Divine Sun, who enjoyed soaking in the blood pool, emerged. Seeing him, the panicked cultists rushed forward, pleading. They knew how ruthless he could be. If he was displeased, they would all be in big trouble. Useless. All of you are useless. The Divine Sun roared in anger. He wore a blood-red mask, and his exposed eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light that sent shivers down the spine. The remaining cultists lowered their heads, unable to meet his terrifying gaze. Forgive us, Divine Sun. They bowed and begged for mercy. You let intruders come this far without any resistance. After all my efforts to train you, this is how you repay me. How can I not be angry? He lashed out, sending several blood-robed cultists flying with a wave of his hand, killing them instantly. After venting his rage, he looked at the dark guards, who had momentarily paused. Even a single glance from him exerted unimaginable pressure on them. The target is too strong. All units deploy the extinguishing god crossbows. Under immense pressure, the dark guards did not retreat. Following their leader's command, they quickly assembled metallic boxes from their backs. Each unit of 5 combined their boxes into a single weapon. In no time, a cold, gleaming metallic crossbow appeared in each unit. There were 20 units in total, resulting in 20 crossbows. The extinguishing god crossbow was the most powerful weapon in the Dark Guard's arsenal, even more formidable than the peacock feathers. However, it had a weakness: it required time to assemble and needed 5 powerful individuals to operate. The Divine Son, confident in his strength, did not try to stop them. He watched coldly as they prepared the weapons. Seeing this, the remaining cultists regained their confidence. The Divine Son was brutal but undeniably powerful. 20 extinguishing god crossbows were drawn, each as thick as a child's arm, locking onto the Divine Son. Fire. Extinguish the god. At the command, the crossbows were fired. The sound was like a warning from life itself as 20 arrows, glowing with a cold light, pierced through the air towards the target. This scene resembled the light of death. Unfortunate cultists in the arrow's path were instantly pierced, their bodies torn apart by the tremendous force. Whether top-tier cultists or the remaining unparalleled masters, none could withstand the arrows. The Divine Son had not prepared for this. Arrogant and unaware of the true power of these weapons, he stood in place. With a series of wet thuds, the 20 arrows struck their target, the once invincible Divine Son. In his final moments, the Divine Son's body emitted a radiant blood-red light, forming a thick defensive layer. But the arrows, designed to extinguish gods, easily pierced this defense. With horror in his eyes, the Divine Son was struck, each arrow embedding itself deeply into his body, making him look like a giant porcupine. No. This can't be happening. Divine Son. The remaining cultists were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The Divine Son, their godlike leader, had been reduced to a pincushion. Fire again. The Dark Guards reloaded and fired another volley. With another series of thuds, the once proud Divine Son was further impaled. The underground space fell silent. But just as they thought it was over, a sinister laugh echoed from the pierced body of the Divine Son. Who would have thought? Weapons that could break even my defense. But no matter how strong your weapons are, against a true god, they are useless. Mortals can never understand the power of a god. The Divine Son, despite being filled with arrows, began to move. He raised a hand and slowly pulled out the arrow from his forehead, blood and brain matter oozing out. Yet, he did not stop, continuing to remove the arrows one by one. As the last arrow fell to the ground, a strange sight unfolded. The blood and body parts on the ground began to flow back into his body, like iron filings attracted to a magnet. Before their eyes, the wounds on his body healed rapidly. In moments, the once riddled Divine Son stood as if unscathed, except for his tattered robe and the hole in his mask. An immortal body. Such a terrifying ability, often spoken of in legends, was now a reality before them. The remaining cultists cheered. The Blood God. The Divine Son has become the true Blood God. The cultists shouted, faces filled with fanaticism. The ultimate goal of the Blood God cult was to create a true god. And now, that god had appeared. Is this a god? Linfan's wives were shocked, witnessing the extinguishing god crossbow's power, which could easily kill unparalleled masters, yet failed to keep the Divine Son down. We wasted a lot of my blood. Today I will turn you into my blood food to atone for your sins, the Divine Son said coldly, looking down on them. Then he looked towards Linfan and his group, sneering, and you, I plan to let you live a bit longer. But since you seek death, I'll grant it. Oh, it's you! My old defeated foe Linfan suddenly laughed. You dare! The Divine Son's expression darkened. Defeated foe, those words were a lifelong scar. Do you know him? Husband Long Kiwi asked in astonishment after hearing their conversation. Linfan nodded with a smile. Yes, you know him too. This man, who looks somewhat dignified, is none other than your missing cousin, the heir to Prince Jian. He's Prince Jian's heir. Long Qi was shocked. She never expected this. She knew her uncle's son well and had shared many meals with him. To her he was somewhat capable but not extraordinary, especially not in martial arts. But now, he possessed immortality and godlike powers. Surprised, aren't you? Linfan chuckled. I was too. He turned from a nobody into something impressive, though still a fool in my eyes. Long Kiwi shook her head in disbelief. She knew there were issues with Prince Xian, but she hadn't imagined they were this severe. If his son had changed so drastically, Prince Xian surely knew. The thought made her shiver. Her father had been gravely mistaken in trusting Prince Xian, who was like a hidden beast waiting to strike. The divine son stopped pretending. He took off his blood-red mask, revealing the face of Prince Xian's heir, but now with a sinister charm. He had indeed become the heir to Prince Xian, turning into a bloodthirsty demon to exact revenge and fulfill his ambitions. This identity was a secret, but he didn't mind revealing it to those he considered dead already. See? A man who looks dignified but is actually a monster, Linfan remarked, unfazed. His casual demeanor eased the tension, even making his wives feel less anxious. Keep mocking me, Prince Xian's heir said coldly. Do you think I'm the same as before? Linfan laughed loudly. Oh, how dramatic. Do I look like I care? The mocking tone infuriated Prince Xian's heir. He expected shock and fear, not ridicule. Realizing he had become a laughingstock only fueled his rage. Die! Prince Xian's heir roared, unleashing a terrifying aura that shook the entire space. If that's the best you've got, you're still nothing, Linfan responded calmly, his own energy clashing with the heir's. Retreat and block the exits. No one leaves, Linfan ordered his dark guards before charging at the heir with blinding speed. Boom! The impact was explosive. Their fists collided with such force that shockwaves sent nearby cultists flying, smashing them against walls and leaving bloody craters. Ah! Cries of agony echoed as even top-tier cultists couldn't withstand the force. The Dark Guards, however, had retreated on Linfan's command and were unharmed. He blocked it. Prince Xian's heir was shocked, staring at his fist. Why is that surprising? Linfan replied calmly. Infuriated, the heir attacked again, escalating the clash of power. Each exchange of blows was like a detonation, making the spectators tremble. The Dark Guards, witnessing their master's might, felt their morale soar. Long Qi and Lu Huayan, initially terrified by the heir's transformation, now watched in awe as Linfan dominated the fight. The heir, despite his newfound strength, was being overpowered. Linfan's attacks were relentless, his physical power overwhelming. Boom! Another devastating blow landed, creating a massive hole in the heir's chest. How can this be? The heir muttered in disbelief, staring at his gaping wound. Blood and flesh rapidly regenerated, but the realization of Linfan's superior strength was hard to bear. I don't believe it, the heir screamed, his eyes turning red as he launched a desperate assault. The ground above began to tremble, the impact of their battle spreading. What's happening underground? In a nearby inn, Old Man Tan and his group felt the tremors, their faces grave. Even the four great masters felt immense pressure from the battle below. There's a fight underground, Old Man Tan deduced, his eyes sharp. Someone's fighting underground, the middle-aged man and the young man exclaimed in unison. The force of the battle was unlike anything they'd ever felt, shaking several nearby streets. Is it him? The young girl's eyes sparkled as she thought of a powerful man. The once blurry image of him became clear again. Underground space. There's no denying it. At this moment, the wise prince is nothing like he used to be. To put it simply, his unkillable nature is a headache for anyone who faces him. Not to mention a hole in the chest. Even if his skull is half blown off, he can recover. Just like the liquid robot from the Terminator movies, no matter how severe the injury, he can heal with time, a perverse and horrifying ability. It's useless. Mere mortals, no matter their strength, cannot harm a god. The wise prince regained his confidence. Linfan felt neither joy nor sorrow and continued his attack. The tiger punch technique. Under unimaginable power, it showed an extraordinary aspect. In the past. It could only be used to fight ordinary tigers. But now it seemed to possess the divine might to challenge even white tigers. Dragon roars echoed from within his body, and the punch technique's white tiger roared, forming an image of dragon and tiger. At this moment, Linfan felt the martial arts rewarded by the system fully integrated into his being. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the essence of martial arts. Obtaining the supreme punch technique, Dragon Tiger World shaking divine fist. The system notification sounded. And this time, it was neither about marrying a wife nor about raising children. It was about a comprehended punch technique. Dragon Tiger World shaking divine fist. In the instant of the system notification, a light in Linfan's mind was completely illuminated. In a moment, his punch technique was sublimated. No need for deliberate martial arts activation. Even an ordinary punch was accompanied by the image of dragon and tiger, containing the true meaning of martial arts. First move, Dragon Tiger Strangle. Linfan suddenly threw a punch. The dragon and tiger seemed to turn into yin and yang, strangling forward. The wise prince didn't even have time to react before he was torn apart by the dragon-tiger image. Rip. It was like a piece of cloth being torn apart. The wise prince in front was directly shredded into countless pieces. The remaining force hit the walls, causing the entire underground space to shake violently, countless sand and stones falling, seemingly about to collapse at any moment. The remaining blood god cult followers, seeing this scene, frantically rushed outside. How could they hesitate? But the secret guards had been waiting, leading to another bloody massacre. Even the two wives joined in without holding back. Especially Lu Woyan, who vented all her accumulated grievances, her terrifying poison techniques turning into a machine reaping wheat. However, at this moment, the blood god cult followers were desperately fleeing, and despite preparations, some still broke through the defense and escaped the underground space. But before they could celebrate, a second encirclement appeared. Su'er Hu, with a cold smile, waved his hand, and numerous experts ruthlessly emerged from every corner, with Dao Laren and Jian Laren acting as the vanguard. The combination of knife and sword lit up the night sky. Beating down those who have fallen is something everyone enjoys. In the underground space, Long Kuai and others did not chase the remaining enemies but came to Lin Fan's side. Is he dead? Pun. The two women looked at the shredded flesh and asked. Lin Fan shook his head. Not yet, this guy is surprisingly tough. He's still not dead. The two were once again shocked, their worldview seemingly refreshed. The conversation acted like a signal. The shredded remains of the wise prince, under everyone's gaze, turned into blood and flowed towards the depths of the space. Running away. Lin Fan laughed at this scene. Trash is trash, still unwilling to admit it. Splash. The blood surged, clearly stimulated by these words. However, it did not stop but flowed faster. Lin Fan didn't mind, but he would never let his enemy achieve their goal. Whatever the opponent aimed for, he would just not let them reach it. The dragon tiger image reappeared, bombarding the blood relentlessly, the scene like blowing up fish in a reservoir. But the blood had some tricks. No matter the bombardment, it quickly gathered and flowed rapidly towards the depths of the underground. It seems this world is not as simple as imagined. Even such strange methods exist. Are you sure this isn't cultivation? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Such methods had surpassed ordinary martial arts. Ordinary immortality was one thing. But now it could even turn into blood flow, like a real liquid lifeform. Outside of Dalong there are Buddhist methods and the spiritual techniques of the Divine Maiden tribe. Are there others too? Is everything I've seen just the tip of the iceberg? Lin Fan chased the blood flow rapidly, waves of thoughts flashing through his mind. It's necessary to go out and see. Hao Ear's body-shaping lotus can't be encountered while staying at home. But first, the current matters must be dealt with. The rear cannot be in chaos. Lin Fan's gaze grew firm. To have a stable rear, the troublemakers must not be spared. The wise prince in front of him would be the first to be dealt with. Haha, you cannot kill me, I have already become a god. At the deepest part of the underground, in the space of the blood pool, the wise prince laughed madly upon reaching his domain. The blood flow passed through one of the blood pools, quickly replenished with some kind of energy, turning the dim blood bright red again, instantly forming the wise prince's body. Immortal? Impossible. Facing his arrogant words, Lin Fan responded calmly. Not in a martial arts world. Even in the highest world of the primordial era, true immortality does not exist. Rebirth from a drop of blood. That's only relative. Even the powerful innate demon gods were split by Pangu, becoming the nourishment of the world. Little frogs at the bottom of a well. Dare to speak of immortality? Lin Fan didn't use any fancy tricks. Facing the arrogant wise prince, he simply used his iron fist to convey his thoughts. No one is truly immortal. Boom 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 boom. Terrifying roars kept echoing. Lin Fan didn't restrain his destructive power. Intentionally or not. One blood pool after another was shattered by him. The wise prince remained calm, but seeing this, his face changed slightly. Although well hidden, just a flash, it still indicated something. Lin Fan remained expressionless. He firmly believed that true immortality does not exist in this world. So-called immortality was merely relying on external forces. The opponent chose this place for the final battle, a place filled with blood. It was clear that this external force was related to the blood, trying to deceive and intimidate him. The wise prince was just a waste, needing another 100 years of training to stand a chance. Indeed, the wise prince had special abilities to quickly recover himself. But there was a prerequisite. That was enough blood as nourishment. Without the blood as nourishment, the so-called immortality was a joke. Kill. Kill. Linfan's cold voice echoed, initiating another life and death battle. The next day. Early morning. The Fengqian Hall was filled with lords and ministers. Today the martial emperor was to issue an imperial edict, officially appointing the wise king as the regent. Because of this, every lord and minister who could move, even if they were sick, made sure to attend. The emperor arrives. With the loud proclamation of the elderly eunuch, the aging yet spirited martial emperor appeared before everyone, moving with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, finally taking his seat on the dragon throne on the high platform. Long live the emperor. All the lords and ministers bowed in unison, though in Delong, kneeling was not required. A respectful hand salute sufficed. Rise, my loyal subjects. The martial emperor's dragon-like eyes scanned the crowd, and the morning court session commenced. The imperial edict was not issued immediately. Instead, the emperor began handling routine state affairs as usual. The young crown prince sat nearby, clearly meant to learn the ways of governance. Unfortunately, the young prince was looking around nervously, avoiding the gazes of the ministers, showing none of the demeanor of a ruler. Many military officials shook their heads discreetly at this sight. Could such a person really bring peace to the empire? The neighboring states of Delong were far from peaceful. However, some civil officials were pleased, as a weak and indecisive ruler would allow them to exert more influence with their scholarly wisdom. An emperor like the martial emperor made their lives much harder. Wise king. The first intend to appoint you as regent, to assist the crown prince in governing the state and bringing peace to the land. Do you accept? After handling the routine matters, the emperor moved to the main agenda of the day, looking at the wise king standing at the forefront. Honored by your majesty's trust, I am willing to assist the crown prince, bring peace to the land, and ensure the prosperity of our dynasty. The wise king stepped forward, solemnly bowing. Good? The emperor nodded in satisfaction, ready to have the eunuch proclaim the imperial edict. Once the edict was proclaimed, the wise king would become the all-powerful regent. Should the emperor pass away and the young crown prince ascend the throne, the regent's power would be unimaginable. This was why the lords and ministers were so anxious about this appointment. However, just as the eunuch was about to announce the edict, a voice interrupted from outside. Wait! The quiet anticipation of the crowd was shattered by this sudden interruption. Instinctively, everyone turned towards the source of the voice outside the door. Even the emperor on the high platform narrowed his eyes, gazing towards the entrance with an imposing aura. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a handsome man in a marquise's court attire walked in slowly. Along the way, some palace guards tried to stop him, as he had not been summoned by the emperor. But the powerful guards were thrown back by an unseen force before they could come within 5 meters of him. The scene. It was as if a deity had descended. It's Marquis Shen Lin. A minister quickly recognized him. After all, this man had recently gained fame by suppressing the White Lotus sect in the West, and had become the only marquis appointed in recent years. He had also married the exceptionally talented eldest princess. Whether due to his recent achievements or his marriage, he had garnered significant attention. Not to mention, there were rumors that the successor of the left prime minister's faction, Yi Qinghe, was also the father-in-law of this marquis, having married off his only daughter to him. And the northern general. There were too many connections, so none of the lords or ministers dared to ignore Linfan, this rising marquis. After all, this man had a knack for marrying well. Now, as he interrupted the proclamation, the lords and ministers were filled with speculation. After all, Marquis Linfan had never attended morning court before. His sudden appearance and interruption were bound to cause various conjectures. Why did you interrupt? The emperor, unperturbed by the challenge to his authority, asked calmly, wanting a satisfactory explanation. No one doubted that if Linfan was causing trouble without reason, this matter would not end well. Because of this, Yi Qinghe, the concerned father-in-law, was quite anxious but couldn't intervene. Linfan noticed this, and nodded slightly to reassure his father-in-law. The emperor also noticed but remained silent, his gaze cold as he watched his uninvited son-in-law. The wise king said nothing from start to finish but watched Linfan with a cold glint in his eyes. Unfazed by the surrounding tension, Linfan smiled calmly before speaking. I interrupted because I believe that someone with a tainted background is unfit to be the regent. Boom! His words were like thunder, shocking the lords and nobles present. They had many guesses, but none had expected Linfan to be so bold. To directly accuse the wise king of being unfit for the regency was something most wouldn't dare. This was not only an affront to the wise king but also to the emperor himself. Yi King turned pale, clearly shocked by his son-in-law's audacity. Yet, Linfan remained calm, meeting the emperor's gaze steadily. "Please, your majesty, defend my honor. Though I may be lacking in virtue, I have always been dedicated to the public good. Why must I suffer such humiliation?" The wise king stepped forward, seeking justice. "A prince cannot be insulted. Today, if you cannot provide a convincing reason, even as my son-in-law, I will not show mercy." The emperor's expression turned icy, and his anger was palpable. The lords and ministers felt the pressure, struggling to breathe. But Linfan remained calm, smiling slightly as he called out, "Bring them in." At his command, footsteps approached, and this time the palace guards did not interfere. Because this time, it was the eldest princess who entered, carrying someone. "Isn't that the long-absent son of the wise king? What does this mean, bringing the prince's son to court? Could this be related to the wise king's unclean background that Marquis Lin mentioned?" As Princess Long Kiwi entered, the lords and ministers whispered among themselves, "Father, save me." The wise king's son, bound and pale, looked as if all his blood had been drained. Seeing his father, he cried out desperately. For the usually composed wise king, this sight was anything but calming. The wise prince's son. The wise prince's son was truly terrified. Once all his blood was exhausted, his immortality would no longer exist. If he died again now, it would be for real. Because of this, he lost his former bravado and cried out desperately for help upon seeing his father. Seeing this, the wise prince's eyes flashed with coldness but quickly regained their calm. "To achieve your goals, are you resorting to threatening my child?" Forcing himself to remain calm, he angrily scolded, "This is trampling on the law, on the court, and on the dignity of the martial emperor." Hearing this, the others began to murmur again. The wise prince's son also regained his composure and cried out to the emperor on the high platform, "Your Majesty, don't make my father the regent. This madman will kill me, he will kill me." With father and son echoing each other, Linfan and Long Kiwi were instantly turned into terrorists using threats to stop the appointment of the wise prince as regent. The civil and military officials, who had been watching the drama, could no longer remain silent. Many opportunistic civil officials, eager to curry favor with the wise prince, jumped out to voice their support. They spoke of rebellion and demanded the immediate release of the wise prince's son. Some radicals even escalated it to contempt for the court and the emperor, requesting immediate suppression and execution. Linfan listened calmly, not arguing with anyone. Long Kiwi, following her husband's lead, also stayed silent, merely noting the officials who were making the most noise. The emperor did not intervene. When the commotion settled a bit, he looked at Linfan again and asked, "Do you have anything to say about their accusations?" "I have nothing to say. But I do have something to show everyone." Linfan smiled, flipping his hand to reveal a stack of papers covered in writing. Seeing these papers, the wise prince's son's expression changed instantly. "What are these?" the emperor asked coldly. "Just some confessions." Linfan smiled and threw the papers towards the elderly eunuch. The eunuch caught them in a fluster and, seeing the emperor nod, presented them to him. "These confessions are only part of the evidence. If anyone is interested, they can go and investigate further," Linfan added. The emperor did not speak, silently reading through the confessions, his expression unreadable. The civil and military officials held their breath, watching as the emperor seriously examined the documents. The wise prince's son's face turned pale, but the wise prince himself remained unmoved, as if it had nothing to do with him. "You claim that the apparent leader of the White Lotus sect in the West was just a front, and the real mastermind is the so-called Blood God sect, controlled by the wise prince's son." The emperor put down the confessions and asked calmly, "Yes, he has confessed to this, and the cult members have also confessed. This operation was conducted together with Long Kiwi representing the Zhenwu division. The headquarters of the sect is intact, and can be verified any time." Linfan nodded. But before the emperor could speak, the wise prince's son shouted, "These confessions were forced. Those cult members were bribed to frame me. The so-called Blood God sect is fabricated to prevent my father from becoming the regent." "You're quite good at talking." Linfan chuckled, not angry at the counter-accusation. "I'm just telling the truth. Do you think you can fool the wise and mighty emperor with these lies?" The wise prince's son, regaining his confidence, taunted Linfan. But in the next moment, he regretted his words. What he thought was impossible happened. As soon as he finished speaking, Linfan lightly pointed, and a powerful force pierced through his heart. With his blood exhausted, he had lost his immortality. Pierced through the heart, he couldn't recover as before. His body lost all strength, and the shadow of death slowly engulfed him, a terrifying feeling he had never experienced before. How dare you? He stared at Linfan in disbelief, unable to fathom that he dared to kill him in front of the Emperor and the entire court. Did you think you came here to debate? These confessions were just a courtesy to my father-in-law. Linfan smiled, showing no remorse for killing the prince in the court. Thinking of playing political games? He couldn't be bothered. He didn't care for such schemes. To make his father-in-law step down, it wasn't enough to persuade politely. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be so many brotherly coups. The wise prince's son opened his mouth, but ultimately fell lifeless on the hall's floor. Seeing this, the civil and military officials were stunned. The son of a prince, killed as if he were an ant. Many were seeing Linfan for the first time, and their impressions were based on rumors. But now, they saw for themselves. Surprised, Linfan looked at the stunned wise prince and smiled. You must die. The wise prince's eyes turned red, unable to remain calm any longer. The civil and military officials in the hall finally regained their senses, and all looked to the emperor. Such a major event, the emperor couldn't possibly remain indifferent. This was an affront to the entire court and the royal dignity, a matter of immense importance. But to their shock, the emperor remained unmoved, his gaze calm. The officials were bewildered, unable to understand the situation. The son of a prince killed openly, in the sacred Feng Tian Hall, and the emperor, who always valued decorum, remained indifferent. It seemed impossible. Yet, it happened. The officials were utterly confused. The wise prince, seeing this, also forced himself to calm down. Brother, are you really going to condone such a madman? He choked back his tears, playing the role of a heartbroken father. But the emperor's response was indifferent. 13th brother? Do you really think I, as your elder brother, am a fool? What do you mean? The wise prince was stunned by this response. What do you mean? The wise king stood there in shock. The civil and military officials in the court were equally stunned. Even Linfan was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the situation to take such a turn. He had thought the emperor would be furious, acting with righteousness to uphold royal dignity. Then, Linfan planned to take the opportunity to suggest his father-in-law take a well-deserved rest. Given his current strength and influence, asking his father-in-law to step down and rest would have been an easy task. But unexpectedly, the script didn't follow the expected path. The emperor did not side with the wise king. Instead, he posed a strange question. Do you need me to explain further? Bring in the former commander of the Imperial Guards, Chen Yu. The emperor's expression was cold, quite different from his usual quick-to-anger demeanor. Recently, to ensure the crown prince's smooth succession, he had executed many people, leaving a deep impression on the court. But now, he seemed entirely different. Because of this, no civil or military official dared to step forward, all quietly watching from the sidelines. Even those who had previously wanted to curry favor with the wise king now lowered their heads, afraid to make a sound. Your Majesty. Chen Yu, the former commander of the Imperial Guards, was quickly brought in. Tell the wise king, who forced you to mobilize the Imperial Guards without authorization? The emperor asked calmly. The former commander pointed to the corpse of the wise king's son and said, Your Majesty, it was the wise king's son. He overpowered me and kidnapped my family, forcing me to comply. You lie. You said the person who defeated you wore a blood-red mask, and you couldn't see their face or know their identity. As soon as the former commander finished speaking, a civil official supporting the wise king jumped out. This was a vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, who had been present during the original interrogation. The former commander glanced coldly at the official and said, It's true the person wore a mask, but I recognized one feature: his middle and index fingers were the same length. Ha ha. Ridiculous. Even if you're not lying, that feature alone doesn't prove it was the wise king's son. The vice minister shouted, pointing at the former commander in a fit of rage. Minister Wang has a point. This cannot be considered solid evidence. Other officials started to murmur. Indeed, the claim was quite tenuous. Seeing support from others, the vice minister gained more confidence. The former commander smiled slightly. It's true this alone isn't conclusive, but the wise king's son didn't know I had learned a secret technique to conceal my presence. I followed him and saw him remove his mask at the Lingjian Pavilion. It was then that I confirmed it was him. The Lingjian Pavilion. A seemingly respectable place. But in reality, it was a high-end brothel frequented by scholars and nobles in the capital. Compared to regular brothels, this one was much more refined. The women there were not only exceptionally beautiful but also skilled in swordplay. The sword dance of the top courtesan was famous throughout the land, attracting countless admirers. The wise king's son often visited this place, earning his father many impeachments for failing to discipline him and tarnishing the royal reputation. Hearing this, many officials started to believe the former commander. However, the vice minister sneered, "This is just your side of the story, baseless accusations." He bowed respectfully to the emperor. "Your Majesty, this traitor harbors ill intentions." He mobilized the imperial guards without royal command, plotting rebellion. Everyone in the court knows this. His testimony cannot be trusted, it's just a ploy to escape punishment. Minister Wang speaks the truth. Given Chen Yu's previous actions, his words are likely an attempt to drag someone down with him to save himself. The officials began discussing again, agreeing with the vice minister. The wise king remained silent, lost in thought. The emperor also stayed quiet, his gaze calm as he watched the scene unfold, finally resting his eyes on the wise king. 13th brother. Whose words do you believe? The emperor asked. The wise king replied calmly, "Don't you already have the answer?" "I do. I don't believe Chen Yu." The emperor smiled gently, like a kind elder brother. But the wise king wasn't convinced. He knew his brother well enough to know he wouldn't act half-heartedly. The emperor's smile indicated he wasn't done. He had intended to dig deeper, uncovering the hidden plots. Because the hidden matters were too many, simply dealing with one would push the others further into the shadows. But now he changed his mind. He realized he didn't need to handle everything himself. His time was limited, and there was no need to prepare everything for the younger generation. Eunuch Wu, personally bring the person from the blood prison here. The emperor instructed the elderly eunuch by his side. Yes, your majesty. The eunuch responded and quickly left the hall. The wise king remained silent, and the vice minister, sensing something amiss, felt a chill of fear. He realized the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Kuier, it seems we underestimated your father. Linfan, witnessing the events unfold, smiled and said to his wife. Long Kiwi nodded slightly, sensing that her father must have something significant in hand to be so confident. Soon, the answer became clear. The eunuch returned with several gold-robed attendants, each dragging a large black iron chain, pulling a man in blood-stained clothes. This man, covered in blood, had large nails driven through his body, with chains connected to the nails held by the attendants. Blood constantly flowed from the nails but eerily returned to his bare feet, circulating continuously. Seeing this strange sight, the civil and military officials were shocked. The wise king, seeing this person, sighed deeply. I've lost the game. In the end, he lost. The wise king sighed deeply, leaving many people bewildered. Why would the appearance of a strange person make the wise king say such a thing? The eerie man in the blood-stained robes, previously as numb as a corpse, slowly regained clarity in his eyes upon hearing the wise king's sigh. Sorry, I miscalculated. I couldn't defeat that old dragon. The eerie man spoke in a hoarse voice that was as unpleasant as a broken gong. The wise king shook his head. It doesn't matter. Success and failure are part of life. No one can guarantee success in everything they do. What does the wise king mean? And who is this eerie man? What are they talking about? The civil and military officials in the court were completely confused by the unexpected turn of events. Wasn't the wise king about to be appointed as the regent? How did things change so drastically in such a short time? Aside from the emperor, only Linfan and his wife, Long Kiwi, who already suspected the wise king, seemed to understand the situation. However, even they didn't know who the eerie man in blood-stained robes was. Why did the wise king change so drastically upon his arrival? The eastern territories of Dalong are home to 18 nations governed, not by a central government, but by a religious order, the Blood God sect. They worship the so-called Blood God, and many fanatical followers willingly offer their flesh and blood in devotion. The emperor spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on Linfan, as if addressing him specifically. After a pause, he turned his attention to the eerie man in blood-stained robes and said to the wise king, This man, bound in chains, is a defector from that sect, a cardinal. Do I need to explain further, 13th brother? There's no need, brother. I never expected you to achieve what our father could not. I admit my defeat. The wise king shook his head slightly, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. The emperor nodded slightly, and the guards took the wise king away. Throughout the process, there was no resistance, leaving Linfan, who had anticipated a grand showdown, without the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. The civil and military officials were still in a daze, not fully understanding what had just transpired. Only Linfan felt a sense of admiration for his father-in-law's wisdom and skill. Compared to these seasoned politicians, Linfan realized he was still somewhat inexperienced. He rarely admired anyone, but he had to admit, his father-in-law deserved his respect. However, he wasn't worried. If necessary, he could always marry more wives. As a talented individual, he didn't need to rely on tricks. Power was the true key. The only thing that piqued his curiosity now was the old dragon mentioned by the eerie man. It seemed their defeat was due to underestimating this old dragon. The wise king, upon hearing about the old dragon, did not argue or resist. Linfan looked at his wife, but Long Kiwi shook her head, indicating she didn't know what the old dragon was either. The court session ended. The emperor dismissed the assembly but called Linfan and Long Kiwi to the side hall for a private audience. The emperor stood alone, looking at a map of the Dalong Empire on the wall. The eunuch brought Linfan and Long Kiwi into the room, and then left. Kui'er, if I pass the throne to you, do you have the confidence to rule well? Linfan expected a long lecture or possibly a rebuke for disrupting the plan. But to his surprise, the emperor's first words were so direct. Father, I. Long Kiwi was momentarily at a loss for words. The emperor interrupted, no need for explanations. Just tell me, can you bear the responsibilities of an emperor? Long Kiwi glanced at Linfan. Then bit her lip and said, yes, I can. Good. I will pass the throne to you. But I hope you don't disappoint me or our ancestors. The emperor nodded, then turned to Linfan. You are the most outstanding young man I've ever seen. A master craftsman, an alchemist, a poison saint, a master of mechanisms, with true extraordinary power. Any one of these would place an ordinary person at the pinnacle. But you possess them all. Even I am impressed. Linfan smiled, not saying anything. In the community of transmigrators, he was just a beginner. Some predecessors had already conquered worlds in the same amount of time, while he was still figuring things out. The emperor couldn't know these thoughts, but he was satisfied with his son-in-law's humble response. He felt confident passing the throne to Long Kiwi, knowing Linfan would support her. With such a capable ally, he didn't worry about turmoil after his death or losing the dynasty. His insistence on the crown prince's succession was merely to lure out ambitious individuals, much like his love for fishing. Father, if you pass the throne to me, what about my brother's child? Long Kiwi asked, feeling conflicted about her nephew. The emperor sighed. He will be a prince with no official duties. His character is weak and indecisive. He will live a life of luxury, which is all I can do for Ye'er. Ye'er was the late crown prince, Long Kiwi's elder brother. I understand. Long Kiwi nodded. After their conversation, Linfan asked, Father-in-law, I have a question. Could you help me understand? Speak. The emperor replied. Linfan didn't beat around the bush, asking directly about the old dragon mentioned in the conversation between the wise king and the eerie man. He wondered why the wise king, despite his careful planning, would give up so easily after hearing about the old dragon. When Linfan killed the wise king's son, he had sensed a terrifying presence from the wise king. Even though it was fleeting, it was more frightening than his son's aura. With such hidden strength, the wise king should have fought back. But the mention of the old dragon made him surrender. How could this not be puzzling? Follow me, the emperor said, leading them outside. Linfan and Long Kiwi exchanged a glance and followed him. They walked deep into the palace, arriving at a hidden passage. The passage led underground, illuminated by luminous pearls. They descended into a vast underground space. The underground river still flowed, but the emperor didn't stop to fish. He led them across a stone bridge to a platform. When they reached the platform, Linfan finally understood what the old dragon was. So even you lost. So even you lost. It seems our old emperor isn't as easy to deal with as we thought. In an ordinary courtyard in the capital, the hidden right prime minister sighed upon learning what had transpired in the palace. Caught off guard, he had to move his operations underground and initiate the next phase of his plan. Now, even his ally had fallen halfway through. My lord, what should we do in this situation? One of his trusted aides asked. Have our esteemed guests from the Western Frost Kingdom already returned? The right prime minister asked. The aide replied. They left several days ago. By now they should have reached their kingdom. And what about Prince Ning? Has he agreed to our proposal? The right prime minister continued. Our envoy has reached him. He seems inclined to agree, but he has his conditions. What are his conditions? The right prime minister asked calmly. The aide replied, after success, he wants the throne, but he is willing to grant us a territory to govern. He has quite an appetite, but that's fine. We can agree to his terms. With the Buddhist sects behind him, we'll need them to lead the charge in the second phase. The Right Prime Minister smiled, accepting the conditions despite his reservations. Understood. The aide responded respectfully. Also, deliver this letter to the second base. It's only right that the Blood God sect knows about this. The Right Prime Minister handed over a letter. Yes. The aide took the letter and left to carry out his orders. It could have been resolved peacefully, but you chose this path, my respected Emperor. Was it really necessary? The Right Prime Minister looked into the distance, towards the direction of the palace. Meanwhile, deep beneath the palace, the Emperor led Linfan and Long Kiwi to see the old dragon that had been mentioned repeatedly. Is this really a dragon? Linfan was stunned, for there, coiled on a stone platform, lay a living, breathing dragon. It was not the fat-bellied dragon of Western tales but an Eastern dragon of legend, with antlers, a bull's head, eagle claws, and fish scales. Its brilliant scales and majestic presence were unforgettable even at a glance. Long Kui also gaped in surprise. She, a princess, was unaware of such a powerful presence within her own family. The Emperor explained, "This is a companion my ancestor, the Taizu Emperor, encountered during his travels. It played a crucial role in overthrowing the previous dynasty. Many of the former dynasty's masters were subdued by it. However, it was grievously wounded and fell into a deep sleep until recently. Using the knowledge left by my ancestor, I managed to awaken it temporarily. It is the greatest asset of our family." Linfan remained silent, studying the slumbering dragon. Even in its sleep, its aura was far more powerful than the fleeting presence of the wise king. This was true transcendence. No wonder those with grand schemes gave up so quickly upon encountering this being. From your reaction, it seems you've seen beings like this before. The Emperor, shedding his regal demeanor, now seemed more like a caring elder. Linfan shook his head slightly. I've never seen one in person, but I've heard stories and seen illustrations of such sacred creatures. The Emperor sighed. Unfortunately, this old dragon is too ancient. Despite its divine bloodline, it cannot withstand the ravages of time, and the injuries from long ago have left it with little time. A hint of sorrow appeared in his eyes as he spoke. But my brother knew this as well. He traded the dragon's essence with the Blood God sect to learn their so-called godhood techniques. However, he underestimated the old dragon. With our family's lifeblood sustaining it, the dragon is not as feeble as they imagined. He spoke with pride, gently patting the dragon's head. The dragon slowly opened its eyes and, seeing the Emperor, nodded gently. This scene was like an old family member greeting a younger one. The dragon's gaze was gentle, but the moment it opened its eyes, its overwhelming presence filled the space. Even Long Kui, a master in her own right, found it hard to breathe. Linfan felt unprecedented pressure as well. His internal energy began to circulate autonomously, and a faint dragon's roar resonated within him. At this moment, the old dragon fixed its gaze on Linfan. Recognizing the aura within Linfan, the dragon's expression changed. With a flash, the dragon appeared before Linfan. Its speed was so great that even a top master couldn't have tracked it. That's the aura of my ancestor. You possess the bloodline of the ancients. The dragon's eyes grew excited, and it spoke in human language, though through mental waves like a whale communicating underwater. Old dragon, what's the matter? The Emperor asked. The dragon didn't respond but mumbled to itself. It's nothing. The dragon looked at Linfan one last time before slowly returning to its stone platform. This time it moved slowly, allowing everyone to see its movements, which seemed weightless as if it was floating, flying through the air. The image of the dragon moving brought a single phrase to Linfan's mind. Cloud riding. Seeing the dragon's movement, Linfan thought, I'm tired. You should leave now. The dragon closed its eyes again. The group left without disturbing it further. As Linfan was about to leave the underground space, he paused because the dragon's ancient voice sounded in his mind again. But this time, the voice was directed solely at him. Leaving the underground space, the group returned to the side hall. Father, how do you plan to deal with the wise king? Long Kiwi asked, worried. Although there had been no conflict, she had witnessed the terrifying abilities of the wise king's son firsthand. That kind of immortality was a nightmare for ordinary people. Even martial arts masters would be crushed by such a being. During the battle, she had been incredibly anxious for her husband, Linfan. The wise king, based on the confessions of his son and other high-ranking officials, was the mastermind behind the scenes and the former master of the White Lotus leader. Linfan's direct challenge in the court was not just to force a change, but also to test the wise king's true capabilities. She didn't believe that someone like the wise king would be any less formidable than his son. She, too, had sensed that fleeting aura. The mysterious man in blood-stained robes was also an unimaginable existence, connected to the supreme sect that controlled the 18 Eastern nations. If not handled properly, this could lead to a significant disaster. The emperor, back to his usual self, calmly replied, "Don't worry, your father will handle this. I won't leave such a hidden danger for you. Your task now is to prepare to take on the burden of ruling the empire." Father. Long Qiwai was at a loss for words. The emperor sighed, "I am old and don't have much time left. I plan to announce at the next court session that I will abdicate in your favor." Hearing this, Long Qiwi's eyes immediately reddened. The emperor had already informed them on the way back from the underground space about his deteriorating health. "Husband, is there nothing you can do for my father?" Long Qi pleaded. Linfan shook his head slightly. "Father-in-law's life force is exhausted, not just his lifespan. Even I don't have a good solution for this. Lifespan can be extended with the right medicine to rekindle the life flame. But the exhaustion of life force is different. It's beyond external intervention and can't be replenished. Trying to supplement it would only make things worse." Realizing that even her husband couldn't help, Long Qiwi couldn't hold back her tears. If even a divine doctor couldn't help, it meant there was truly no solution. No matter what others said to her, the emperor had always been a loving father. From childhood, he had never withheld his love. When he discovered her martial talent, he had devoted the nation's resources to her training. She had reached the pinnacle at a young age, thanks to his indulgence. Without the constant supply of top-tier medicines from Linfan, how could she have achieved such heights at her age? Birth, aging, sickness and death are natural. You shouldn't be sad. Your father has accomplished everything he set out to do and has no regrets. You should be happy for him." The emperor smiled, comforting her, without showing any sadness for his limited time. Not waiting for Long Qiwi to respond, he turned to Linfan and said, "Linfan, you may come from humble beginnings, but you are extraordinary in every way. I hope you take good care of Qiwayar, and don't let her down." "Rest assured," father-in-law Linfan replied without hesitation. "All right, go about your business. I am a bit tired now." The emperor watched them for a moment longer before waving them away. Shedding the facade of a schemer, he now seemed more like an ordinary old man. Long Qi wanted to say something but ultimately held back. Linfan left a bottle of vitality pills, which, although they couldn't extend the emperor's life, would make his remaining days more comfortable. Leaving the palace, Linfan felt a bit reflective. Originally, the plan was to force a change and let his father-in-law rest. But events took an unexpected turn. First, the emperor had already anticipated and captured the wise king. Then, without any coercion, he directly handed the throne to Long Qiwi. And there was the old dragon in the underground palace. The legendary Eastern dragon, even as a descendant, was awe-inspiring. This world was more colorful and complex than he had imagined. Linfan was almost certain this wasn't a typical martial world like Heavenly Sword and Dragon Slaying Saber, but something akin to Feng Yun, a high martial world. The Fire Qilin. And absolute gods. In this world, such beings might indeed exist in some other corner. DeLong's territory was vast, but on the known map, it was just a part. Thinking about this, Linfan suddenly felt his strength was not as sufficient as he thought. "It seems I need 3,000 wives to conquer the world," Linfan mused. What he thought was invincibility now seemed lacking. Without 3,000 wives, it's still not quite enough. "Cuillère, let's visit the underground palace again tonight," Linfan said to his wife. Long Qiwi asked curiously, "Why?" Linfan smiled. "The old dragon asked me to come. It said it has something for me. I'll bring you along to get it." "The old dragon has something for you." Long Qiwi was surprised. This was their family's guardian spirit, so logically, it should be for her family. "Yes, it sent a message before we left, asking me to visit tonight." Linfan nodded, not hiding anything from his wife. "It asked you to come alone. Will it mind if I come with you?" Long Qiwi frowned, not doubting him but worried. Although she had only just learned of its existence, from her father's introduction, she knew the old dragon was no ordinary being. Its mere presence had made the wise king surrender without a fight, showing its immense power. "Don't worry." Linfan waved it off. He had the bloodline of the dragon god within him, naturally suppressing such creatures, and wasn't worried about any issues. Most importantly, this old dragon was her family's guardian, and he didn't want to hide anything from her. If he had to hide it, He would rather not have the item. Such was the nature of a man with such abilities. Long Qi was touched. Her husband considered her in every aspect, truly cherishing her. Husband, I want to have a child with you, Long Qi said emotionally, her eyes full of affection. Linfan laughed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go home and make one. That night, Linfan brought his wife to the palace once again. The supposedly tight security posed no challenge to them. Linfan, as usual, headed directly to the underground palace they had visited earlier in the day. Long Qi followed closely behind. But unlike usual, her face was flushed like a ripe peach. Her proactive approach earlier had opened a new world for her, leaving her feeling weak. The deep connection between a man and a woman truly reaches a woman's soul. Why is your face still red? Dear Linfan asked with a playful smile, noticing her blush. You dare ask? Long Qi lightly hit him, her face turning even redder. Wasn't it you who wanted it? Linfan feigned innocence. Long Qi's face turned crimson as she looked away. I'm not talking to you. Ha ha. Linfan laughed, pulling her into his arms. The princess was cuter than he had imagined. Alright, let's get down to business. Long Qi pushed his hand away from her waist, blushing. Yes, let's focus on the task at hand. But remember, no sleep tonight. Linfan didn't push further but reminded her of their agreement. You're incorrigible. Long Qi adjusted her clothes, but didn't refuse. They continued deeper into the palace. Soon, they reached the entrance to the underground palace. Though heavily guarded with mechanisms, they were no match for Linfan, a master of such techniques. Easily, he disabled the mechanisms and opened the entrance. There were no guards inside. The old dragon itself was the strongest defense. Even the Cardinal who had collaborated with the wise king had fallen silently to the old dragon, demonstrating its unfathomable strength. You've arrived. As Linfan entered, the old dragon opened its eyes. Seeing Long Qi beside him, it merely glanced at her without comment. Long Qi sighed in relief, fearing the dragon might be displeased. Fortunately, nothing happened. Linfan, as if expecting this, nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm here. Come up. The old dragon gestured for Linfan to join it on the stone platform. Since the dragon family's girl is here, she can come up too. Seeing Long Qi hesitating, the old dragon reassured her. Feeling reassured, Long Qi followed her husband onto the platform. The platform was large. Even though the dragon was nearly 10 meters long, it didn't take up much space coiled there. Linfan and Long Qi looked tiny on the vast platform. Can you release your internal energy? The old dragon requested, its large eyes fixed on Linfan. Sure. Linfan nodded and released his internal energy, curious about the old dragon's intentions. Boom! His powerful energy, different from ordinary martial artists, formed a faint red field around him. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed. It was indeed the power of a dragon. Thanks to his abilities, Linfan had perfected the 9 transformations of the dragon, fully integrating the power of the dragon blood pill into his body. This is truly the power of the ancestors. It's so nostalgic for a dragon. The old dragon closed its eyes, savoring the energy. Linfan raised an eyebrow, feeling that something was off about the old dragon. Long Qi, too, was nervous, standing closer to Linfan. Fortunately, it didn't last long. The old dragon opened its eyes again. Don't worry. I mean no harm. I called you here to give you something. The old dragon explained, seeing their reactions. It lifted its powerful claw and began digging at the center of the platform. Linfan and Long Qi noticed. Unlike the other stones on the platform, this central one was unusually smooth, as if the old dragon had never stepped on it. They were curious about what was being unearthed. What could it be? Linfan wondered, intrigued by the item the dragon deemed important. Long Qi was equally curious, wondering what the family's guardian spirit had for her husband. The old dragon's claws were sharp. The hard stone was dug out as easily as tofu. In no time, a 1-meter deep pit was dug. At this depth, the old dragon became cautious, as if worried about damaging something inside. Is that an egg? Long Qi spotted something in the pit. It was an egg. Not very large, about the size of a basketball, oval-shaped, and gradually uncovered. It looked unremarkable, except for its size. But a closer look revealed its uniqueness. The eggshell was covered with tiny scales, neatly arranged like armor. An eggshell with scales was unheard of, something one might expect only in a fantastical game. Could it be a dragon egg? Linfan thought. Yes, it's a dragon egg. The only pure-blooded one left by our ancestors, a true dragon egg. The old dragon nodded, confirming Linfan's guess. Its eyes turned sad. Unfortunately, it suffered a calamity before hatching. Now, it barely holds a sliver of life and could perish any moment. There's no hope of it hatching. Is it a dead egg? Linfan asked. Except for that tiny bit of life, it is a dead egg. Linfan was initially excited, thinking it was a classic story of guardianship, getting a dragon egg for free. But now, he realized he had gotten excited over nothing. However, the old dragon's next words brightened his mood. Though it holds a sliver of life, it's not entirely a dead egg. The old dragon added. Are you suggesting my energy could revive that life and hatch the egg? Linfan guessed. How did you know? The old dragon was taken aback, as this was indeed its intention. Linfan was speechless. How could he not know? This was a classic trope. Yes, that's exactly it. The old dragon confirmed. So, I plan to entrust this dragon egg to you. Sister Huayan, I heard that Xiaolinhao was attacked recently. Is that true? The street blockade had been lifted, allowing Tan Jingjing to go out again. She happened to meet her recognized sister, Lu Huayan, and the two sisters talked all night. When the topic turned to family matters, Tan Jingjing asked about something she had heard before. Lu Huayan nodded and replied, yes, there was indeed an attack. Was he injured? Tan Jingjing became nervous upon hearing this. She had looked after Xiaolinhao for a while, and was genuinely fond of him. He was injured a little. Lu Huayan did not hide the situation and explained Xiaolinhao's condition. These people are truly despicable. Tan Jingjing was furious when she learned of the situation. The idea of harming a newborn was, in her view, worse than being an animal. Indeed, they deserved to die. Lu Huayan agreed with hatred in her eyes. Did you block the street last night because of these people? Tan Jingjing, sharp as ever, quickly caught on to the key point. That's correct. Lu Huayan nodded in response. Is everything resolved now? Do you need my grandfather's help? Tan Jingjing offered instinctively. Although her initial interactions with Lu Huayan had a bit of an ulterior motive, aiming to connect with the rising figure Linfan, she genuinely came to regard Lu Huayan as a sister. Knowing the current situation, she sincerely wanted to help. Thank you, sister. Lu Huayan smiled. But there's no need for now. Everything that needed to be handled has been taken care of. Sister, you are right. With brother-in-law here, there won't be any unforeseen events. Tan Jingjing laughed, thinking about the figure she saw last night. How did you know your brother-in-law was here? Lu Huayan asked curiously, as they hadn't met. Tan Jingjing didn't hide anything and recounted what she saw last night. Oh, I see. Lu Huayan understood, and then asked intentionally, Sister Jingjing, what do you think of your brother-in-law? Tan Jingjing was momentarily stunned, but quickly responded with a smile, brother-in-law is naturally a great person, unmatched in the world. Sister, you are really fortunate. Oh, I didn't expect such high praise from you. Lu Huayan smiled, and then changed the subject. Tan Jingjing was a bit puzzled but didn't dwell on it, following along with the new topic. Though the conversation shifted, Lu Huayan kept bringing up Linfan, leaving Tan Jingjing increasingly confused, but not resistant. The two continued chatting without any intention of stopping. Deep in the underground palace. While the sisters were chatting, Linfan walked forward slowly, and picked up the dragon pearl given by the old dragon. The tales of the dragon pearl were familiar to modern people, full of mythical charm throughout history. The legends were numerous. Some said eating the dragon pearl could make one soar to the sky. Others said it granted immortality, and there were even stories of men finding the dragon pearl by the sea and winning the favor of beautiful dragon maidens. Linfan had once fantasized about finding a dragon pearl and changing his fate, escaping the mundane life. But it had remained just a fantasy until now. Feeling the warm dragon pearl, he realized it was no dream. The dragon pearl contains the essence of our dragon race. Carrying it can improve one's physique continuously, making an ordinary person stronger. Of course, it can also be consumed directly, the old dragon explained. Direct consumption would enhance physical strength significantly, but is somewhat wasteful since there may not be another dragon pearl in this world. Husband, this can be given to Hao R. Longqi said excitedly upon hearing the old dragon's explanation. Xiaolinhao was born weak and later cursed. The dragon pearl's effects seemed tailor-made for him. Even if it couldn't cure the root cause, it could greatly alleviate it. Linfan understood this, but he needed to verify the old dragon's claims. However, the old dragon's sincerity was evident, and the dragon pearl alone was invaluable. I accept your request, Linfan said, putting away the dragon pearl. Thank you, the old dragon said gratefully. A dragon egg covered in scales was soon brought before Linfan. Seeing it up close, the dragon egg was even more impressive, truly a legendary creature. I entrust it to you, the old dragon said with some reluctance. They had been together for hundreds of years, forming a deep bond, even though the latter had only a trace of life left, not forming a true life. Their blood connection made them companions. Don't worry, since I've taken your reward, I won't break my promise, Linfan reassured, taking the dragon egg. The old dragon nodded, then handed a dragon scale to Long Kui. Your family carries our dragon bloodline. This reverse scale contains some of my power, which can help awaken the battle dragon physique in your bloodline. Thank you, senior dragon. Long Kui accepted it solemnly. She was aware of her family's bloodline, and if it could be enhanced or even awaken a special physique, it would be a transformative change. You're welcome, the old dragon reminisced. Your ancestor Long Ying awakened the battle dragon physique, reaching the martial saint realm and leaving this land. Your bloodline is strong, and absorbing the reverse scale's power might awaken it. Work hard. Senior dragon, you said my ancestor left this land. Does that mean he is still alive? Long Kui was shocked by this revelation. Of course he didn't die, the old dragon smiled. But senior dragon, are you joking? My ancestor founded the Dalong dynasty and was already middle-aged. It's been hundreds of years now, Long Kui said. The old dragon laughed again. Normally he would be dead, as even the longest-lived ordinary people can't live beyond a century. But your ancestor was a martial saint. The term martial saint piqued Linfan's curiosity. Old dragon, you mentioned martial saint. Can you elaborate? Linfan asked. Why not? The old dragon said cheerfully, seeming more talkative after fulfilling the request. Ordinary people practicing martial arts aim to return to their innate state, achieving a transformation that grants extraordinary strength. However, there is a limit to ordinary beings' capacity. But like a small grass breaking through rocks with unyielding will, ordinary beings can break through this limit and transcend to sainthood, the old dragon explained. You've already transcended ordinary life, only lacking a breakthrough in martial will. Once you achieve that, you'll be a martial saint. A martial saint? Linfan clenched his fist, finally understanding his level. Martial saint. A true transcendence. Once one breaks through to this level, their strength undergoes a qualitative leap far beyond what the innate stage can imagine. Their lifespan also significantly increases. At a minimum, one can live over 300 years. If one masters the art of longevity or practices gentle cultivation methods, they might live even longer. At this level, one is no longer an ordinary being. According to the old dragon, the increase in lifespan is part of the normal cycle. Is a martial saint really that powerful? Linfan asked the core question. The old dragon replied seriously, yes, extremely powerful. Some ignorant beings even worship such existences as gods, offering prayers and reverence. After talking with the old dragon, Linfan gained a comprehensive understanding of the stages of martial cultivation, from postnatal to prenatal, reaching the limit of ordinary beings, then breaking through the limits of life to a new realm, transcending to sainthood. Unfortunately, despite the strength, how many have actually broken through this realm from ancient times to the present? Countless people have fallen on this path, even paying with their lives. The old dragon sighed with emotion. Linfan agreed, but he didn't feel pressured. Normal cultivation is indeed difficult, but does he need to follow the normal path? With his wife by his side, everything falls into place. Linfan's lips curled into a smile, confident as always. After nearly an hour, Linfan and Long Kui left the underground palace. Although they didn't spend much time, the gains were substantial. Not only did Linfan obtain the legendary dragon pearl, but also a genuine dragon egg. If it ever hatches, it will be something extraordinary. After all, this is a mythical creature. Additionally, Long Kui's reverse scale was a significant gain. He didn't want to hide anything from his wife, so he felt at ease. Unexpectedly, he also reaped some benefits. Thank you, husband. Long Kui sincerely thanked him, knowing how he obtained these items. A thank you with just words, Linfan teased. Then how should I thank you? Long Kui's cheeks flushed. He. Linfan laughed mischievously, and whispered in her ear. You, how could you? Long Kui's eyes widened in shock at his words. You won't know until you try. Linfan's mischievous grin widened. You're terrible. Long Kui protested. But was the protest effective? A woman's mouth has other uses besides thanking. Today, Long Kui realized this. Their wild escapade took place in the princess's palace. It was Long Kui's private room, Linfan's first visit. He had to admit, such a place was truly fantastic. Enjoying the princess's service in her palace, what man wouldn't love it? Tonight, they decided not to sleep. As dawn approached, the two quietly left the palace, not leaving a trace. The palace maids, who woke up early, were unaware that their mistress had returned and had an unprecedented wild night. North Street of Zhongdu, the temporary courtyard. Compared to when he left, Linfan returned with an extra bundle. "Brother Fan, you're back." As soon as Linfan returned to the courtyard, Su Erhu hurriedly greeted him, clearly having something urgent to report. "What's the matter?" Linfan asked directly. Su Erhu nodded. "There's something I need to report and seek your instructions on." "Go ahead." Linfan stopped and slung the bundle over his shoulder. "Brother Fan, what's that?" Su Erhu noticed the bundle and asked instinctively. "It's a dragon egg that could hatch at any moment." Su Erhu chuckled. "Haha, Brother Fan, you have a great sense of humor. Believe it or not." "My?" Linfan rolled his eyes. "Now, what's the matter? I need to go back and hatch the dragon egg, no time for chit-chat." Long Kui stifled a laugh beside him. It was the truth, but who would believe it? Despite the disbelief, Su Erhu didn't argue, thinking it was just a joke from his big brother. "Brother Fan, the captured blood god cult followers have been causing a commotion. I need your instructions on how to deal with them." Su Erhu got serious and reported. "Causing a commotion?" Linfan's eyes turned cold. "If they like making noise, send them to the underworld to make noise there. With their crimes, they'll get what's coming to them." "Yes." Su Erhu's eyes lit up at this response, clearly what he hoped to hear. He had zero tolerance for the evil cult followers with blood on their hands. Anything else? Linfan was ready to go back and study the dragon egg, so he asked. "There's one more thing." Su Erhu replied. "Go on." Linfan wasn't impatient, but his tone suggested he was in a hurry. Su Erhu knew his big brother must be busy, so he didn't dawdle and got to the point. "Besides capturing some cult followers, we also seized a lot of loot," Su Erhu explained. "What kind of loot?" Linfan was intrigued. "Some unused blood pills stored away. Destroy them all and bury them with the infants' bodies. Make sure no one uses them. Anyone caught violating this order will be executed." Su Erhu hadn't finished speaking when Linfan interrupted. "Understood." They, faced with Linfan's resolute words, Su Erhu didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "Anything else?" "There's one more thing. We found the cult's treasury in an underground chamber." Su Erhu continued. "A treasury? How much?" Linfan wasn't too interested, as he already had considerable wealth. Although her face was red with embarrassment, they still had important matters to attend to. The dragon egg issue had been delayed for a night due to their antics, and it couldn't be postponed any longer. However, upon entering the house, they encountered Linfan's saintly wife, who came out after hearing the noise, followed by the quiet Tan Jingjing. Today, Jingjing was wearing a white-fitted long dress that highlighted her stunningly long legs as she moved. As someone who specialized in leg training, her legs were the best Linfan had ever seen, and he couldn't help but be drawn to them. Noticing his gaze, Jingjing's face reddened slightly, but she didn't think too much of it. Instead, she boldly met his eyes. Linfan smiled slightly, finding this quiet girl more interesting than he had imagined. "Jingjing, you're here too," Linfan greeted politely. They were quite familiar with each other. Tan Jingjing nodded sweetly. "Yes, I happened to come to Zhongdu with my grandfather for some business and met Sister Huayan. We decided to catch up. I hope it's not an inconvenience, Master Lin." "Of course not, you're very welcome." Linfan smiled and nodded, then asked, "Have you eaten? Why don't we have breakfast together? It's a rare occasion to be together." "Today, I'll cook myself." "That's too much trouble," Tan Jingjing said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "There's no trouble at all. It's only right to entertain guests." Linfan waved his hand with a smile. The dragon egg research would have to wait again. After all, it's a matter of courtesy. However, it wouldn't cause much delay. He could cook and study the dragon egg at the same time, testing the hardness of the eggshell in the process. "Then I'll trouble you." Tan Jingjing didn't refuse. She fondly remembered the taste of Linfan's cooking from her previous visit. She had a little secret that she never told anyone. She was a foodie. She loved all kinds of delicious food, though she usually restrained herself. But when it came to Linfan's culinary skills, her restraint was very low, and she couldn't refuse his offer. Linfan went to the kitchen, planning to make a nutritious porridge. However, just as he entered the kitchen, Lu Woyin followed him, intending to make tea with hot water. After getting the hot water, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Linfan, what do you think of my sister Jingjing?" "What do you mean?" Linfan was puzzled by the question. Lu Huayan laughed. You were staring at her legs just now. Don't think I didn't notice. Linfan felt wronged. He had only glanced at her out of politeness. HMP. You dare say you're innocent? Last time we met Jingjing in town, you were staring at her legs then too. Don't think I didn't notice, I just didn't say anything at the time. Lu Huayan's words left Linfan embarrassed. Did I really? He scratched his head, not remembering doing so. You know you did. Lu Huayan pouted, the family needs to expand, and I'm not a jealous woman. But you are never allowed to go to brothels. I won't forgive you if you do. It was a misunderstanding last time. Linfan tried to explain. He had taken Tang Xiaolong to gain some knowledge, not for any personal interest. After all, with such wonderful wives at home, why would he look elsewhere? It better be a misunderstanding. Lu Huayan left with a warning. What does she mean by that? Linfan wondered if his wife was jealous again. But it didn't seem like it. Besides expressing her displeasure and warning him, she seemed to be encouraging his relationship with Jingjing. A jealous wife arranging a match for her husband? Hard to believe. Could this be a trap? Linfan considered the possibility but soon dismissed it with a smile, returning to his breakfast preparations. Whether it was a trap or not, he thought his wife's behavior deserved some attention. He planned to set things straight later. A simple nutritious porridge. And a couple of stir-fried vegetables. But under Linfan's culinary skills, they became a feast for the senses. When the porridge pot was opened, a faint glow emanated from it, just like scenes from cooking animations. This is amazing! Tan Jingjing exclaimed in surprise. Linfan smiled. It's just a simple dish. Help yourself. See if it suits your taste. Thank you. Tan Jingjing politely thanked him and started eating. Linfan didn't stand on ceremony and dug in heartily. The breakfast was enjoyable for everyone. After eating, Lu Huayan planned to go shopping with Tan Jingjing, but Linfan pulled her into their room. What are you doing? It's daytime. Lu Huayan's face reddened, thinking her husband was up to no good. What are you thinking? Linfan smiled, tweaking her nose. You know what? Lu Huayan turned her head, looking charming. Aha! Linfan laughed but didn't make any moves. Instead, he took out the dragon pearl from his pocket. What's this? Lu Huayan was immediately interested. This is a dragon pearl. Linfan explained its origin and effects. There's really a dragon in this world. Lu Huayan was astonished, carefully holding the dragon pearl. I don't know about real dragons, but I've seen creatures with dragon blood. This pearl was given to me by one. Linfan explained, detailing the pearl's effects. Can this pearl really improve Hao Ear's health? Upon learning about the dragon pearl's benefits, Lu Huayan ignored everything else, focusing on her child. Yes, I've researched it. Wearing it over time can gradually strengthen a person's body, perfect for someone as weak as Hao Er. Linfan nodded, feeling relieved that he could help his child. This is wonderful. Lu Huayan was moved to tears. Her child's condition had always weighed on her mind. Finally, there was hope for improvement. Though it couldn't solve the root problem, if her child could grow up like other children, she would be content. Don't worry, I'll find a permanent solution for Hao Er. Linfan gently wiped her tears and promised. NM. Lu Huayan leaned against Linfan, looking fragile. Linfan didn't have any inappropriate thoughts, just held her gently. With the dragon pearl to help Xiao Linhao, Lu Huayan didn't stay in Zhongdu longer than necessary and left quickly. Tan Jingjing bid farewell to her family and left with Lu Huayan, showing their close relationship. Watching them leave, a young man standing by the road felt his junior sister was far from him. It's impossible. She's just visiting a friend and will be back soon. He tried to dismiss the sudden thought. Only the old man with northern legs shook his head, patting his disciple's head. Linfan was unaware of this. After seeing off his wife, he shut himself in his room to infuse the dragon egg with life energy. Initially, there was no response, the energy absorbed like water into a sponge. The faint life within remained unchanged. But as he increased the intensity, the life force inside became more apparent. Is this working? Linfan, noticing the change, continued to increase the energy output. Persistence paid off, as the life force inside the egg grew stronger. Moreover, he sensed faint consciousness within, encouraging him to continue. The fluctuations were faint. But with his enhanced senses as a master chef, Linfan caught them. Without hesitation, Linfan extended his consciousness, trying to connect with the presence. However, he was unsuccessful. The faint fluctuation flashed briefly, and then disappeared. Is my strength not enough? Linfan murmured and continued to increase his efforts. But no matter how much he increased, there was no more reaction. The faint life force grew slightly stronger but just barely. It seems that hatching it quickly is impossible. This will be a long-term task. Linfan shook his head and stopped. He understood that the egg wouldn't hatch quickly. But he wasn't discouraged. After all, he had expected this. He was lucky to have received the old dragon's trust and the opportunity to be accompanied by a dragon. But luck wouldn't last forever unless he was extremely fortunate, like a legendary child of destiny around whom the world revolved. Having just 2 children wasn't enough to reach that level of fortune. More children mean more blessings. That was the key point. I still need to have more children. Linfan concluded, ending this session of nurturing the dragon egg, while he wrapped things up early. Back in her room, Longqi was busier. First, she calmed her mind, then she began using her family's exclusive technique to absorb the power of the reverse scale. The old dragon had removed the negative energy, leaving only the beneficial part. The absorption proceeded without unexpected issues. But what is a dragon? The strongest creature in the world. Even pure energy wasn't something ordinary humans could handle. Longqi's absorption was destined to be time-consuming, exhausting, and very painful. As soon as she started absorbing, she couldn't help but groan, her brows furrowing tightly. As the power began refining her bloodline, the pain intensified. Sweat quickly soaked her clothes. The pain was excruciating. But Longqi gritted her teeth and persevered. The challenges ahead were only growing. Not being able to help her husband and worrying from the sidelines was something she never wanted to experience again. Gurgle. Jai. Her blood flowed wildly. It wasn't just pain from the outside, one could see her blood vessels pulsing. Pain could be endured with willpower. But physical stress couldn't be ignored. Linfan, who was in the next room working on the egg, sensed his wife's state and immediately went to her side. Silly wife, why are you in such a rush? Seeing her condition, Linfan felt a pang of sorrow. Not letting her endure alone, he gently pressed a few acupoints on her body and placed his hand on her back, using his energy to calm her turbulent blood. The gurgling sound gradually stopped, and Longqi's painful expression eased. Husband. When she opened her eyes and saw Linfan, she was deeply moved. Although she couldn't control herself earlier, she knew what had happened. In times of need, her husband was always there to resolve everything. As long as he was there, she had nothing to worry about. Cultivate step by step. Rushing like this is unwise. Linfan gently stroked her damp hair and spoke softly. Longqi leaned into his embrace, nodding obediently. She had indeed been too hasty earlier. But she didn't regret it because being cared for felt wonderful. All right, it's late. No more training today. Take a bath and rest. Linfan patted her head. I'll do as you say. Longqi nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. This rest wasn't just resting. Those who know. In the days that followed, it was back to the daily routine, with training and nurturing the egg as side tasks. Several days passed in a blink. The weekly morning court resumed. Compared to the last session where the regent was appointed, the emperor's actions this time were even more significant. The young crown prince was deemed unfit for a major ceremony and was demoted to prince, to be dispatched to a fief immediately. Such a major event. In the past, this would never have been so casual. But after repeated purges, with no opposition from the left faction and support from the military, the emperor's decision went through without obstruction. And it didn't end there. After deposing the crown prince, the emperor announced the new heir. Princess Longqi was named crown princess, with the emperor planning to abdicate soon. This decision came without warning. But surprisingly, there was no expected turmoil. Aside from a few stubborn old officials, neither the left faction nor the military raised any objections, as if they had known all along. Princess Longqi was smoothly appointed as heir. Lord Chen, why did you agree to the emperor's decision? How can a woman inherit the throne? This disrupts the court and disrespects ancestral laws. How can this be justified to the world? After court adjourned, several old officials confronted Lord Chen, a high-ranking and influential noble. This sought-after Lord Chen was not only a founding elder but also the commander of the Imperial Guards, a truly powerful noble. In the past, he was one of the stubborn old officials. But this time, he led the agreement. Facing his once like-minded peers, the now gray-haired Lord Chen sighed helplessly. What could he do against it? Not to mention the emperor's autocratic decisions. Just the supporters behind Long Kui made opposing futile. Even opposing would drag his entire family into the abyss. He was sure of this, having received 2 letters in recent days. One from Duke Tang, the marshal of the army fighting King Ning. One from the North King. Both letters were simple. They supported Long Kui's ascension. The former could be negotiated with, but not the latter. The northern army of hundreds of thousands, under the North King, was not to be trifled with. Provoking such a powerful faction could lead to ruin. With these 2 supports, Princess Long Kui's succession was a done deal. Moreover, behind Princess Long Kui stood an even more formidable figure. The divine Marquise Lin. The one who executed the prince before the entire court. Who would dare provoke such a ruthless person? Lord Chen didn't want to and couldn't. He was old, and it mattered little to him. But what about his descendants? So he sighed, said nothing, and left. The old officials were dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. Without significant opposition, their protests were meaningless. The civil officials didn't support them. The military ignored them. What could these powerless old officials do? Sigh. In the end, they too could only sigh and accept the hard-to-accept outcome. Princess Long Kui was about to ascend the throne and become the emperor. The emperor acted swiftly. Or rather, he didn't have much time left. Arranging for the young crown prince to be dispatched to a fiefdom as quickly as possible, he ordered the imperial astronomer to select the soonest auspicious date for his abdication ceremony. Understanding the emperor's urgency, the imperial astronomer didn't dare to delay with their usual superstitions. Under both explicit and implicit pressure, they identified an auspicious date only 3 days away. If it wasn't, it had to be. Under these circumstances, the princes didn't even have time to react. In the presence of numerous court officials, the emperor removed his crown and placed it on Long Kui's head, announcing his abdication and her succession. A new empress was born under the watchful eyes of many. Long live the emperor! Long live the empress! Countless officials shouted their blessings, solidifying Long Kui's ascension. Rise, my loyal subjects! Long Kui, dressed in a specially tailored female dragon robe, exuded majesty as she sat on the throne, embodying the presence of an empress. Thank you, your majesty. The officials expressed their gratitude and stood. The new emperor's court session didn't last long, as the focus wasn't on state affairs. Greetings, your majesty, Linfan said with a smile, playfully acting like a subject as he greeted his wife. You're so annoying. Long Kui lightly slapped Linfan, adjusting her dragon robe. She had just returned from court. Her husband had teased her, even making her wear her ceremonial robe. The new dragon robe was torn to pieces. And as if that wasn't enough, he insisted on this playful ceremony, indulging in some sort of uniform game. How could she not feel both shy and annoyed? Haha. Linfan laughed heartily. Stop laughing. Long Kui blushed deeply, expressing her discontent with light punches. Outside, she was the empress. At home, she was the bullied little wife. Alright, enough teasing. How does it feel to be the empress? Do you feel pressured? Linfan stopped teasing and gently held her hand, asking with concern. Long Kui didn't resist, nodding as she replied, although I haven't handled state affairs yet, the livelihood of the people weighs heavily on me. I'm worried about failing and causing them to suffer. You're doing great, my dear. Linfan gently embraced her, offering comfort. Being in charge of the empire might seem glamorous, but it was tough. Of course. Excluding hedonistic emperors. Clearly, Long Kui didn't want to be a hedonistic ruler. She accepted the throne, primarily to prevent chaos in the land and alleviate the people's suffering, with personal ambition being secondary. As long as you're here, I can endure any hardship. Thank you for being with me. Long Kui hugged Linfan tightly. Whether she was an empress or a princess, in front of her husband, she was simply his wife. I feel the same. Linfan gently stroked her hair, her deep love and dependence warming his heart. Together, they faced the future. Meanwhile, down south, King Ning was far from at ease. A woman on the throne, brother. You've truly lost your mind. King Ning slammed the table in fury upon hearing the news. What he had fought so hard to obtain, the emperor had given to a woman. All his efforts and struggles, would they now seem like a joke to everyone? Please calm down, my lord. A trusted advisor stepped forward. King Ning looked at the advisor, trying to suppress his anger, waiting for him to continue. The advisor didn't waste time. My lord, don't you see that the emperor's move plays right into our hands? It won't be long before the other princes can't sit still. He smiled confidently, When the entire realm is ablaze with rebellion, can the Imperial army still focus on one front? Dispersed, how can they match your divine troops? King Ning's anger turned into a smile. Indeed, this was the situation. Moreover, he knew of ambitious individuals lurking in the shadows. As long as chaos ensued, he could strike decisively, quell the rebellions, and win the people's hearts. Then, ascending the throne would be a matter of course. As for his niece, a woman had no place on the throne. She should focus on domestic duties at home. That's logical. But we need to fan the flames further. King Ning sneered, planning to escalate the chaos. He intended to crush the Imperial army sent to suppress him, dismantling the court's prestige and inciting the other princes and ambitious figures to act. After sending his advisor away, King Ning entered a hidden chamber. The chamber was simple and small, but it housed an extravagant golden Buddha, weighing several tons. King Ning had commissioned it at great expense, showcasing his opulence as the ruler of the wealthy south. Master Kongji, I need your help to eliminate 2 of the court's generals. King Ning bowed before the golden Buddha, then addressed the old monk in front of it. The monk, clad in robes, opened his eyes and said, "Those generals have my old rival behind them. If I act, so will he." "Your old rival?" King Ning was taken aback. The monk before him was a top-tier master from a foreign Buddhist nation, at the peak of his abilities. Such a person had an old rival? And one he seemed wary of, otherwise he wouldn't mention it. "Yes." The monk nodded, "An old Taoist who meddles in everything. But worry not, my lord, I have informed my sect. My senior and a golden-bodied Arhat will soon arrive to assist in your grand cause." "Thank you, master." King Ning bowed deeply. "No need for thanks. Just remember your promise once the deed is done." The monk put his hands together. "Rest assured, once I ascend the throne, I'll lift restrictions on your sect, build temples and promote Buddhism as state policy." King Ning promised earnestly. "Amitabha, your actions will bring great merit, ensuring your success." The monk chanted, affirming their alliance. The 2 were delighted. In the West Frost Kingdom, the current Divine Maiden, having returned in defeat, immediately convened the High Council of the Divine Maiden tribe to discuss the collaboration with the Great Long and announce her decisions. Within the Divine Maiden tribe, the current Divine Maiden held absolute authority. Once her decision was made, the tribe's leaders sprang into action. Through generations of effort, the Divine Maiden tribe wielded immense influence in the West Frost Kingdom. It didn't take long. The king of West Frost agreed to the policy, mobilizing an army of 300,000 cavalry and infantry to march on Great Long. Under the direct command of the Divine Maiden, a woman led the 300,000-strong army, including numerous elite warriors from various major tribes, launching a national war. The Divine Maiden, on a snow-white steed, stood atop a hill, gazing at the Great Long territory, with the vast army stretching below. "I have returned. This time, you will learn the cost of defiling me." With a purple veil over her face, her eyes cold and her lips parting to declare, she resembled a vengeful goddess from myth. The new emperor ascended the throne, marking the beginning of a new era. Long Kuai wasn't a ruler who sought luxury. She was dedicated to her duties from the moment she took power. First, she implemented new policies to reduce taxes, bringing relief to the people. Although taxes still needed to be paid, they were significantly lower than before. As long as people were willing to work diligently, making a living was no longer a problem, earning her the people's support. The common folk didn't care who sat on the throne. The only thing that mattered was whether they could eat their fill. A ruler who could feed them was a good ruler. A ruler who couldn't would face their rebellion, no matter their title. Long Kuai even considered abolishing the head tax. However, the abdicated emperor advised against it. Though often criticized, the head tax didn't burden ordinary people with just one wife. It mainly targeted the wealthy and funded the military. The rationale was simple. Ordinary folks typically had one spouse, and that was enough. Want to enjoy a luxurious life? Fine. Pay the privilege tax. The common people didn't oppose the head tax as long as it wasn't accompanied by random levies and charges. Without the head tax, some might struggle to even marry, which would be detrimental to society as a whole. By abolishing various arbitrary taxes, Long Kui had already granted the people the best possible favor. Of course, there had to be a dedicated department overseeing this to prevent local officials from imposing unauthorized levies. Thus, the Zhenwu division was transformed into a true secret police force. They didn't just suppress martial factions but also supervised officials nationwide. The force was divided into the Bright Guards and Dark Guards. The Bright Guards managed martial factions and apprehended notorious criminals. The Dark Guard supervised officials, reporting directly to the empress. Linfan's assembled martial force was incorporated, making the secret police formidable from the start, filled with experts and talents. In addition to these visible forces, there was also an intelligence department, still under the Jianling control, operating in even deeper secrecy, monitoring the secret police. Layer upon layer. The new policies were swiftly implemented. And to keep the family together, the Lin family estate was relocated to a new royal estate, spanning tens of thousands of acres, including pavilions, mountains, and streams. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. The transition to the new emperor was remarkably smooth. Clever at winning hearts. But can commoners decide the fate of the empire? King Ning scoffed upon hearing of the new policies. How were the preparations? He asked his advisor. The advisor bowed and replied, everything is ready for the night raid. With your command, we can leave the city and annihilate the Imperial army. Excellent. King Ning nodded in satisfaction. After several days, the Buddhist masters had finally arrived. With such high-level support, there was no need to hold back. If they could kill the two formidable generals of the Imperial army, he was confident they could rout the entire force. Once the Imperial elite was wiped out, the facade of stability would crumble, and the ambitious would no longer remain dormant. At that point, a prince capable of restoring order would naturally be seen as the rightful ruler. That night, at the Imperial Army's camp, well-disciplined troops patrolled vigilantly. Such thorough patrols ensured that not even a dog could sneak in, let alone a person. However, in the dead of night, a group of bald figures marched in openly. The patrolling troops seemed blind to them, allowing them to pass unchallenged. Master's mind-distorting techniques have grown even more profound, enabling us to enter unimpeded. The monk, known as Master Kongji, was part of this group. As they passed checkpoint after checkpoint, he praised the leading monk. This monk looked young, around 20, with fair skin, red lips, and a striking red mark on his forehead, exuding an eerie charm. He wore white monk robes, hands clasped in prayer, leading the group. Chanting softly, the patrolling soldiers not only ignored them but subconsciously made way. This was the power of the Karama meditation seal, a supreme mental technique of Buddhism. It could subtly distort a person's perception, and at higher levels, it could convert masters with a single glance, making them willingly join the Buddhist ranks. Of course, in Buddhism, these converted individuals were called Dharma protectors. The ability to manipulate minds so easily indicated the monk's profound skill. Kongji, my task is only to handle the Taoist renegade. The rest is your trial. The young monk spoke with an incongruously aged voice. Master Kongji respectfully replied, thank you, senior. Just handle the Taoist. I'll manage the rest. Kongji, mind your words. The young monk frowned, admonishing him. The Taoists are a noble sect, equal to our Buddhism. Do not insult them. Master Kongji quickly nodded, you're right, senior. I'll reflect on my words and copy scriptures as penance. Good. The young monk nodded slightly. Their conversation ended as they reached the central tent. This was where the commander and generals rested, the heart of the camp. Chen Dozi, old friend, care to step out for a chat? The young monk called out, his voice gentle yet resonant, echoing through the area. The generals awoke, and Duke Tang, the marshal, was the first to respond. Who dares intrude into the camp at night? Ready to taste my hammer. The naturally strong cousin, wielding dual hammers, roared like thunder, undaunted by the intruders. Foolish child, this is an elder. A Taoist elder emerged from the shadows. Esther. The cousin, usually fearless, immediately became obedient. Beside him, another cousin, Tang Xiaoying, carrying a halberd, also saluted the Taoist master, identical in their respect. The elder. Clearly the legendary master of the two. Master Kongling, I didn't expect you to come. It seems Buddhism is determined to enter Great Long. The Taoist elder addressed the young monk. The young monk clasped his hands, Amitabha, all beings suffer. Buddhism seeks to save them. The ruler of Great Long has alienated us, bound to karma. Chen Daozi, why support the wicked? Support the wicked. The Taoist elder laughed as if hearing a joke. It seems we walk different paths. The young monk's compassionate expression vanished, replaced by an eerie tranquility. The Taoist elder said nothing more, but his stance was clear. Boom! Without warning, a terrifying energy erupted from both, exceeding the innate peak. Little Linxie, come to Daddy, Linfan called out, smiling warmly at his daughter and patting his hands. Daddy, little Linxie shouted sweetly, happily running toward her father. Though she wasn't even a year old yet, with her martial god physique, she could already run, jump and speak clearly. It had to be said. A strong physique truly made a difference. "Come, give daddy a kiss," Linfan laughed, lifting his daughter into the air. Little Linksy obediently kissed her father's cheek, leaving his face covered in drool. "Haha." Linfan laughed heartily. Woof 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 woof. The sacred fire beast ran and jumped nearby, no longer showing its initial fierceness and acting more like a companion animal. Under little Linksy's influence, the beast, with its fire Keelan bloodline, had been raised almost like a little dog. The two were inseparable. "Puppy puppy. Puppy." Little Linksy giggled. "Woof woof woof woof." The sacred fire beast responded quickly. Soon, a bloodline pill was tossed to it. The sacred fire beast swallowed the pill and skillfully rolled onto its back, shaking its head and wagging its tail to amuse its little master. The sacred fire beast never begged for attention. But no beast could resist free food and lodging. "You really are a talented beast," Linfan chuckled and shook his head. "Isn't it adorable?" Dao Meow Meow, standing beside him, praised with a laugh. Though she was now a mother, she still dressed like a young girl, wearing a form-fitting red dress that highlighted her stunning curves. In terms of figure, Dao Meow Meow had the best proportions. Her chest was ample without sagging, her body full but not cumbersome. Motherhood had enhanced her figure, making it even more striking. During his time at home, Linfan often admired and explored these charms. As he crouched to pet the sacred fire beast's belly, her voluptuous figure was perfectly displayed, causing Linfan's blood to surge. "Little Linksy, go play outside with your puppy. Daddy has some work to do." Linfan put his daughter down. "Okay." Little Linksy obediently agreed and ran off with the sacred fire beast. "What work do you have?" Dao Meow Meow asked, still not understanding. But she quickly realized. Linfan scooped her up and kicked the door closed with his foot. "You naughty man." Dao Meow Meow playfully hit him. Just realizing that now. Linfan grinned and carried her to the bed. What followed was a private moment. Afterward, Linfan left the room, filled with an odd fragrance, amidst his wife's playful complaints. Little Linksy was still playing, but with a dedicated female guard watching over her, there was no need to worry. After watching for a while, Linfan left the fire forest garden. Just outside the estate, he coincidentally met his wife, the empress, returning from her duties. Clad in a splendid dragon robe, she exuded nobility. She usually worked in the palace but returned home every evening, like someone with a regular job. An emperor with a 9-to-5 schedule was a rarity, quite amusing. However, the empress's brow was furrowed, clearly troubled. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Linfan asked gently. "The southern campaign against King Ning encountered problems." Long Kui nodded, explaining the situation. Buddhist masters. Linfan raised an eyebrow. "Those guys were trouble everywhere. Both of my cousins were injured. The campaign is now stalled, and we can only stand off against King Ning," Long Kui said, troubled. She had learned much about Buddhism recently, knowing it was a formidable force that had even turned some small countries into Buddhist states. Thankfully, their conflict with the blood god sect kept them in check. The founding emperor had banned Buddhism from Great Long to avoid such entanglements. But now, Myra's my. King Ning had violated this decree, inviting this formidable force. Buddhism's influence is vast, and with schemers in the shadows, the current political situation is challenging. Long Kiwi's side. Facing such immense challenges right after ascending the throne was overwhelming. "Don't worry." Linfan pulled her into his arms to comfort her. "Buddhism may be strong, but your husband is no pushover. If they dare cause trouble, I'll crush them." PFF'd. Long Kui couldn't help but laugh at his words. Her husband always knew how to lighten the mood and make her feel secure. With Linfan by her side, her anxiety eased significantly. But before they could talk further, a young woman in palace attire hurried over. This was Long Kui's personal maid, responsible for managing internal affairs and relaying important information. Clearly, her urgent expression indicated significant news. "What happened?" Long Kui asked, waving off the need for formalities. The maid presented a sealed letter, urgent request for reinforcements from the western border. "The West Frost Kingdom has dispatched 300,000 troops to invade our border." "What?" Long Kui's eyes widened as she quickly took the letter. After reading its contents, her expression darkened. "Dear." Long Kui handed the letter to Linfan, her anger evident. Linfan read the letter and understood her fury. The western border had been breached by traitors. Caught off guard, the defenses had been penetrated, leaving the situation dire. The traitor was none other than the renowned martial sect, Zhenwu Fist Academy. This academy had been highly favored by the previous emperor, who had appointed its members as military instructors and showered them with wealth and privileges, even marrying a princess to them. But now, they had betrayed the country and sided with the enemy, becoming the nation's most hated traitors. Given this betrayal, as the current emperor, how could Long Qiui not be furious? The great Long dynasty faced both internal and external threats, a crisis that could topple the entire realm. But Linfan saw this as an opportunity to resolve these issues once and for all. He needed a stable rear before setting out, and this crisis provided the perfect chance to achieve that. Though it seemed perilous, solving it would bring lasting peace. As someone who preferred straightforward solutions, this situation was exactly what he wanted. My dear, prepare yourself. Your husband will lead the army to crush the invaders, Linfan declared, showing unprecedented resolve, personally leading the expedition. Long Qiui was initially taken aback by these words, then felt deeply touched. She knew very well what kind of person her husband was. He preferred to sit rather than stand, lie down rather than sit, and enjoyed a comfortable life without getting involved in troublesome matters. But now, to help her, he didn't hesitate to take on this enormous trouble. That's right. Linfan nodded. How can I tolerate them bullying my wife together? Thank you, my husband. Long Qiui's feelings showed through. Just a thank you. Linfan's familiar words made Long Qiui blush instantly. The clothes maid sensibly withdrew. This was not something she should witness. Anything for you? Long Qiui shyly nodded. Haha. Linfan laughed heartily, but he didn't immediately accept the thanks. Instead, he issued an order as the head of the family. In the depths of the new manor, there was a massive warehouse filled with huge metallic beasts. There were metal tigers several meters tall and metal snakes tens of meters long, along with other bizarre metallic creatures, all characterized by their enormous size. Outside this warehouse, a group of figures in special tight suits stood. They lacked strong combat abilities but possessed extraordinary agility. This was a special team cultivated by Linfan using unique pills and medicinal diets, known as the mechanism controllers. They weren't skilled fighters themselves, but their exceptional agility allowed them to control the massive metal beasts, unleashing unimaginable destructive power. Linfan had tested it before. A full team of mechanism controllers could level a mountain in a short time. For single combat, the inflexible mechanical beasts might be lacking. But in group battles or large-scale warfare, they were the ultimate nightmare for enemies. Imagine a 100-meter-long metal snake rolling across the battlefield. How many enemies would be crushed? Or a several-meter-tall metal tiger, impervious to weapons, crashing through enemy lines with immense force. The scene alone was unimaginable. Linfan had initially created this special team to counter the Imperial army, given his fallout with the court. But fate had other plans, and this team had not yet been utilized. Now, with 300,000 troops from the Western Frost Country pressing in, it was the perfect opportunity for them to shine. Master's command. The entire mechanism team is to prepare for battle and soon march with the Master. Brothers, our chance to fight for the Master's honor has arrived. The leader of the mechanism team, one of the first trained death guards, was utterly loyal to Linfan. Although his combat skills were not as strong as some of his peers, his agile mind earned Linfan's trust and this significant responsibility. Unfortunately, in times of peace, he had no chance to repay this trust. Now, finally, his fighting spirit was at an all-time high. A roar. Influenced by him, the team members roared as well, eager for their moment to shine. Fight for the Master's honor. Shouts echoed, and their morale soared. The West was in crisis. Linfan wasted no time. With Long Qiui, the empress, and the court officials bidding them farewell, the expeditionary force set out. Besides Linfan's mechanism team, the court also dispatched an army. Their task wasn't to engage the enemy directly but to maintain order and prevent uprisings. The real trump card was the mechanism team, which departed in secret. Wait for my triumphant return. Linfan looked back at his wives who were seeing him off, smiling and waving. As he spoke, with a tiger's roar, he swiftly headed into the distance. Compared to cavalry mounts, Linfan's steed was far more imposing. The Tiger King, who had wisely chosen to stay with him. Knowing Linfan was going to war, the Tiger King volunteered to be his mount. Enhanced by bloodline pills, it could hardly contain its beastly nature, eager for the battlefield to showcase its might. The massive Tiger King was an ideal battlefield mount, and Linfan finally agreed to its request. Take care of things here. Don't worry, the greatest threat, your father will handle it. The retired martial emperor stood atop the palace. watching the departing troops with a father's kindness. Old dragon, have you made up your mind? He turned to ask the old dragon beside him, coiled in the depths of the palace, also gazing into the distance. Upon hearing this, the old dragon nodded slightly. For the young master's peaceful future, I will join you for one last effort. Thank you. The martial emperor smiled gratefully at the response. No need for thanks. I do this for myself as well. The old dragon shook his massive head. His intentions were always straightforward, unlike humans with their complexities. Understanding this, the martial emperor said no more. Man and dragon, each with their own purpose, watched the departing troops until they disappeared over the horizon. Finally, they resolutely turned and left the palace. In the west of the Dalong Empire, the Western Frost Country had broken through a defensive line, advancing rapidly and beginning their campaign of conquest. The true martial pavilion had betrayed their master, gaining many benefits during this time. However, the current leader wasn't as pleased as expected. Have they not been found yet? The current leader of the true martial pavilion, a robust middle-aged man and former deputy head, had succeeded in betraying the pavilion master with the support of the Western Frost Country, buying off many confidants. But in the end, the pavilion master had escaped with his family, aided by loyal disciples, now at large. The new leader knew the pavilion master's influence and saw him as a huge threat to his rule. This situation was unacceptable, as it could undermine his authority. Despite their best efforts, they had made no progress, leaving him extremely frustrated. His loyal subordinate bowed his head, clearly unsuccessful in the search. Useless. The leader cursed, wanting to dispose of the incompetent subordinate, if not for the current need for manpower. Get back to searching. Find him in 3 days, or bring me your head. Yes. The subordinate, relieved by the extension, retreated quickly. 3 days were better than none. It seems your search has not been fruitful. A cold voice came from outside as the subordinate left. A tall figure in a purple dress and veil, accompanied by a group of women, walked in. Seeing her, the once arrogant leader immediately became obsequious. I don't want to hear excuses. You have 3 days to give me a satisfactory answer, or I'll reconsider my trust in you. The woman in purple, the current Divine Maiden, spoke coldly. She needed a stable rear to support her ambitions and fulfill her vengeance. The true martial pavilion's influence in the Western martial world was a destabilizing factor, a potential threat to her plans. In this context, she couldn't allow it to exist. Understood. The leader dared not argue, hastily agreeing. The Divine Maiden gave him one last look before leaving with her entourage. She was busy, her stolen veil haunting her thoughts, keeping her from rest. This matter. She had to make someone pay for it. The army set out, stretching out for several miles. It's the Imperial army. As they entered the western region, refugees fleeing along the road saw the vast army and the highly recognizable dragon banners, and they began to shout loudly. This disaster was not an internal conflict but an invasion by foreign enemies. Because of this, the refugees had high hopes for the Imperial army, hoping they could drive away the invaders so they could return to their homes. It really is the Imperial army, but who is leading it? Can they drive away the enemy? More and more refugees noticed the army, gathering to discuss it. Their question was soon answered. It's Marquis Shen Lin leading the army. He remembers us and has come back. An informed person answered the question, causing the refugees to cheer. The Marquis has come. This is wonderful. The Marquis truly cares about us. It's really the Imperial son-in-law. I see him riding a majestic tiger. Look. Wow. He's riding such a fierce tiger. How impressive. Let's go welcome the Marquis and the Imperial troops. Yes, let's go together. The refugees were simple people who hadn't forgotten the benefactor who had saved them from their dire situation earlier in the year. Many had even set up ancestral tablets in their homes to honor him. Some, even while fleeing, didn't forget to bring these tablets to remember the kindness for generations. Now, facing disaster again, their benefactor had come once more. How could they not be excited? Marquis, there's something happening up ahead. As the refugees began to move, the army scouts quickly returned to report. Linfan, as the empress's husband and the real power behind the Dalong dynasty, didn't need a noble title, yet he still held the old Marquis title for leading troops. Hearing the scouts' report, he waved for the army to halt. Although this was just a reserve unit from the capital, they followed orders without question. What's happening? Linfan asked the scout. The scout replied, there are many refugees ahead. Seeing our army, they are rushing towards us. The refugees are coming towards us. Linfan was puzzled. Weren't people usually afraid of soldiers? This wasn't an exaggeration. After all, bandits could be like combs, but soldiers could be like plows. Often, soldiers could be scarier than bandits. Not all soldiers could be called people's soldiers. In the long history, people's soldiers were indeed unique. Do you know why they are coming? Linfan voiced his curiosity. The scout hesitated and said, I vaguely heard them saying they came because they know you are here. They want to welcome you. They're coming to welcome me. Linfan was stunned again. Did he have such a great reputation? How come he didn't know? It really is the Marquis. The Imperial son-in-law. It's the Imperial son-in-law. He's come to help us. As the refugees got closer, they could see more clearly. They saw the majestic figure at the forefront of the army, riding the Tiger King, their great benefactor. We pay our respects to the Marquis. Greetings to the Imperial son-in-law. Greetings to our great benefactor. Various titles echoed as the refugees knelt in waves. Their faces were sincere, and their eyes on Linfan were filled with admiration, as if his arrival meant the skies would clear and peace would soon return to the west. And they would no longer have to leave their homes. Our Marquis has such great prestige in the west. The soldiers in the expeditionary army were all shocked by this scene. Throughout history, the sight of common people welcoming an army was usually reserved for rare sages. Now they were fortunate enough to witness it. More and more refugees arrived, clearly from poor families, yet their looks towards their commander were uniformly sincere, without any pretense. They couldn't help but exchange glances, and when they looked back at their commander, their admiration had grown. Why are you all doing this? Get up, pacifying the land is our duty. Linfan dismounted from the Tiger King and stepped forward to help the kneeling people up. He was not used to people bowing to him, let alone so many, including elderly people. But there were too many people kneeling, with more joining continuously, so he could only call out in resignation. However, the simple refugees didn't think much about it. In their eyes, Linfan was their savior. If he hadn't stopped the Imperial army's slaughter and proposed relief work, they wouldn't have survived. Kneeling to their savior seemed perfectly right to them. How deeply did Li Sandow and those guys brainwash them? Linfan felt even more helpless. He hadn't done much back then, just helped at his wife's request. In the end, he gained his wife's heart and brought her home. But after Li Sandow and the others' brainwashing, he became the great savior of the Western people. This was quite absurd. But he couldn't deny it now. He couldn't tell them it was all his subordinates' fabrication, a lie. Could he say that? Besides, he had indeed helped them, just that Li Sandow exaggerated it a bit. Everyone please rise. How can the Marquis go to drive out the enemy if you kneel like this? The deputy officer stepped forward and loudly addressed the refugees. Truly an academy-trained soldier. He hit the nail on the head. Hearing this, the refugees nodded and agreed, no longer insisting on kneeling. But their grateful looks towards Linfan remained, and he even saw some elderly people telling their children to grow up to be heroes like Linfan. Linfan could only smile wryly. He didn't see himself as a hero, he just wanted a peaceful life with his wife and children. Rest assured, everyone. In no time you can return home. I, Linfan, guarantee that within 10 days, the Western Frost invaders will be driven out of our land. Linfan didn't see himself as a hero, but he didn't mind helping these simple fellow citizens. Roar. The Marquis will surely win. Victory. Victory. Hearing Linfan's words, the refugees cheered again. Even. Linfan saw some children shouting victory with all their might, their faces turning red from the effort, but they didn't stop. In the refugees' eyes, this was the Long family's empire, true. But it was also their home. Linfan's coming to drive out the invaders was helping them. Army, move out again. The people believe in us, let's repay their trust with victory. Linfan remounted the Tiger King and raised his voice. Victory. Victory. The army responded in unison. With the refugees' fervent farewell, the army marched on, their morale now even higher, eager to clash with the Western Frost forces. Father, it's the Imperial army. As Linfan led his army past the welcoming refugees into the Western heartland, a group hiding in the mountains was equally excited. Cough, cough, has the Imperial army finally arrived? Can you see who is leading them? In this remote mountain area, there were 5 figures. Upon hearing the excited words, an elderly man with graying hair, a gloomy face, and dull eyes spoke. If anyone from the true martial pavilion were here, they would immediately recognize him as the missing pavilion master, the Fist Sage. But compared to his former glory, the Fist Sage was now severely injured, and seemed to be at death's door. The excited voice belonged to his son. Being born late in his father's life, he was just over 20 years old. Having been deeply trained since childhood, he was known in the martial world as the Little Fist Sage. However, he was also in a sorry state, covered in dirt but fortunately uninjured. Hearing his father's words, he turned back to look. The army's banners were not concealed, but he didn't recognize the commander's flag. As the heir to one of the four great forces, he should have known all the banners of the commanders of the Dalong Empire. But now, after looking repeatedly, he couldn't identify it. A red flag without any insignia. Not only had he never seen such a flag, but he had also never even heard of it. Cough, cough, what's the matter? Seeing his son's puzzled expression, the Fist Sage coughed again and asked. The Little Fist Sage looked troubled. Father, I don't recognize it. I've never seen this commander's flag before. Never seen it? Could it be a new commander appointed by the new emperor? The Fist Sage, being more experienced, immediately thought of a possibility upon hearing his son's words. This flag seems to belong to Marquis Shen Lin. Not long ago when I contacted the family, my sister mentioned this. A red flag with no insignia. While the father and son were puzzled, the only woman in their group spoke up. She too looked disheveled, her hair messy, but she exuded an air of nobility, clearly from a prestigious family. In fact, she was. This woman was a princess married into the true martial pavilion, and the wife of the Little Fist Sage. Marquis Shen Lin, the new emperor's husband. Upon hearing the princess's words, both the Fist Sage and his son knew who it was. Yes, that's my brother-in-law. The princess nodded vigorously. As a member of the royal family, she knew more about her brother-in-law's remarkable abilities than outsiders did. Her sister, Long Qiui, had become the emperor thanks to this brother-in-law. Even the powerful blood god sect, secretly developed by Prince Xian to usurp the throne, was eradicated by him, leaving no survivors. Even Prince Xian had to bow out early because of him. Now that such a person had arrived, the princess was also excited. They no longer needed to hide. Let's go out quickly. My brother-in-law is here. I want him to help us get revenge. The princess spoke joyfully. She had been holding in her anger after being hunted by traitors. Now that their support had arrived, why hesitate? The Fist Sage and his son exchanged glances, and finally nodded in agreement. Master, let us help you. Two middle-aged men stepped forward to carefully support the Fist Sage. They were the Fist Sage's loyal disciples, whose desperate efforts had allowed the Fist Sage's family to escape. Initially there were more than just the two of them, but during their flight, only these two survived. The others had all sacrificed their lives. It's been hard on you. The Fist Sage spoke with some guilt. These disciples had sacrificed too much for him. They were all fine men, yet they died at the hands of traitors. Master, there's no need for guilt. We are deeply indebted to you. This is what we should do. The two men shook their heads simultaneously, showing no regret for their actions. The Fist Sage tightly gripped their hands. Though he had misjudged some people, he hadn't completely misjudged everyone. These disciples were the greatest comfort to him. On the road, Linfan led the army, marching with increased speed to quell the invaders as soon as possible. As the commander, Linfan wasn't worried about being ambushed because the so-called army was just there for support tasks. For example, maintaining order in areas where chaos might break out and cleaning up the battlefield afterward. The real work was being done by the special forces moving in secret. They were the true strike force. Linfan's high-profile march was to announce the arrival of the expeditionary force and to force the enemy to concentrate their forces. Whether it was a direct confrontation or an ambush, he didn't care as long as the enemy troops were gathered. Then, he would decisively secure victory. To him, the 300,000 troops gathered by the current Divine Maiden were merely a gift. Once this was dealt with, he planned to press forward and annex the Western Frost Country, a land rich in medicinal herbs, into the Dalong Empire. His wife had just ascended the throne, and nothing would build prestige faster than expanding the empire's territory. At the same time, he would settle an old score with the Divine Maiden. Once these two tasks were completed, he would present the southern Buddhist sects with an even greater gift. Who goes there? While Linfan was lost in thought, the scouts ahead shouted, I am Princess Changle. Here is my identification token. I need to see my brother-in-law. As soon as the shout was heard, a woman's voice responded, Princess Changle. Linfan snapped out of his thoughts and looked ahead. It was indeed the Fist Sage and his group in the forest, with the princess speaking. The scout, unsure what to do with the princess's token, returned to report. Linfan had never met this princess, but he knew of her. However, the deputy officer beside him, once again proving useful, confirmed her identity. It is indeed Princess Changle, who was married off to the true Martial Pavilion Master's son by the Martial Emperor himself a few years ago. The deputy officer nodded slightly, verifying the princess's identity. Let them through. Palm up. Confirming her identity, Linfan naturally wouldn't ignore her, especially since she called him brother-in-law, indicating a familial connection. Seeing the people with her, Linfan had a hunch about who they were. Greetings, brother-in-law. As soon as the princess approached, she greeted him warmly, as if they were very familiar. This familiarity explained why she got along well with martial artists. What happened to you all? Seeing their disheveled state, Linfan asked. The princess didn't answer immediately but first introduced the people with her. So, it's the Fist Sage himself. Linfan cupped his hands in greeting, his hunch confirmed. He then assessed this legendary figure. The Fist Sage was at his lowest point, looking unworthy of his title, yet the unique aura of a martial arts grandmaster still remained. You're too kind, Marquise. I am but a commoner, unworthy of your respect. Though weak, the Fist Sage mustered the energy to return the gesture. Linfan, a newcomer, was not unfamiliar to this local master. He was aware of the chaos caused by the White Lotus sect, and had even encountered the White Lotus leader's prowess firsthand. Had it not been for that, how could he have allowed such a cult to wreak havoc in his territory? Yet, even such a powerful figure had fallen to the young man before him. How could he put on airs? After exchanging greetings, the princess began recounting their situation, her tale turning into a lament. So, there were traitors. I knew the Fist Sage couldn't have done such a thing. Upon learning their story, Linfan nodded in understanding, his eyes reflecting his thoughts. The Fist Sage remained calm, having weathered many storms. But the little Fist Sage and the two loyal disciples were deeply moved by Linfan's words. They had been betrayed and misunderstood, their hearts burdened with the weight of injustice. Now, with someone believing in them, they felt a surge of relief. Thank you, brother-in-law. The princess expressed her gratitude. Despite her disheveled state, her noble bearing and beauty were undeniable. Her repeated calling of brother-in-law added a touch of family warmth to the scene. Rest assured, now that I'm here, I won't let anyone bully you. Linfan reassured her with a smile, which only increased the princess's gratitude and affection for him. But Linfan turned his attention back to the weakened Fist Sage. Senior, this doesn't look like an ordinary poison. Could it be some kind of Gu poison? Linfan asked. The Fist Sage replied, Marquis, you have a keen eye. This is indeed a Gu poison. I was caught off guard and ambushed by traitors colluding with the poison Gu tribe under the Divine Maiden. The poison Gu tribe under the Divine Maiden. Hearing this, Linfan smiled, thinking he could handle a smaller matter before eliminating the 300,000 troops. The Imperial army has arrived. In a large city in the west, the current Divine Maiden sat in the main seat of the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing the scout's report, her eyes narrowed slightly. With her purple eyes and unnaturally smooth, pale skin, she looked like an extraordinary goddess straight out of a fantasy world. Though she had been busy lately, and fatigue showed between her brows, her allure had not diminished. Instead, it had taken on a deeper quality. The scout, a young man, felt his blood surge just by glancing at her, his heart racing uncontrollably. But before he could react, a cold gleam fell upon him. With just a single look, his entire body trembled, and he bowed his head deeply. The Divine Maiden before him was no mere beauty. She was the most outstanding leader of the Divine Maiden clan in centuries, and the commander of the 300,000-strong Western Frost Army. A single word from her could lead to his ruin. Fortunately, the cold gleam was fleeting, and did not linger. Why, yes. My. Even so, the scout couldn't help but shiver. Do you know who is leading them? The Divine Maiden remained indifferent, as if nothing had happened. This time the scout dared not let his mind wander. He quickly replied, according to our investigations along the way, the commanding officer is the recently risen figure in DeLong, Marquis Shen Lin. Marquis Shen Lin. The Divine Maiden, who had maintained her calm demeanor, suddenly stood up upon hearing this name. The scout was startled by her sudden movement, fearing he had made another mistake. He trembled, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, the Divine Maiden's reaction was brief, and she soon regained her composure. Where are they now? The Divine Maiden sat back down, appearing calm, but her voice was now icy. The scout was puzzled but knew better than to ask questions. He quickly relayed the army's position and other related information. Marching boldly, comforting the fleeing citizens along the way, and claiming they will defeat us within 10 days. Still as confident as ever. The Divine Maiden's eyes were cold as ice. Well, it's time to shatter that confidence and disgrace you completely. Relay my command, gather all our forces immediately. I want to crush the Imperial army in one charge. The Divine Maiden gave her orders with a cold resolve. Beyond her ambitions, she sought revenge against Linfan, her old enemy, and wanted to make him pay. Now that her enemy had delivered himself to her, she had no intention of backing down. Her pride wouldn't allow it. And neither would the 300,000 soldiers. According to their intelligence, Linfan's Imperial army numbered only 50,000, including civilian laborers. Such a disparity in numbers showed utter contempt. Facing this, if they didn't dare confront the enemy head-on, they would be seen as cowards, unworthy of occupying DeLong's territory. Yes. The messenger quickly relayed her orders. The movement of the Western Frost Army was soon detected by eagles in the sky, which landed in a forest. A group of men in black, wearing uniforms with black and gold trim, the exclusive attire of the Lin family's secret guards, caught the eagles. The eagles were not real but intricate mechanical birds used for surveillance. As these mechanical birds landed, the movements of the Western Frost Army were captured by the secret guards responsible for gathering intelligence. Report to the master immediately. The leader of the secret guards ordered. Yes. A team of 5 quickly departed, disappearing into the forest. These secret guards, operating behind enemy lines, were the elite among the elite. The weakest were at the pinnacle of first-rate martial artists, with their leader reaching the level of an unmatched master. Their speed was extraordinary. In no time, Linfan was informed of the Western Frost Army's movements. As expected, the proud Divine Maiden isn't playing tricks. She wants to crush me head-on. That's perfect, it saves a lot of time. Linfan laughed upon hearing the report. This played right into his hands. He had marched openly, wanting this exact outcome, and now his opponent had complied. This was just like when she obediently answered his questions back in the capital and fulfilled some of his unreasonable requests. Master, what are your orders? The leader of the Mechanical Beast Special Forces asked. Directly crush them. The leader replied without hesitation. Then crush them. Linfan nodded in agreement. We won't let you down. The leader of the Mechanical Beast unit left to prepare, excited. Watching his capable subordinate leave, Linfan walked to the back of the temporary camp. His sister-in-law Princess Changle was staying there, along with the Fist Sage and others. Brother-in-law. Seeing Linfan, Princess Changle sweetly called out, using a slight accent. Are you comfortable here? How is the Fist Sage's recovery? Linfan asked, greeting his sister-in-law. I am recovering well, thanks to the Marquise's help and care. My family and I will never forget this kindness. We are at your service. Before the princess could respond, the Fist Sage stepped out and spoke. For Linfan, a master of both medicine and poison, the Gu poison was nothing. After some simple treatment, the Fist Sage quickly recovered. Faced with such kindness, the Fist Sage made a solemn promise. Linfan smiled. You're too kind, Fist Sage. It was a small effort. The Fist Sage replied earnestly, it might be a small matter to you, but for my family it is a great kindness. We are at your service. A legendary figure of the 4 great powers was thus won over by Linfan without any coercion. Now that the Fist Sage had recovered, it wouldn't be long before he restored control over the true martial pavilion. Among the 4 great powers, 3 were now under Linfan's influence, leaving only the Northern Leg family. Is the Tan family of Northern Leg next? Linfan mused, thinking of a quiet figure. The army assembled. Seeing the vast crowd, the Divine Maiden's confidence was at its peak. Human strength is ultimately effective. Facing an onslaught of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, even the most powerful warriors would have to bow. After all, human strength has its limits unless one transcends into sainthood, beyond mortal capabilities. But is that even possible? The Divine Maiden did not think so. Moreover, even if it were possible, she had prepared a contingency plan. This time, victory would be hers. The DeLong Empire has only sent a mere 50,000 ragtag soldiers, treating us as nothing. What should we do about it? Wearing an intricately designed female battle armor, the Divine Maiden stood valiantly on the command platform, her beautiful eyes surveying the army as she loudly questioned. Crush them. The army below roared in response. Good. Very good. The Divine Maiden nodded with satisfaction. The soldiers below were elite warriors, selected from each tribe's finest fighters. Unlike DeLong's county system, Western Frost Country operated differently. Being a semi-desert region, cities were built within oases, with each oasis functioning as a tribe. The royal family of Western Frost Country was also a powerful tribe formed from a large oasis, recognized as the leader by other tribes, forming a unified nation. This setup was similar to the United States, where each tribe had autonomy and its own armed forces, creating a confederation. Due to the harsh environment and frequent intertribal conflicts, the armed forces were exceptionally skilled in combat. Warriors selected from each tribe, forming an army of tens of thousands, were unmatched in battle. Now, there were 300,000 of them. Who could stand against this? With even greater confidence, the Divine Maiden ordered the entire army to march forward, intending to crush the approaching DeLong army. Rumble! Rumble! Cavalry led the charge, with armored camels that were no less formidable than heavy cavalry. Among them were also tamed elephants, all clad in heavy armor. Charging through an army, the destruction they could cause was unimaginable. And following them were infantry units, each wielding curved swords and carrying crossbows, their faces resolute, moving in perfect formation, clearly elite troops. With such a powerful force, it was no wonder the western border troops had struggled to resist. Backstabbing was part of the reason, but the enemy's strength was also a significant factor, and the primary one at that. The Divine Maiden sat on a white horse, observing closely. The horse had a single horn on its forehead, indicating it was a mythical beast. She commanded from the center, her proud figure imposing even in armor, appearing invincible amidst the army. At this moment she was like a true goddess, making ordinary people unable to even look at her. The two armies were only a few miles apart. As they advanced, it took less than half a day for them to face each other. Linfan, riding the majestic Tiger King, advanced beyond his army to confront the enemy. The Tiger King, a king among kings, had shown signs of awakening the white tiger's bloodline after consuming a bloodline pill. Its fur was now more lustrous, its size had increased, and its already powerful physique was now stronger than an African buffalo. Accompanying Linfan to show its might, the Tiger King didn't lag behind, exuding the aura of the king of beasts. First it disdainfully scanned the camels, horses, and even elephants on the opposite side, then it gathered its energy and unleashed its signature move, Tiger Roar, in the mountains. Roar. The authoritative roar of the Beast King caused a stir in the opposing cavalry ranks. Even the so-called land behemoths, the elephants, showed fear, their legs retreating involuntarily. Seeing the reaction, the Tiger King's disdain deepened, lifting its regal head even higher, displaying its scorn and the majesty of a king. Well done. Linfan expressed his approval, making the Tiger King raise its head even higher. But the Divine Maiden on the other side was gritting her teeth. Seeing Linfan, her enemy, had already angered her. Now, this display only fueled her rage further. Old friend, not coming out? Do you need me to invite you, or are you already scared? Linfan, seated on the Tiger King, faced the enemy alone but exuded dominance. His own army, witnessing this, felt their morale surge, while the opposing side faltered. You remain as arrogant as ever. The Divine Maiden could no longer stay still. She lightly urged her unicorn to step forward. After many days, the two faced each other again. Miss me. The tension was high, but Linfan's next words changed the atmosphere. And he wasn't done. He took out a purple handkerchief, wiped his face, and sniffed it. You. The Divine Maiden trembled, almost falling off her unicorn, unable to maintain her composure. And that handkerchief was the veil she had been robbed of. What's wrong? Not feeling well. Linfan continued to smile. Pretending to be aloof in front of him was impossible. You deserve to die. The Divine Maiden was utterly enraged, unable to maintain even a semblance of calm. Linfan laughed again. I don't know if I deserve to die, but last time I said if you fell into my hands again, you wouldn't escape so easily. You won't get the chance. The Divine Maiden took a deep breath, barely containing her anger, and spoke coldly. With that, she returned to her ranks, knowing she couldn't maintain her composure any longer. She had expected to make her enemy tremble with fear upon seeing her, to vent her anger. But in the end, she was the one who was shaken. Leaving so soon? This is the last time I'll speak kindly to you. Later you'll only be able to cry. Linfan called out to her retreating figure. In response, the Divine Maiden had only one word: kill. With her icy command, the Western Frost Army roared in unison. Kill. The shout of hundreds of thousands filled the air, followed by a cavalry charge. Elephants thundered, the ground shook. Camels charged, exuding killing intent. The Western Frost Army's momentum was unstoppable, like a torrential flood. Let them come. Linfan stood still, facing the oncoming flood, and lightly waved his hand. His army didn't move, as if he was speaking to the air. But the next moment, a real earthquake erupted. Boom! Deafening explosions resounded, dust filled the sky. Then, from pits around Linfan, terrifying steel serpents emerged, bursting forth. The elephants of the Western Frost Army were large. But in front of these serpents, they were like tiny mice. 100-meter-long bodies, several meters wide, imagine that. At their mere appearance, the charging enemy army was dumbstruck. One serpent opened its mouth and swallowed an elephant whole. A snake swallowing an elephant. It really happened. The Divine Maiden, who had just steadied herself, was once again thrown into chaos at the sight. A snake swallowing an elephant. This has always been a legend. But where did these snakes come from? The colossal elephants were truly being swallowed whole by these giant serpents. Archers. Archers. Quickly, shoot these monsters. Shoot them down. The charging cavalry was terrified. Under the shouts of their commanders, they managed to regain some composure and hastily took out their bows and crossbows. Mounted archery. A basic skill for these warriors selected from various tribes. However, this very skill shattered what little morale remained. Their sharp armor-piercing arrows, capable of penetrating heavy armor, merely sparked against the serpent's scales and bounced off. These special arrows, which could pierce through the armor of heavy cavalry, were useless here, causing the soldiers' courage to evaporate completely. Rumble. Rumble. The giant serpents rampaged through the cavalry, their massive tails swinging and sending countless riders and their mounts flying. The elephants, meant to disrupt enemy formations, were now panicking and trampling their own troops in fear. The battlefield descended into chaos, with the vanguard cavalry utterly defeated. How is this possible? The Divine Maiden watched the rampaging serpents in stunned disbelief. She couldn't comprehend how such terrifying creatures existed and were under her enemy's control. It was clear these monstrous snakes had emerged at her enemy's command. Such terrifying beasts. One alone would be enough to bring despair. But how many were there now? She looked at the battlefield, now a meat grinder, and couldn't count the number of serpents. Retreat. Retreat. Seeing the situation, the Divine Maiden took a deep breath, realizing they couldn't continue like this. They needed to regroup and formulate a plan. Retreat. The retreat horn sounded, and the already demoralized army gratefully began to withdraw. Despite their defeat, the elite troops managed an orderly retreat, maintaining some semblance of formation. But this order didn't last long. When a larger group of giant tigers suddenly attacked from behind, the semblance of order disintegrated. These mechanical tigers, though not as destructive as the serpents, were more agile. Their targeted charges were the nightmare of enemy commanders. Capture the leader first. This was the principle at work. The Western Frost Army's ability to maintain formation was due to its commander's presence. The serpents had devastated the frontline soldiers, but the mechanical tigers now targeted the leaders. Equally impervious to weapons, the tigers knocked aside anyone in their path. A swipe of a massive paw left only bloody remains. One tiger even split an obstructing elephant in two with a single blow. Protect the commander. Loyal guards shouted, trying to protect their leaders. But even top-tier warriors were crushed by the unstoppable mechanical beasts. This wasn't a mere sparring match, it was unrestricted slaughter. Only the most exceptional warriors could barely hold their ground, and even then, only managed to protect themselves. But the martial prowess of Western Frost was inferior to that of DeLong. How many exceptional warriors could they have? In this situation, the army's commanders were being picked off. With serpents rampaging and now tigers joining the fray, it was a nightmare come to life. In addition, other bizarre creatures joined the attack. For instance, agile mechanical centipedes with limbs replaced by sharp blades, slicing through soldiers and horses alike. There were also beetle-like machines, slow to move but capable of rolling rapidly, spraying poison-tipped darts as they went, leaving a trail of death. The battle had lasted less than half an hour, but the casualties were already unimaginable. A defeat was inevitable, even for the elite. The Divine Maiden watched in silence, unable to speak. She had lost. Once again. In her life, she had only been defeated twice, both times by the same person. This outcome was unbearable, yet she had no choice but to accept it. Kill them all. The DeLong troops seized the opportunity to pursue the fleeing enemy, giving no quarter. 50,000 against 300,000. The advantage was clear. The Divine Maiden felt anguished but knew she couldn't stop the retreat now. Divine Maiden, you should retreat too. Her guards urged her, knowing the battle was lost and continuing would be futile. Staying would only bring unexpected danger. Several mechanical tigers had already noticed them and were charging. Only the soldiers' desperate defense kept them at bay. The Divine Maiden knew this. But could she really retreat now? She glanced at her opponent, sitting atop a mechanical tiger, his gaze locked onto her. His last words echoed in her mind, "This is the last time I'll speak kindly. Next time, you'll be crying. You retreat first." She bit her lip and ordered. Even if they retreated now, it wouldn't matter. She sought not just survival but decisive victory. In this situation, the only chance for victory was to eliminate Linfan, the one controlling the mechanical beasts. Only by defeating Linfan could she regroup and achieve her strategic goals. What? How can we do that? The Divine Maiden's guards were aghast, refusing to abandon her. This is a divine command. The Divine Maiden asserted her authority. Faced with this order, the guards had no choice but to comply. Yes. They reluctantly began to retreat with the army. Watching her guards leave, the Divine Maiden turned her gaze back to Linfan. Their eyes met, communicating silently. Nay. The unicorn neighed and sped away, a white blur heading in the opposite direction of the retreating army. As she departed, the Divine Maiden glanced back at Linfan, her eyes filled with unspoken determination. Linfan smiled and patted the Tiger King. The Tiger King understood, roaring mightily and becoming a yellow blur as it chased after her. It had been a long time since they last met. Linfan was curious about what tricks she had up her sleeve. Was she truly skilled? Or just itching for another beating? Above the desolate wheat field, a snow-white unicorn galloped as if the wind itself carried it. In stark contrast to the light-footed unicorn, the Tiger King chasing it was much more ferocious. Each of its steps landed heavily, creating loud thuds and deep pits in the ground. Fortunately, the wheat field was already abandoned, otherwise, the damage would have been immense. Thus, the chase continued, the pursuer and the pursued racing on. They had gone so far that the following army was completely out of sight. The Divine Maiden glanced at the sky, noticing the darkness setting in, and signaled the tired unicorn to stop. The Tiger King, invigorated by the chase, felt no fatigue. The pursuit had allowed it to fully utilize the bloodline medicine it had consumed recently, making the chase even more exhilarating. Seeing the unicorn stop, it leaped forward to block its path. "Why did you stop? Is this where you've set your ambush?" Linfan, sitting on the Tiger King's back, asked with a playful smile. The Divine Maiden, her face hidden behind a purple veil, showed no expression. Her eyes, however, were cold. She wore a custom-fitted purple and gold battle dress that highlighted her tall, regal stature, making her look like a war goddess descended from the heavens. Even a simple gaze from her could exert immense pressure. Linfan, however, remained unfazed, wearing his usual mischievous smile. "Your blind confidence will one day be your downfall," the Divine Maiden said coldly. Compared to their first meeting, her tone was now filled with animosity. Linfan smiled back. "Blind confidence indeed leads to downfall, but confidence backed by ability is another matter." The Divine Maiden wanted to refute, but memories of their past encounters stopped her. Such confidence couldn't be blind. Her own lack of confidence began to wane. Recalling her carefully prepared plan, her confidence returned. "You must have something up your sleeve to lure me here alone. Show it, or you'll have no chance," she challenged. Linfan, curious to see her ace, didn't say much. He knew she wouldn't face him alone without a plan. The Divine Maiden glanced at the sky again. Linfan noticed her repeated action and raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, mist began to form around them. This valley, flanked by mountains, was an ideal place for farming. The wheat field was now abandoned due to the war, but the environment naturally caused mist to form at night. Combined with the Divine Maiden's actions, it was clear she was waiting for this moment. The mist thickened, making their figures barely visible to each other. A faint rustling sound came from the surrounding wheat, barely audible to ordinary ears but clear to Linfan's enhanced senses. The Divine Maiden, unaware of this, pulled out a purple gold spear from the unicorn's weapon bag. The blade gleamed with a cold light, indicating its semi-divine nature. "Kill!" she shouted, charging at Linfan. Linfan readied his custom-made battle halberd. Though it hadn't increased in rank, its weight had been further refined, reaching thousands of pounds. Such a terrifying weight could crush any top-tier warrior. Clash. Without any fancy moves, Linfan swung his halberd directly at the Divine Maiden's spear. Though prepared, her spear was nearly knocked out of her hands, leaving her arm numb and her unicorn neighing in distress. The gap in their strength was evident. "You still dare to face me head-on?" Didn't the last lesson teach you our difference in strength? Linfan laughed, swinging his halberd again, this time aiming at her unicorn. The Divine Maiden, forced to block, learned not to meet his attacks head-on. She used her spear to deflect the force, though her hands bled from the effort. Despite the injury, she felt relieved. She had bought enough time. She never intended to fight Linfan head-on, knowing she couldn't win. Instead, she relied on the special environment and her hidden cards. "Where did you get so many bugs?" Linfan asked calmly. The Divine Maiden's face changed. Her ultimate plan involved a massive swarm of heart-eating goo bugs from the poison goo tribe, too tiny for ordinary eyes to see. Many martial artists, including top-tier ones, had fallen to these bugs, which were hard to detect and nearly impossible to defend against due to their sheer number. The only drawback was their slow movement. If detected early, a fast martial artist could escape. Thus, she had risked herself to distract Linfan. Enough tricks, she regained her confidence, no longer hiding her plan. Under the wheat stalks, a red sea of bugs emerged, swarming toward Linfan. "Just playing games," Linfan said, shaking his head. Then, his inner power, infused with the strength of a divine dragon, erupted from his body. The divine dragon, the pinnacle of beasts, had a natural dominance over all creatures. A terrifying screech came from the red sea of bugs, which then fled in terror, completely out of the Divine Maiden's control. Seeing this, the Divine Maiden was stunned, unable to believe the outcome. "Any other tricks?" "Show me." Linfan smiled, advancing slowly on the Tiger King. The Divine Maiden retreated, her eyes filled with panic. Yet, as Linfan approached, her eyes turned cold again. From her former position, several colorful bugs leaped at Linfan, perfectly timed. Feigning panic, then retreating to create the perfect setup for a final strike. These few colorful bugs were her true ace, meticulously prepared. Now, she believed she had succeeded. These colorful bugs are the most powerful goo insects of the poison goo tribe, the 7 emotions and 6 desires goo. Once these goo insects are planted, they can control the emotions and desires of the host, turning them into the puppets of the goo master. This unique goo insect has almost no counter in the world, and it dares to attack even a divine dragon, using its strange and powerful abilities to control the host's emotions and desires. As expected, in the sudden attack, Linfan was successfully parasitized by the desire goo. "I told you, blind confidence will cost you," the Divine Maiden said, regaining her usual confidence as she watched the desire goo successfully parasitize Linfan. Under the influence of the desire goo, no one could escape. But in the next moment, her expression changed again. The desire goo she controlled suddenly stopped responding. Just like the heart-eating goo used for distraction earlier, it was fine one moment, and then it behaved as if it had encountered something terrifying, completely out of her control. "Impossible." The poison goo tribe said the desire goo is a king insect, with a unique king's will, unmatched by anything in the world, unless it's the legendary. "The goo emperor," right? Linfan finished her sentence. Despite being parasitized, he showed no signs of control, instead playing with the colorful bugs, which trembled in his hand. "You have the goo emperor," the Divine Maiden exclaimed in shock. "Congratulations, you guessed right. But there's no prize." Linfan chuckled. It had indeed been dangerous. The horror of the desire goo is real. Once it burrows into the brain, it controls the 7 emotions and 6 desires, making the host obey the goo master, even against their true will. Even with a strong physique, dealing with this special goo insect would be challenging. However, as a man with exceptional fortune, he would not fall so easily. The goo emperor is the supreme ruler of all goo insects. Though the goo emperor itself wasn't with Linfan, its residual aura and life imprint were enough to deter any other goo. Even the king insect trembled before the emperor's supreme presence. Hearing Linfan's response, the Divine Maiden was truly stunned this time. Each of her carefully prepared cards had been easily crushed. Now, even her strongest trump card was suppressed. The man in front of her seemed to be her destined nemesis. "No," she suddenly screamed, seeing something else that terrified her. But it was too late. With a slight exertion of his hand, Linfan crushed the trembling desire goo into powder. The immense life force of a divine dragon was something the goo couldn't withstand. Such a great threat was better eliminated. Puff! As the desire goo was crushed, the Divine Maiden spat blood, staining her purple veil, and her aura weakened instantly. Linfan was puzzled, wondering if this was a backlash. Indeed it was. To become the master, the Divine Maiden had turned the desire goo into her life-bound goo. Controlling Linfan's emotions would have made her his master, making him obey her every command. While the benefits were clear, there was a downside. If the life-bound goo was destroyed, the master would suffer a severe backlash. Not only would her vitality be greatly damaged, but the Gyu's ability would also backfire on her. For the desire Gyu, this meant that the amplified emotions and desires would now be uncontrollable. Linfan saw her spitting blood and wondered if she was pretending again. The Divine Maiden was known for her tricks, so he couldn't let his guard down. But in just a moment, her face turned red, and her once cold violet eyes were now filled with seductive allure. She clearly struggled, but the moment she looked at Linfan, her resistance melted away. What's going on? Linfan, despite having the Gyu Emperor, was not well versed in Gyu techniques and was genuinely puzzled. My husband. In no time, the Divine Maiden started speaking incoherently, calling Linfan her husband. She leapt from the unicorn, using her lightness skill to throw herself into Linfan's arms. In a state of shock, Linfan found himself entangled with her, unable to shake her off. My husband, the Divine Maiden whispered, looking at Linfan with eyes full of passion. Her veil had somehow slipped off, revealing her perfect face. Her eyes, filled with emotion, were enough to captivate any man. The Tiger King, watching, was completely dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Moments ago they were fighting to the death. Now, this? You took off my veil. According to my tribe's rules, you are my husband, the Divine Maiden said. Her voice, once cold, was now filled with love and tenderness, surpassing even the best voice actors. What? Are you trying to claim me? Linfan exclaimed, surprised at this sudden turn of events. The Divine Maiden said nothing more, just held onto Linfan tightly, her body trembling slightly. The Divine Maiden tribe indeed had such a rule. The man who took off the Divine Maiden's veil would become her husband. This was said to be a divine decree. In the past, each Divine Maiden's veil was taken off by the reigning king of the Western Frost Kingdom, making her the queen. But through a twist of fate, Linfan had taken hers. Her initial reaction was due to this rule. However, the Divine Maiden, with her strong will and ambitions, had not adhered strictly to this tradition. Yet this did not mean that removing her veil had no impact on her. This tradition was deeply ingrained in her soul from a young age. Normally she could suppress it with her will, but the backlash from the desire Gyu had weakened her resolve, turning her suppression into fuel for her emotions. Like water poured into boiling oil, her emotions exploded. At this moment she believed Linfan, who removed her veil, was her husband, the man she would dedicate her life to. Linfan tried to push the delirious Divine Maiden away to sort things out, but she suddenly became more passionate, kissing him directly. She had just spat blood, leaving a faint taste of blood, but more than that, there was a unique fragrance, a divine scent that only the purest Divine Maidens possessed. Linfan was overwhelmed by the sudden surge of emotions. My husband, she murmured as their lips met. I can't take it anymore, Linfan exclaimed, tearing off his armor. Little tiger, take that unicorn and go play somewhere. Your master has some business to attend to, Linfan said, leaving the Tiger King speechless. The tiger, though curious, obeyed and led the unicorn away. Linfan, now alone with the Divine Maiden, found himself entangled with her under the night sky. The moonlight shone brightly, making the wheat field look exceptionally beautiful tonight. After a wild and intense night, many wheat stalks lay trampled underfoot. For a long time the two lay in each other's arms in the field. Linfan turned his head, his eyes falling on the perfect body beside him, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the Divine Maiden's mark, which seemed even more intricate and captivating. Instinctively, he reached out to gently touch it, feeling a cool and ethereal aura emanating from the mark. The Divine Maiden let out a soft moan. The mark was a unique sensitive spot, similar to a fox's tail which reacted to touch. Once again, the Divine Maiden, who had just calmed down, felt a surge of emotions, her gaze towards Linfan filled with tenderness. Without hesitation, Linfan began his exploration again. Their passionate time continued until the early morning light. Through Linfan's tireless efforts, the Divine Maiden was finally freed from the effects of the backlash. However, this was only a partial relief. The backlash still lingered, affecting her constantly. Because of this, even though she regained her sanity, her gaze towards Linfan was complicated, devoid of hatred. The desire Gyu had made her reap what she had sown. Initially she had planned to control Linfan, not only to take revenge but also to use him to achieve her grand ambitions. But in the end, she lost herself in the process. Her body now bore Linfan's mark, and he had taken her most precious treasure. Are you awake? Sensing her gaze, Linfan opened his eyes and asked. The Divine Maiden lowered her head slightly, unsure how to face him. Logically she should hate him. But under the influence of the desire Gyu, she found herself unable to muster any hatred. Moreover, apart from the enmity, Linfan was an excellent partner, meeting all her criteria. Don't worry. Even though our relationship started as a twisted fate, you are my woman now, and I will take responsibility for you, Linfan promised, gently holding her in his arms. The journey had been tumultuous. They had been fierce enemies, yet now, they found themselves in this situation. The Divine Maiden did not resist, leaning softly against him. Linfan knew her mind was in turmoil, so he started a conversation. We've known each other for a while, but I still don't know your name. With a warm smile he asked. Qing Yi, she replied softly. Qing Yi. Linfan was momentarily stunned. The name sounded familiar. What's wrong? Qing Yi asked, her voice soft and gentle. Nothing. Linfan shook his head. I just think your name is beautiful, just like you. You. Qing Yi's face turned red at his words. Such simple compliments were very effective on women in this world, unlike modern girls who might find them cliché. Haha. Linfan laughed heartily. After getting to know her better, he realized that this goddess-like figure was also just a woman. Qing Yi, he called softly after laughing. HM. She looked up, puzzled. Will you marry me? Linfan asked seriously. Boom. Qing Yi's mind went blank and she froze. Although she had already considered him her man after losing her virginity, hearing such words still left her unable to remain calm. Linfan did not rush her, gazing at her sincerely. Under his earnest gaze, Qing Yi bit her lip gently. The change had been too sudden. Just the day before, they were enemies, and now they were about to become husband and wife. What, you don't want to? Linfan pretended to be hurt. No. Qing Yi instinctively shook her head but didn't know what to say. Do you have any concerns? Linfan asked gently, though he had some idea of what was troubling her. Qing Yi nodded slightly. She indeed had concerns. The divine maidens of her tribe had always married the king of the Western Frost Kingdom, becoming the queen and shouldering the tribe's prosperity. If she married Linfan, the king of Western Frost would be furious, potentially implicating her tribe. Linfan gently stroked her hair and reassured her with a smile. I understand your concerns. But as my wife, you don't need to worry about these things. The anger of the Western Frost King? The first'll wipe out the royal family later and see who dares to oppose us. His words were domineering, but such dominance appealed to Qing Yi. Husband Qing Yi, no longer under the Gyu's control, felt her emotions surge again. I'm here. Linfan responded softly. An hour later, they finally dressed. Their battle armor was torn beyond repair, but fortunately, their inner clothes were intact, so they didn't have to worry about being without clothes. Linfan quickly dressed and watched Qing Yi, who shyly moved deeper into the wheat field to dress. Haha. Linfan laughed heartily and began to check his system rewards. After a busy night, he finally had some free time. Ding, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying. Reward max level Gyu technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for marrying a beautiful wife. Extra reward dragon blood pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for marrying a wife with a special constitution. Special reward 7 orifices exquisite pill. The system thoughtfully provided reminders just as Linfan had free time to check. 3 rewards in total. 1 for marrying, 1 for beauty, and 1 for special constitution. These rewards elevated Linfan to a new level. Max level Gyu technique. This undoubtedly meant expertise in Gyu techniques, allowing him to cultivate various Gyu insects. After absorbing the ability, Linfan understood everything about Gyu insects and their cultivation methods. Given time, he could easily cultivate king Gyu insects like the 7 emotions and 6 desires Gyu, and even create a sea of Gyu insects that could devour everything in its path. Gyu insects were always seen as mysterious and eerie in any world, often avoided due to their terrifying nature. With his max-level Gyu technique, killing silently would be as easy as drinking water, and he could wipe out a city with a mere gesture. This ability in the hands of an unscrupulous person would be a disaster for the world. No wonder these rewards are so powerful. Linfan marveled at the rewards, each elevating him to new heights. After processing the rewards, Linfan turned to the remaining ones. The dragon blood pill was a priceless treasure for enhancing physical strength, but required a painful and time-consuming process to consume. It was not suitable for now but could be used later. The 7 orifices exquisite pill was intended for his wife with a special constitution, enhancing her external abilities and strengthening their bond. Just then, Qing Yi, fully dressed, walked out of the wheat field, looking like a goddess descending to earth under the morning light. Linfan smiled. She was indeed his greatest reward. This is for you. Linfan handed over a pill, the 7 orifices exquisite pill, a reward from the system. What is this, Qing Yi? I asked, puzzled. This is the 7 orifices exquisite pill, It will enhance your constitution, Linfan explained. Qing Yi had a special constitution known as the exquisite body, which was attuned to spiritual power. People with this constitution naturally possess strong spiritual power and could cultivate unique spiritual techniques. When they first met, Qing Yi had used a mesmerizing ability, which was one of these spiritual techniques. She was considered the most outstanding Divine Maiden in hundreds of years due to this constitution, as it greatly enhanced her abilities when using the Divine Maiden's unique spiritual techniques. The Seven Orifices Exquisite Pill could upgrade her exquisite body to the Seven Orifices Exquisite Holy Body, making her spiritual power even stronger and improving various aspects, such as her comprehension of martial arts. Breaking through to Martial Saint required both physical strength and martial will, and the Seven Orifices Exquisite Body greatly supported the latter. With this constitution, once the physical issue was resolved, breaking through to Martial Saint would be almost certain. Martial Saints were extraordinary beings, often revered as gods in some places. Historically, very few had ever reached this level. Qing Yi, aware of her own constitution, widened her eyes upon learning that the pill could enhance it. This is too precious, she shook her head, refusing it. She didn't doubt its authenticity, as she had absolute trust in Linfan, but it was simply too valuable. Linfan pushed it back to her with a smile. It's because it's precious that I'm giving it to you. Qing Yi's eyes reddened with unprecedented emotion. They were originally tied by a twisted fate. She had thought that even if Linfan didn't look down on her, he wouldn't have any real feelings either. The desire goo had changed her emotions, but she wasn't a fool. Yet, she hadn't expected this. What? You seem so strong, but are you a crybaby too? Linfan teased with a smile. Yes, I'm a crybaby, Qing Yi admitted, feeling like she could be won at that moment. Haha, Linfan laughed heartily and playfully tapped her nose. The affectionate gesture made Qing Yi feel shy, but mostly happy. It wasn't just the influence of the desire goo, her heart was truly touched. Take it. I'll watch over you, Linfan said, withdrawing his hand. Qing Yi nodded lightly, then sat down cross-legged and swallowed the pill. The system's pills were undoubtedly effective. Though the process was lengthy, as the medicine was absorbed, visible changes began to occur in Qing Yi, transforming her from the inside out. Her skin became even fairer, smooth to an unreal degree. Her light purple eyes and perfect figure made her look like a character straight out of a fantasy world. She also exuded a unique aura that inexplicably attracted spiritual power. When her purple eyes swept across, it felt as if she could see through one's thoughts. This was the ability of the Seven Orifices Exquisite Body, allowing spiritual power to see into the heart. Linfan didn't guard against it. The ability took effect instantly. When Qing Yi saw Linfan's thoughts, her face flushed red. As for why? Well, those who understand, understand. You're not serious, she said shyly. Linfan smiled. It wasn't his fault, she was just too captivating. Did it work? Linfan asked with concern, not acting on his thoughts. Qing Yi's face was still red, but her emotions turned excited, and she leapt into Linfan's arms again. This time, though she wasn't under the influence of the backlash, her embrace was even stronger. Thank you. She spoke from the heart. It wasn't just about the enhancement of her constitution but also the deep love from her man. Giving such a precious pill without hesitation was something even long-married couples might struggle to do. No need to thank me, Linfan shook his head. We are one now. In the future, don't say such things. If you must thank me, don't use words. How then? Qing Yi asked seriously, wanting to remember. Linfan grinned mischievously. Simple, use actions. Huh. Qing Yi didn't understand at first. But when Linfan explained, her face turned as red as blood. You're so naughty, she said shyly, realizing just how cheeky he was. Seeing her shy demeanor, Linfan felt he had to show her enough respect. In her surprised gasp, the clothes she had just put on were taken off again. The sounds of their affection filled the air, echoing continuously. The view of the wheat field was beautiful, but it paled in comparison to the person in his arms. Linfan's inner thoughts. By noon they walked out of the wheat field hand in hand, after almost a day and night of craziness, looking for the Tiger King and the unicorn. The Tiger King had left clear tracks. When they found the two beasts, the scene was unexpected. The Tiger King lay comfortably on the ground, humming softly, while the unicorn lay beside it, closely snuggled together. Each time the Tiger King hummed, the unicorn would look at it with gentle eyes. If it were a man and a woman, people would only feel envious of their love. But seeing a tiger and a horse in such a scene was entirely different. The two beasts quickly noticed the couple approaching. They sprang up in a panic, like lovers caught in the act. Wow! Little tiger, you're too wild. Crossing species, Linfan exclaimed, surprised by the tiger's boldness. Qing Yi too was at a loss. Her pure unicorn was no longer pure. She felt like she had lost too much herself and her mount. An unruly master indeed had an unruly mount. The Tiger King grinned foolishly. It wasn't his fault the little mare was too charming, and he couldn't help himself. The unicorn lowered its head, not daring to look at its master, but it didn't regret it. The Tiger King had shown it a new world. What started as a fierce chase ended in an unimaginable way. No one would believe it without seeing it. But it didn't affect Linfan's triumphant return. It was a great victory. And this was just the beginning. The real challenge lay ahead. Taking out the dragon blood pill, Linfan considered how his already extraordinary physique would strengthen further. He thought of the martial experts from the Buddhist sects. With a calm smile, he imagined dealing with the royal family of Western Frost. Qing Yi, understanding her man's thoughts, held his hand tighter, giving him a look of firm determination. Report. Urgent military report from the Western Front. A soldier with a small flag on his back rushed into the Hall of Heavenly Peace. At that moment, the hall was hosting the morning court session, with ministers and officials gathered together. Seated on the dragon throne, the empress in her imperial robes exuded a growing aura of authority. Every time she frowned, the ministers felt a tightness in their hearts. In recent days, the remnants of the Right Chancellor's faction had been thoroughly purged, and the Empress Long Kiwi's iron-fisted methods had quickly earned her great prestige. But upon seeing the messenger, her composed demeanor faltered. The Western battlefield was not only crucial for the Great Long dynasty, but also held personal significance for her, as it involved the person she cared about the most, making her worry day and night. Finally, there was news. Your Majesty, urgent military report from the West. Marquis Shen Lin led the army, and, in just one day, defeated 300,000 troops of the Western Frost Kingdom, capturing and killing countless enemies. All lost territories have been reclaimed. The messenger knelt on the ground, reporting loudly, his face flushed with excitement. Is this true? Before the Empress could speak, the elderly Left Chancellor couldn't remain calm. No one knew how much he, a sage in the hearts of the people, had suffered during the chaos in the country. Knowing that the enemy had invaded their land and oppressed their people, leaving them homeless, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. In these days, his once robust body had been worn down by worry. Now, hearing of this great victory, he couldn't control himself, feeling a surge of strength fill him. As he stepped forward to speak, his body trembled slightly, and attentive observers could see his lips quivering. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Teacher. Yi Qinghe looked at his mentor with concern. I'm fine. The Left Chancellor waved his hand, indicating he was all right, and turned back to the messenger. The messenger, exhausted from the long journey, was still very excited and confirmed the news. It's absolutely true. The messenger's excitement grew as he spoke. And this is just the beginning. Marquis Shen Lin declared that those who challenge the might of Great Long, no matter how far, will be exterminated. He has led the army into Western Frost's territory to destroy the royal family and annex their lands into our domain. When I left, the army had already occupied several regions of Western Frost. Upon hearing the report, the entire court erupted in cheers. The initial news of repelling the invaders was thrilling, but the follow-up actions made their blood boil. Even the elderly officials, with white hair and beards, were as excited as young men, their faces flushed with joy. Good, 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 good. Duke Chen and the other military officials cheered loudly. Young generals, eager to join the battlefield, wished they could fly to the front lines and assist their invincible marquis in conquering Western Frost. Expanding the nation's territory was the dream of many generals. With Marquis Shen Lin, our Great Long is secure. Haha. How dare those barbarians challenge our Great Long's might? They deserve to be annihilated. Marquis Shen Lin is a role model for us all. Even the civil officials were jubilant. Despite the usual tension between civil and military officials, they shared the same pride in the nation's honor. Western Frost, a small and bitterly cold country, had always been seen as inferior to the vast and powerful Great Long dynasty. The fact that they dared to invade during Great Long's internal turmoil was a huge provocation. Marquis Shen Lin's bold response resonated deeply with everyone. Empress Long Kuai, seated on the dragon throne, couldn't hide her pride as she listened to the minister's praises. Look, this is my man, Linfan. At this moment she felt unprecedented confidence as she looked at her ministers. Faced with such a confident empress, the officials felt genuine respect, especially knowing she had such a formidable partner. Some traditionalists who had opposed a female emperor now had mixed feelings. If the Empress's man could indeed fulfill his bold promises and annex Western Frost, traditional rules seemed less important. Expanding the Empire's territory was the highest honor for an emperor, far surpassing other considerations. After all, Great Long was founded on military strength, and the people were filled with martial spirit. The martial emperor had gained his high prestige by expanding the territory, and now, with Linfan's supreme achievements, Empress Long Kui's prestige was soaring. However, unlike the joyful court, Prince Ning in the south couldn't smile. With the help of Buddhist masters, he had held the upper hand in the battle, pushing the elite forces of the capital led by Duke Tang into a corner. These past days, he had been enjoying his success, even dreaming of sitting on the throne. But the news from the west terrified him. The 300,000 elite troops of Western Frost had been defeated by his niece's man, who had now invaded Western Frost's territory. He knew of the bold declaration made by this powerful figure. Faced with such a formidable opponent, how could he remain calm? Especially upon hearing about the invincible beast on the battlefield that no army could withstand, his heart sank further. Master Kongji. In this situation, Prince Ning had to turn to his ally. The Buddhist master's expression was also grim. Their network had reported from the west as well. Your Highness need not worry. These are just tricks. With my senior brother here, they will be revealed for what they are. Such tactics might intimidate small, undeveloped countries, but against real power, they are nothing. Though he had his thoughts, the Buddhist master reassured Prince Ning, trying to calm him. Reassured by the master's words and thinking of the Buddhist's strength and the senior brother's godlike abilities, Prince Ning's confidence returned. His niece's resources were indeed surprising, but his alliance with the Buddhists was no less significant. Coupled with his own strength and the foundation he had built in the south, he saw no reason for failure. The advantage was his. Prince Ning regained his confidence, but still felt uneasy. Send this letter to the central capital. Our allies have enjoyed peace for too long, it's time they prove their worth. He summoned a trusted aide and handed over a letter. Yes, the aide quickly took the letter and left. Though the situation in the west is surprising, it's just a minor issue that can't change anything. With renewed confidence, Prince Ning gathered his generals to discuss important matters. Joy of victory? He planned to give his niece an even bigger surprise. The Western Frost Kingdom was a semi-desert country. Due to its harsh environment, it seldom faced threats from invaders. Except for occasional conflicts between oasis tribes, life was generally peaceful. However, that all changed when Linfan led his army into the country. Wherever the red flag passed, people either surrendered or were forcibly enslaved and sent to the mines of Great Long or to expand the Western Canal. The brutal actions of Linfan's army terrified the various tribes of Western Frost. The royal family quickly organized an army for defense. But no fortress, no matter how strong, could withstand the assault of the mechanical serpent. This beast burrowed underground and easily dismantled even the sturdiest walls. As for direct battles, the outcome was even quicker. With 300,000 elite troops easily defeated, how much strength did Western Frost have left? From the beginning, this was an unequal conflict, akin to modern forces crushing those with World War I level armaments. Resistance was futile. As Linfan's army swept through the land, the name Demon Army began to spread. Wherever the Demon Army went, the tribes of Western Frost surrendered without a fight. The royal family of Western Frost held out stubbornly in their oasis capital, refusing to surrender. But faced with such an invincible force, they were doomed to fail. In less than a month, the oasis housing the royal family was overrun. The mechanical beasts flattened the defenses, and tens of thousands of soldiers began to clean up the battlefield and manage the captives. Husband, can I ask you for a favor? Qing Yi approached Linfan hesitantly, watching the captives being escorted by the army. A favor? Linfan was surprised. Yes, please. Qing Yi bit her lip gently. Linfan quickly understood and embraced her with a smile. Silly, you don't need to ask for favors from me. If you want something, just tell me. I'd pluck the stars from the sky for you. Over the past month, the two had spent almost every moment together, their relationship deepening rapidly. Through daily interaction, they had grown dependent on each other, their affection intensifying. Love grows over time. Though Linfan couldn't pluck stars, his feelings were genuine. Qing Yi, with her 7 orifices exquisite holy body, could easily discern sincerity. She was deeply moved by Linfan's genuine affection. They were brought together by what seemed like a twisted fate. But it turned into a blessed union. Go ahead, what is it? Linfan playfully pinched her cheek, enjoying the smooth, jade-like texture. Qing Yi looked down slightly. Can you release my aunt? Your aunt? The Queen of Western Frost Linfan was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood. The Queens of Western Frost were traditionally from the Divine Maiden tribe. Yes, Qing Yi's light purple eyes held a hint of worry as she looked at Linfan, fearing misunderstanding. Though my aunt is the queen, she has no ambitions. She won't cause any trouble for you. Hey ha! Linfan laughed. I thought it was something serious. Your aunt is like my own. Even if you hadn't asked, I wouldn't harm her. He instructed his dark guards to bring the queen. Thank you, husband. Qing Yi felt a wave of sweetness. She had always been independent, striving to be strong without relying on anyone. But with Linfan, she found herself embracing the idea of dependence. Having someone to rely on felt wonderful. Linfan's indulgence made her heart melt. She increasingly resembled a young girl, shedding her former strong facade. Even without the influence of the desire goo, she would have been devoted to Linfan. Women's emotions are often complex and unpredictable. Master? The Queen of Western Frost is here. The dark guards soon returned with the queen. Linfan looked over. A woman in her 30s wearing a fitted palace dress walked in. Her voluptuous figure was accentuated by the dress, and her fair skin was stunning. The low-cut design revealed a hint of cleavage, and her mature charm was captivating. She had the same light purple eyes and the Divine Maiden's mark, but this former Divine Maiden gave Linfan a different feeling. If Qing Yi was a perfectly ripe peach, this woman was an overripe one, ready to burst with a touch. As Linfan observed her, she looked at him. Their gazes meeting with an electric spark. Auntie Qing Yi approached happily. Little Qing Yi, the queen, looked at her niece with joy, understanding why she had been singled out from the captives. She knew of her niece's allegiance to Linfan, having faced disdain from the royal family because of it. But she believed her niece had good reasons. In truth, she was right. Facing Linfan's invincible army, Western Frost had no chance of resistance. If she were in the same position, she would make the same choice. The Divine Maidens didn't marry into the royal family out of necessity, but because the royal family was the strongest force in the land. Unlike Qing Yi, who resisted fate and fought for her ambitions, the queen had fewer aspirations. Moreover, seeing Linfan up close, she was more convinced of his power. The two women chatted, occasionally glancing at Linfan. He watched them, surprised when the system notification rang. Ning. High-value woman detected. Marrying her will grant an additional reward. Hearing this, Linfan couldn't stay calm. Was he supposed to become a scoundrel? Had he just defeated an enemy only to proposition their queen? Especially when she was his new wife's aunt? But the reward of a dragon blood pill was significant, enhancing his strength. It was an unexpected bonus for conquering Western Frost. What should he choose? Should he test his resolve? However, before he could decide, someone else made the choice for him. What did you say? Linfan was stunned. After some conversation with her aunt, Qing Yi actually suggested that he take her aunt in as his own. Yes, take her in the literal sense. This was even more shocking than the system's prompt. The system had only suggested rewards without explicitly stating anything. This is a tradition in our Western Frost Kingdom, Qing Yi explained in detail. The victor has the right to take the wives of the defeated. You led the army that defeated the royal family, so my aunt is now your personal property. But she's my aunt, and I don't want her to be treated as a disposable asset. I hope you can take her in and give her a stable home, instead of handing her over to someone else, where she would become a mere toy. Qing Yi's request was sincere but sounded outrageous even to herself. Can you fulfill this selfish request of mine? She asked, lowering her head. She felt guilty for repeatedly asking favors, fearing she was taking advantage of Linfan's affection. She didn't want her aunt, who had always cared for her, to end up like the wives of other defeated chieftains, treated as commodities and discarded once they lost their novelty. The Queen of Western Frost remained silent, her gaze on Linfan softening, filled with hope. Unlike Qing Yi, she had no grand ambitions, and just wanted a peaceful life. She harbored a secret: she had never let the King of Western Frost touch her. Using her spiritual powers, she had created illusions to keep him satisfied with a maid who accompanied her. This meant she was still pure. If Linfan hadn't attacked, she would have soon been deposed as queen. She admired strength, and Linfan was undoubtedly strong. She hoped he would accept her, but if not, she wouldn't mind giving up her life. Over the years she had become indifferent to her fate. Auntie Qing Yi called out joyfully as she approached. Little Qing Yi, the queen responded, happy to see her niece, understanding why she was singled out from the captives. If not for Linfan's overwhelming power, Western Frost had no chance of resisting. The Divine Maidens had always married the strongest men, and now Linfan had proven to be the strongest. Does it have to be this way? Linfan felt a headache coming on. The system's reward was tempting, but the situation was awkward. He was a product of modern education, and this felt wrong. Qing Yi nodded vigorously. Can't I just set her free, and let her live her life as she wishes? Linfan asked, feeling helpless. Qing Yi shook her head. Your kindness is appreciated, but not everyone is as kind as you. Without strong protection, do you think my aunt can live peacefully? The Queen of Western Frost, a captivating beauty, was bound to attract trouble without strong protection. And also Qing Yi blushed, looking away. As an outsider, I would like to have a companion. Her words revealed a hidden motive. She feared being unable to integrate into Linfan's life, especially with the Empress of Great Long as his wife. Having her aunt as an ally would help her navigate this new life. Let's wait on that decision, Linfan finally said. She can stay with me for now, but we'll see what happens. I don't want her to feel forced into anything. But Qing Yi tried to argue but was cut off by Linfan. I've decided. With me around, no one will dare disrespect her. Linfan then smiled apologetically at the queen. He expected his refusal to make things awkward, but surprisingly, it only made the queen's gaze more intense. What does this mean? Linfan was puzzled, but didn't say more. Thank you, husband, Qing Yi said. Though a bit disappointed, her love for Linfan grew. His refusal showed he valued his wives genuinely, not just for their beauty. She didn't say more but became more determined to have her aunt stay with Linfan. Such a beauty deserved someone as strong as him. Unaware of her thoughts, Linfan arranged for the queen's accommodations, ensuring she wouldn't return to the captives' camp. That night, as Linfan prepared to rest, he noticed something different about Qing Yi. Why are you doing this, auntie? Linfan sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief. He hadn't expected Qing Yi to go to such lengths, hiding this from him. After a victory celebration with his subordinates, he returned to his quarters later than usual. But instead of his wife waiting for him in bed, it was the Queen of Western Frost, Qing Yi's aunt. Though they looked somewhat alike and the queen wore his wife's nightgown with the same Divine Maiden mark on her forehead, her scent was unmistakable. Linfan knew immediately it wasn't Qing Yi. Even under the thin blanket, her fuller figure was evident, unlike Qing Yi's. Hearing Linfan, the queen slowly opened her eyes, her initial tension evident. Do you find me unworthy? She asked softly. As an older woman, she didn't react with the desperation of a young girl but with calm determination. This isn't about worthiness. We should be clear-headed about this. You can't just follow me without proper status, Linfan said, feeling even more helpless. The queen shook her head slightly, her light purple eyes filled with determination. I don't care about that. Auntie, Linfan began. But the queen interrupted, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm sorry for overstepping. I will leave now. She moved to get up, her thin nightgown clinging to her graceful figure. Auntie, that's not what I meant. Linfan reached out to stop her, pulling her back onto the bed. In the process, her gown tore, revealing a smooth, lavender undergarment. A faint, intoxicating fragrance filled the air, and she let out a soft moan, almost like a kitten's purr. You're a hero, a man who stands above others. I admire you. If you're willing to accept me, I don't need a title. Just remember me, she said, her voice steady but her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Seeing her sincerity, Linfan hesitated. She took his pause as a sign and embraced him, her determination evident in her actions. The unique scent of a Divine Maiden filled Linfan's senses. Despite his resolve, he felt his control slipping. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully married another wife. Reward advanced star-gazing technique. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host. For marrying a highly attractive wife, you receive an extra reward dragon blood pill. As the system's prompts rang out, Linfan was in shock. The queen, supposedly married for years, was still a virgin. Her initial gasp of pain and the tight grip on the sheets confirmed it. Linfan's eyes softened, and he gently brushed her hair back, cradling her in his arms. Slowly, her tense features relaxed, and she clung to him tightly. Their night was filled with passion and comfort. The next morning, Linfan looked at the woman beside him with a wry smile. He hadn't expected such a turn of events but resolved to take responsibility. Gently pulling her closer, he noticed her still furrowed brows gradually smoothing out in his warm embrace. Her soft red lips curved into a slight smile, even in her sleep. Although her body was in her 30s, she seemed as innocent as a young girl, exhausted from their night together. In the comforting hold of Linfan, she found peace, her pain melting away. Linfan, being a modern man, found it hard to grasp the depth of her commitment, but he was a responsible person with a strong sense of possession. This world is crazy, he mused, thinking about the traditional values that led to such outcomes. He gently held her and accessed the system rewards. Advanced star-gazing technique. As he received the knowledge, countless details filled his mind. The technique allowed him to predict weather, borrow wind and rain, and even extend life. He thought of his father-in-law, the martial emperor, whose life source was depleting. Perhaps this technique could extend his life. You really are my lucky star, Linfan whispered, looking at the sleeping woman. His whisper woke her. Seeing him, she blushed but didn't pull away, her eyes filled with affection. Linfan smiled, but before he could say anything, he sensed movement outside the room. Why aren't you coming in? How long do you plan to stand outside? Linfan said irritably. With his mental awareness, he naturally couldn't be unaware that someone was standing outside the door. Creak. The moment he finished speaking, the door was gently pushed open, and a graceful figure in a purple dress walked in. It was truly the divine wife, not the aunt who had pretended to be her in bed. She wore a familiar purple gauze dress with an exotic charm, her figure perfectly curvaceous, each part just right. The aunt, the previous Divine Maiden, was extraordinarily beautiful, almost beyond compare. But compared to King Yi, she was still a bit inferior. If there was a true Divine Maiden in the world, it was undoubtedly the beauty before him. The unique aura of her 7 orifices' exquisite heart made her seem ethereal, irresistibly drawing people to explore her mysteries. Linfan had looked countless times, but every time he saw his wife, he wanted to delve deeper, never growing tired. However, thinking of what she had done, his face darkened. How dare you? Don't you know I hate being deceived? Linfan feigned anger. Though he had benefited from the incident, such presumptuous behavior was unacceptable. Husband, I was wrong. Qing Yi, though normally aloof, lowered her head obediently, admitting her mistake. After all, there was indeed some scheming on her part this time. Linfan, don't blame Qing Yi. It was me who asked for her help. The aunt also spoke up to support her. They were very close, and now sharing a man, they were even closer. You two. Linfan sighed helplessly, unable to say much more. After all, this was his choice. He couldn't resist the temptation. Come, sit down. Let's have a proper talk. It's my fortune that you're willing to stay with me, and I will give you the status you deserve. Linfan patted the bedside, signaling Qing Yi to sit next to him. Qing Yi obediently sat down beside him. Looking at the 2 generations of Divine Maidens, similar in appearance, Linfan didn't scold them further. Instead, he started talking intimately. Despite the twists and other reasons in their relationship, both women had given him their most precious things. Under such circumstances, Linfan couldn't possibly deny them the status they deserved. Although they didn't say it, they both yearned for acknowledgement. Linfan's sincerity touched their hearts. Husband, thank you. Qing Yi, he said gratefully. Is that just lip service? Linfan smirked mischievously. Since they dared to scheme against him, he said he would punish them harshly, and so he would. We'll do whatever you want. Qing Yi blushed and accepted the punishment submissively. And me. The aunt joined in, ready to face the punishment with her younger companion. On one side was the tender, affectionate former Divine Maiden, on the other was the shy, current Divine Maiden. Linfan stood in the middle. The experience was beyond imagination, only those who actually experienced it could truly understand its wonder. No wonder kings didn't attend court early. Such a wonderful life made him want to stay in bed forever. But with many matters to handle, he couldn't indulge endlessly. By noon he emerged from the room with his 2 wives, both radiant and similar in appearance. The Deputy General of the Army was waiting outside, ready for orders. The battlefield had been cleared, awaiting Linfan's command. Seeing his commander emerge with 2 stunning beauties, one of whom was the Queen of Xishuang Kingdom, the Deputy General couldn't help but feel envious. However, he didn't dare to stare. He just quickly reported to Linfan, Marquise, the battlefield is cleared, and the spoils are accounted for. Here is the list. Linfan quickly scanned the list and nodded. You've done well. Take out 20% of the gold and silver to reward the soldiers. The rest will be rewarded when we return. You have served Dalong well, and Dalong will not forget your merits. Since the Empress of Dalong was his wife, he had no worries about overstepping in giving rewards. The Deputy General understood this, so he accepted the order without question and eagerly went to execute it. Soon, cheers erupted from the camp. The royal family of Xishuang Kingdom had accumulated wealth for hundreds of years. Even 20% was an unimaginable amount. Distributed among tens of thousands of soldiers, each got a significant sum. Back home they could buy good farmland and live a comfortable life with their families. That was all these soldiers wanted when risking their lives on the battlefield. Linfan gave them that, instantly raising his prestige and making him an object of fervent worship. Linfan smiled faintly, not caring about this. He just did what he thought was right. What pleased him was another gain on the list. The spoils included precious herbs and special metals unique to Xishuang Kingdom. With these special metals, the mechanical beasts can finally be upgraded. Linfan smiled upon seeing the rare metals needed for his mechanical beasts. The current beasts were strong but still ordinary. The true power came from those with a fantastical nature. Like flying and burrowing, these weren't yet possible. So far, only burrowing was achieved through mechanical means. Linfan, seeing your reaction, do you need these herbs and metals? Qing Qi, the queen of Xishuang, asked when she saw Linfan's smile. Qing Qi, that was the queen's name. They had introduced themselves intimately, no longer strangers. Yes. Linfan nodded. Besides my martial prowess, I'm skilled in alchemy. Those giant beasts you saw are mechanical beasts I created using special metals. Skilled in alchemy, and you made those terrifying beasts from metal. Qing Qi was astonished. Alchemy was valuable everywhere. But the real shock was that those feared beasts, deemed demonic, were his creations. This terrifying ability struck her like lightning. Recovering, she gazed at Linfan with even more fervor. She admired strength, and the stronger Linfan was, the more she loved him. Love beyond control. No small talk, everything fell into place naturally. This is nothing, your husband knows much more. Linfan pinched her smooth cheek, loving how his women adored him. Forgive him for being shallow. As the elder, Qing Qi didn't mind his affection, leaning in closer. Qing Yi was more reserved, but Linfan pulled her into his arms. This embrace was what he liked. Husband, if these herbs and metals are useful to you, I know a place with more than the Xishuang royal family. Qing Qi revealed an extremely useful piece of information. Where? Linfan was immediately interested. These items were more valuable to him than gold and jewels. The Divine Maiden tribe. In unison, both women revealed the location. The Divine Maiden tribe. In the entire Xishuang kingdom, it is a place full of mystique. Even in the surrounding countries, this mystical tribe is well known. Generations of divine maidens. All are universally acknowledged as unparalleled beauties. Linfan led his army sweeping across the land, avoiding this mystical place because of Qing Yi. But now that there were things he needed, he had to make a trip there. Having married 2 generations of divine maidens, shouldn't they prepare a generous dowry for him? This was perfectly reasonable. Shall we go now? With the 2 of us, the tribe won't delay or refuse. The 2 women spoke. They say daughters are bound to their husbands' homes, and this was evidently true. After following Linfan, they began to reveal their family's secrets without hesitation. Linfan looked at the sky and shook his head slightly. No rush. There will be a heavy rain tonight. Let's rest for a night, and then go. Heavy rain tonight. The 2 women looked up at the sky. It was clear and sunny, not a sign of rain in sight. Don't believe me? Linfan asked with a smile. They were familiar with each other by now, so there was no awkwardness. No. The 2 women shook their heads simultaneously. We may not be experts, but we know enough to tell that it won't rain in the coming days based on the current weather. This wasn't an exaggeration. Xishuang Kingdom was a semi-desert region, and watching the weather was essential to avoid sandstorms. As divine maidens of a powerful tribe, they naturally possessed these skills. Saying they knew a bit was modest. Shall we make a bet? Linfan chuckled. The 2 women exchanged a glance and then nodded. Sure, but let's not bet too much. We can't afford it. Don't worry, you can definitely afford this bet. Linfan's smile widened. His wives had what he wanted. The 2 women, confident in their weather reading skills, agreed without hesitation. The bet was on. With the command to camp for the night, no one objected. However, the soldiers found it strange to stay an extra day. The Marquis said there would be heavy rain tonight, so we camp for the night and leave tomorrow. An informed soldier explained. Linfan hadn't kept the prediction a secret, so the news spread. The Marquis can read the weather? Isn't that something only those mysterious astrologers do? The soldiers were puzzled. To them, this wasn't an easy skill. It involved rituals, maybe even shamanistic practices. I wouldn't believe it from anyone else, but our Marquis is a descended god. I'd believe it if he said he could command the weather. A soldier declared fervently, obviously a fan. No one mocked him, because all the soldiers were Linfan's fans, just to varying degrees. Linfan heard about it, and was slightly surprised. Who is this Lu San? How does he know I can command the weather? Linfan was amazed. He had only acquired this ability last night, yet Lu San somehow knew. PFFT. The two women by his side burst into laughter. Husband, you're too convincing. It's almost real. Xun Qi, the more playful one, teased him. Even Qing Yi, usually reserved, smiled. Clearly they thought Linfan was joking. Not even the most powerful martial saint could control the weather, let alone a mortal. Only a true god could. But were there true gods? Linfan laughed and said, "Shall we make another bet?" "Sure." The women agreed without hesitation. "Then be prepared. Don't say I didn't warn you." Linfan chuckled, eager to test his full celestial observation skill. His wives were just giving him extra motivation. Okay. The wives nodded. Even if they lost, they didn't mind. They were already his completely. Night fell quickly. Seeing the night sky, the women chuckled. "Husband, where's the rain?" "Not a drop in sight." Qing Qi approached Linfan, who was tinkering in the yard, bending slightly, almost enclosing his head in her chest. The unique fragrance, the mature allure, was irresistible. Linfan, smelling the fragrance, continued his work, smiling. "Don't rush, it's just nightfall. There's still a long night ahead. Even so, I believe you'll lose tonight." Qing Qi leaned on his shoulder, her soft chest nearly enveloping his head. What a comfortable pillow. In this world, there were no heavily padded bras. What you saw was what you got, enhancing the natural feel. Linfan finished his work and leaned back, enjoying the comfort. Qing Qi adjusted herself to make him more comfortable. As the older sister, she knew how to care. Qing Yi, being more reserved, couldn't be as bold, but she brought grapes, peeling them and feeding him. But in such comfort, the night deepened. "The wind is coming." Linfan opened his eyes. The wind. The women saw no sign of it. But before they could ask, a breeze picked up, growing stronger, bending the sturdy cypress trees. Their dresses fluttered, outlining their figures, the thin gauze revealing a tantalizing sight. They ignored this because Linfan was right. "The rain is coming. Let's go inside, or we'll get wet." Linfan stood, taking his dazed wives' hands and leading them inside. As they reached the eaves, raindrops began to fall, then poured down like a waterfall. Seeing the heavy rain, the women were stunned again. Tonight, there really was heavy rain. The wind could be a coincidence, common in the semi-desert environment. But rain was different. Mishuang wasn't a rainy place. Seeing his stunned wives, Linfan smiled. He had won the first bet and planned to collect his reward. The next bet would come later. The women, initially stunned, quickly blushed and cried out in surprise, lifted into the air, their minds blank. The rain poured heavily. But the commotion inside was just as intense. It was unclear how much time had passed before the noise inside finally settled down. The two women were drenched in sweat, their hair plastered to their pale skin, showing how fierce the punishment had been. "Do you still dare to bet?" Linfan asked with a smile. When he got serious, even the two of them couldn't withstand it. The two women couldn't respond immediately, lying exhausted for a while before recovering. The more mature Divine Maiden, Qing Qi, was more resilient. Despite knowing how powerful he was, she still refused to admit defeat. "Dare." She took a deep breath, struggling to sit up, expressing her stubbornness. Qing Yi remained silent, but it was clear she wasn't one to back down either. They both acknowledged Linfan's ability to predict rain, realizing he indeed had this skill. But to summon the wind and rain? That was truly the stuff of gods. They knew their man was powerful, but not to that extent. "If you still dare, then get up. Today, I will show you your husband's true abilities." Linfan got up from the bed. Despite the busy night, he was still energetic, showing no signs of fatigue. He had taken the dragon blood pill given by Qing Qi, boosting his physique to unimaginable levels. He had tested it lightly. He could lift a heavy rockery with one hand and throw it out of sight effortlessly. He even had a premonition that if his physique continued to strengthen, he might one day walk on air. Although he couldn't do it yet, the feeling was strong, as if gravity would soon lose its hold on him. Though the Divine Maiden's bodies were extraordinarily resilient, they seemed like they were made of water before him. If he hadn't held back. The two women struggled to get up from the battlefield, showing it was no joke. Putting on their somewhat torn clothes, they supported each other as they followed Linfan outside. The rain still poured, showing no signs of stopping soon. But the strong wind had ceased, leaving only the downpour. Since it's still raining, I won't summon rain. How about I blow away the clouds with an east wind? Linfan looked at the sky, then turned to his wives. Okay. The two women exchanged a glance and nodded. Don't blink. Bao clink. Linfan walked into the heavy rain. But the rain couldn't touch him, dispersing a foot away from him due to some unknown force. Without using any internal energy, just a natural emanation of power. This alone made the two women's hearts skip a beat. Aunt, I suddenly feel that our husband can indeed summon the east wind to blow away the clouds. Qing Yihai had witnessed Lin Fan's abilities step by step. Before meeting Lin Fan, she always dominated others. But since meeting him, she had never had the upper hand, being thoroughly suppressed every time. Eventually she even lost herself. She remembered well his confident aura, which she once thought was blind confidence that would cost him. But it was she who paid the price. Now, seeing that aura again, even stronger than before, she panicked. Qing Qi chuckled. Our man is indeed capable, probably unmatched in this world. But to control the wind and rain, that's the realm of gods, beyond our mortal reach. Though she knew Lin Fan's power, she hadn't experienced it as often as Qing Yi. As the two women conversed, Lin Fan reached the items he had been arranging in the yard earlier. These were peculiar jade stones, seemingly placed randomly. But from above they formed a faint star chart. It was indeed a star chart. To harness the power of the stars, one needed to resonate with them, thus drawing down their mystical power. Lin Fan looked up at the sky. Though covered by clouds, the star's power was unstoppable. Activating his full celestial observation skill, starry patterns appeared in his eyes, forming complex star charts. He moved lightly, adjusting the jade stones in the yard. Once everything was in place, he took out another jade stone from his sleeve and placed it in a missing spot on the chart. As the stone settled, a mysterious aura emanated from the star chart. What happened next left the two women with a lifelong memory. The cloud-covered sky revealed specks of starlight breaking through, connecting with the jade stones on the ground. Wind rise, clouds scatter. Lin Fan gently touched the stones, the star's light becoming more dazzling, illuminating the dark night. At some point, the wind truly picked up, blowing towards the clouds. In the slightly harsh wind, the rain-heavy clouds gradually dispersed, blown away. The rain stopped. Under a clear, unpolluted sky, the stars shone brightly. One cluster of stars shone the brightest, linking directly to the jade stones. By harnessing the stars' power to control the wind and rain, Lin Fan's full celestial observation skill was nearly godlike. Under the eaves, the two women watched the summoned east wind and the dispersed clouds in stunned silence. Their husband hadn't lied. He could not only predict the weather but also summon the wind and disperse the clouds, altering the weather. Controlling the wind and rain was real. They had lost the second bet, completely. However, instead of fear, the two women's gaze towards Lin Fan grew even more fervent. Especially Qing Qi, who revered strength. Her intense gaze almost set Lin Fan ablaze. Lin Fan deactivated the star chart formation and turned to intimidate his wives. The next punishment would be even fiercer. He had planned to mold them into what he desired tonight. But before he could speak, Qing Qi, overwhelmed with passion, threw herself into his arms. The heat from her body nearly set him on fire. Husband. Qing Qi breathed warmly, her body burning hot. What's going on? Lin Fan was bewildered. This wasn't the reaction he expected. Before he could say more, he was enveloped by his passionate wife. That night was beyond imagination. It wasn't until daylight that things gradually calmed down. Lin Fan sighed lightly. He hadn't expected such a fierce opponent. Though she now lay limply beside him, her earlier intensity was unprecedented. Lin Fan knew that the days ahead would be very busy. The heavy rain lasted all night. By noon the next day, after the army had their meal, they set off again. They marched with mountains of loot and a large group of captives, heading towards the Divine Maiden tribe. Being a victorious army, they moved swiftly. Soon enough, they reached the oasis where the mystical Divine Maiden tribe resided. Compared to other tribes' oases, the Divine Maiden tribe's oasis was top-notch in both environment and size. Lush mountains and clear waters, filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers, and abundant resources. Despite the war, the oasis remained largely unaffected. When Lin Fan and his troops arrived, they saw many young women riding white horses, hunting in the oasis. Despite the harsh conditions, their skin was fair, a testament to the magical spring that nourished them. These young women were all strikingly beautiful, tall and fair-skinned, a paradise for men. The rough soldiers couldn't take their eyes off them. This was indeed paradise. But none of them dared to misbehave. This was the homeland of the Marquis's wives, and anyone who caused trouble here would be torn apart by the fanatical followers, even before the Marquis could act. "Sister, there's an army outside." A young girl, chasing a gazelle, reached the edge of the oasis and saw the approaching army. Seeing the massive army, she was terrified and quickly rode back to inform her older sister. Her sister, skilled and agile, leapt onto a palm tree to get a better view. From this vantage point, she saw the vast army and the giant beasts moving across the sand. Her face turned serious. "Light the signal fire. The demon army is upon us," she commanded with a serious expression. She seemed to hold significant authority, as the other young women immediately set about lighting the nearby signal fire. Seeing the signal, the entire Divine Maiden tribe mobilized. "Halt the army." Seeing the signal fire, Linfan raised his hand to stop the troops. This was his wife's homeland, and he didn't want to scare them. The two Divine Maidens were deeply touched by this considerate gesture. It's said that actions speak louder than words, and this small act showed his true intentions. Before long, the elders and guards of the Divine Maiden tribe were ready for battle. At a glance, it was all women. Whether due to a lack of metal or for ease of movement, their battle skirts were very short, not even reaching their knees. The sight of so many bare legs was an exotic allure. The seasoned troops, despite their discipline, couldn't help but be stirred by the sight. It's the Divine Maiden. Seeing the legendary demon army, the female warriors were tense, though not cowed. They had heard that even the royal family had been destroyed, so it was natural to be anxious. Fortunately, at this moment, Qingyi rode out on her unicorn. Qingqi, the former Divine Maiden, also rode out on a white horse. Seeing their Divine Maidens, and two at that, the tension among the tribe eased somewhat. These were their leaders. As long as their leaders were present, they wouldn't panic. "Don't worry. The Dalong army won't harm us." Qingyi, the current Divine Maiden, and the most outstanding in hundreds of years, reassured them. "Divine Maiden, what is this?" An elder glanced at the orderly Dalong army and asked in confusion. Though Qingyi was demure before Linfan, she was still the commanding Divine Maiden outside. Facing her elder's inquiry, she straightforwardly declared their relationship. "I have married Dalong's Marquis Lin, the commander of this army." She spoke directly, without any hesitation. "You got married." This shocked not only the elder but also the female warriors. They thought their commanding Divine Maiden intended to forge her own path and remain unmarried. This had caused quite a stir in the tribe and tensions with the royal family. But now, quietly, she had married. "Yes, Dalong's Marquis Lin is now my husband. We're here to visit and collect some things for my dowry." Qingyi nodded calmly, her usual demeanor. And to add, "The royal family has been completely destroyed by my husband. The former Divine Maiden is now also my husband's wife." This additional information stirred the tribe once more. 2 generations of Divine Maidens marrying one man was unprecedented. But now, it had happened. Linfan knew it was time to make his entrance. Riding the majestic Tiger King, he exuded a dominating aura as he approached. He didn't intentionally impose, but his overwhelming presence and invincible aura naturally suppressed everything around him. The Tiger King seized the opportunity to display its grandeur and kingly aura. As man and tiger approached, the women felt an intense pressure, their breaths catching. "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you. You are family to my wives and thus my family as well." Linfan smiled warmly, easing the pervasive tension. This worked. The warm smile relieved the women's hearts. Some bolder maidens curiously observed their Divine Maiden's chosen husband. An elder stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Since our Divine Maidens have chosen you, we will follow your lead." "No need for that." Linfan waved a hand. "Your tribe remains as it is. There's no need to follow me just because of this. Besides, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" The elder was puzzled, as were the Divine Maidens, who hadn't known about any gift. Linfan merely gestured behind him. Soon, a dark guard, a master-level expert, approached with a scepter. This scepter, symbolizing the power of Xishuang Kingdom, was said to be a gift from the sun god, with a gem on top that shone like the sun. Whoever held this scepter commanded all the tribes of Xishuang. Previously held by the royal family, it now belonged to Linfan after their defeat. The Divine Maiden tribe recognized it, causing a stir. Linfan smiled and handed the scepter to the elder. "The royal family is gone, and Xishuang will become part of Dalong. But this region needs someone familiar to govern it. And The elder, breathless with excitement, listened. And who better to govern it than my wife's family? Linfan placed the scepter in the elder's hands. Is my gift sincere enough? The elder knelt immediately. Such sincerity. They felt they ought to marry off their entire tribe in gratitude. With genuine sincerity, Linfan was warmly welcomed into the Divine Maiden tribe. The army camped outside and did not enter the oasis. However, the elite guards spread out to ensure Linfan's safety. Though few in number, even the weakest of these guards were nearly unparalleled experts, and their squad leaders were all top-tier masters. Seeing the quality of these guards left the members of the Divine Maiden tribe stunned. They had expected that their son-in-law wouldn't be an ordinary person, but they hadn't anticipated such an extreme disparity. After all, the Divine Maiden tribe was among the top in Xishuang Kingdom. Besides the 2 generations of Divine Maidens, only an elderly clan elder reached this level of strength. Now, the guards protecting Linfan far surpassed their entire tribe. How could they not be stunned? No wonder both generations of Divine Maidens chose him. He's truly formidable. Even with just a glimpse of his power, the tribe members were in awe. Sister, that man looks only a bit older than you. How can he be so powerful? The young girl who had delivered the news kept peeking around and finally asked her sister with wide eyes, looking mischievously curious. Her sister, with a stern face, initially didn't want to respond. But knowing her sister's persistent nature, she spoke in a low voice. A person's strength isn't determined by age. If living long made one powerful, all masters would just stay home and live long, with no need for hard training and struggle. But this is still unbelievable. The young girl murmured, glancing at Linfan, who was speaking with the clan elders. Is he a monster? Shut up. The sister, startled, quickly hushed her. This man was the husband of 2 Divine Maidens, and the commander of the army that swept through Xishuang Kingdom. Just moments ago, he had granted the power over Xishuang Kingdom to their tribe. Now, he was their most esteemed guest, with the power to decide their fate with a word. If the elders heard such comments, there could be serious consequences, regardless of their potential and status. You're always so harsh. The young girl pouted, but didn't dare say more. Seeing her sister finally quiet down, the older sister sighed in relief. But when she looked up at the central figure surrounded by people, she noticed him looking their way and smiling. That smile. It made her pale. He had heard their conversation. Otherwise he wouldn't have reacted like this. Thankfully he just smiled and nodded, then looked away, without making an issue of it. Sister, what's wrong? The younger sister noticed her sister's expression and asked. King Shui. If you don't want to bring harm to our family, keep quiet, all right? The older sister, having recovered, was stern for the first time, genuinely frightened. The young girl's eyes reddened. Her sister had never been so severe, making her tears well up. As elite members of the Divine Maiden tribe, they had the highest purity and light purple eyes, marking them as top candidates for future Divine Maidens, often cherished and rarely scolded. But now, her tear-filled eyes reflected her shock and hurt. Usually her sister would comfort her. But this time, she remained resolute, not even sparing her a glance. This made the young girl even sadder, adding some resentment towards the man. It was his fault her sister scolded her. Yet, she knew better than to speak out. What's wrong? Qing Yi, walking beside Linfan, noticed his actions and glanced in the same direction, asking curiously. Linfan shook his head slightly. Nothing. Just something interesting. Interesting. Qing Yi looked back, seeing a group of young maidens, all fair-skinned and long-legged. Her gaze flickered, but she said nothing more. Qing Qi, on the other side, also noticed, showing a thoughtful expression. At the center of the oasis stood a vast city. Tall city walls, over a dozen meters high, defended against both enemies and sandstorms. The city was built around a desert lake, with every road leading to it. Following his wives into the city, Linfan immediately saw the lake at the end of the road. This is the Divine Maiden Lake Qing Qi introduced, usually taking the initiative in such matters. Their aunt-niece relationship worked well in these moments. Qing Yi, calm and reserved, only showed her softer side to Linfan. In contrast, Qing Qi was lively and cheerful, becoming passionate when engaged. Now, she was acting as a guide. This lake is indeed clear. No wonder it sustains the entire Divine Maiden tribe. Despite the distance, Linfan sensed its unique aura and nodded with a smile. It's the blessing of the gods, an elder accompanying them said with a smiling face. With the unbeatable gift, Linfan was now the focus of everyone's attention, with no one daring to slight him. His wives said nothing. This was their husband's power, making them deeply proud. Linfan remained silent, too. He had given such a generous gift to support his wives, and it was clearly effective. They continued, passing houses along the way. Interestingly, in this city, men handled household chores like weaving, contrasting sharply with other places. It was like stepping into a matriarchal society. The women accompanying them seemed accustomed to this, showing no reaction. Linfan chuckled. Such a life seemed amusing. Soon, they reached the lakeside. Husband, the sacred spring of our tribe is on the central island in this lake. The Divine Maiden Hall is there, with the spring inside. Qingyi explained. Besides collecting dowries and gifts, Linfan also wanted to see the legendary spring. Creating such a unique tribe, it couldn't be simple. And it wasn't. When the tribe arranged boats to the island's Divine Maiden Hall, it was confirmed. The hall was ancient, constructed entirely of stone. At the far end stood a statue of a divine maiden, her features obscured. This statue held out its hands, and from them flowed the sacred spring, spilling into a pool at her feet. Lotus flowers grew in this pool, emitting a subtle fragrance. This fragrance was familiar to Linfan, as it was the same scent that his two divine wives carried. Though slightly different, it all originated from the same source, refreshing and immersive. This is the Divine Maiden Pool. Each generation of divine maidens bathes here, enhancing their mental strength and physique. Qingyi explained, ever the helpful guide. Linfan raised an eyebrow. No wonder his wives had this unique scent. They often bathed in this pool. Interestingly, the overflowing water from this pool flowed into the Divine Maiden Lake outside. In other words, the entire tribe drank the water from his wives' baths. Linfan found this amusing but not entirely unacceptable. This sacred bathwater was something many men could only dream of. Moreover, the water was purified by lotus flowers before flowing into the lake. Considering the large lake, it was similar to someone bathing upstream in a river, which was common in childhood. Did you often bathe here? How did it feel? Linfan walked to the pool, scooping up some water. This sacred hall allowed only Linfan and his two divine wives inside. Upon hearing his question, the two wives thoughtfully replied, every time we bathed here, we felt a special power permeate us, enhancing our physique and mental strength. Qingyi, always the most meticulous, explained this as she dipped her hand into the pool. As her hand entered the water, the divine mark on her forehead glowed faintly, as if being replenished by the pool. That's quite miraculous. Linfan was impressed by the pool's extraordinary effects. Indeed, it is miraculous. Our mental strength and our ability to reach unparalleled levels are largely due to this sacred spring, Qingyi added, beginning to undress. What are you doing? Linfan was taken aback by this sudden action. Qingyi smiled seductively. It's been a long time since I bathed in the Divine Maiden pool. Since we're here, I want to enjoy it again. She quickly stripped down to her undergarments, revealing her stunning figure. The pool's water must not be contaminated, so we bathe naked. Qingyi explained, removing her remaining garments. The sacred spring resonated with each generation of divine maidens, her skin glowing as she connected with the pool. Without waiting for Linfan to say anything, Qingyi gracefully dove into the pool like a mermaid. Splash. The water splashed as her lithe figure swam, displaying her graceful form. Do you want to join her? Linfan asked Qingyi. Her face reddened. Despite having given herself to Linfan, she wasn't as bold as her aunt. Bathing in front of him made her blush deeply. No, that's not right. Qingyi hesitated, not daring to join. Linfan said, I think it's a good idea. This sacred and pure pool is perfect for you. But Qingyi started to object, but Linfan began helping her undress. Her purple dress fell away, revealing her smooth, delicate skin. Don't. Qingyi blushed even more. Don't stop. Linfan chuckled, continuing his actions. You're so bad. Qingyi finally relented, pouting. You just figured that out. Linfan laughed, undressing her completely. Splash. Cutscenes? Another splash echoed, but this one was different. After some time, Linfan squatted by the statue, examining the sacred spring flowing from its hands. For ordinary people, discerning the substances in the water without specialized equipment was difficult. But for Linfan, with his divine culinary skills, identifying ingredients was second nature. Liquids were just another ingredient, used in every dish. Combining this with his keen mental awareness, he easily analyzed the spring's properties. After some deep study, he discovered that the sacred spring was rich in a unique life energy. This life energy nourished everything, enhancing physique and mental strength with regular use. The women of the Divine Maiden tribe were fair-skinned and beautiful because this life energy continually improved their bodies. Perfect beauty in women meant fair skin and beauty, which this confirmed. Those with naturally strong mental strength also benefited, their abilities growing stronger. The divine mark on the core members' foreheads wasn't from the spring but their special bloodline, which the spring enhanced. Each generation's Divine Maiden had the most potent bloodline, reflected in their mysterious forehead marks. Another special bloodline. With Long Qe's special bloodline, this is the second time I've encountered one. This world holds more secrets than I thought. Linfan let the water splash onto his weary wives, his curiosity about the world outside growing. But to venture out, he needed stability at home. So after securing the tribe's generous dowry, he planned to head south to quell the unrest. The Buddhist sect's ambitions couldn't be ignored. He needed to settle things before leaving. However, as he prepared to depart, seeing his wives leading a group from the tribe, he suddenly halted. Upon their return, the two Divine Maidens came back alone, without any attendants. However, this time when they left, they were accompanied by a retinue of over 10 maidens. Among them were two sword-wielding maidens. Linfan recognized the ones who were captured on a shopping trip by the prince of the virtuous king. As for the others, Linfan didn't know them. The only ones who seemed familiar were the two sisters who had whispered about him before. Although their conversation had been quiet, Linfan's enhanced senses had picked it up clearly. He didn't mind their comments, he was used to such chatter. In fact, he found the sisters quite interesting. The mischievous younger sister and the mature, caring older sister made for an amusing pair. But that was all. He had no other thoughts about them. What surprised him was that his two wives brought these sisters along when they left. In addition to them, the other maidens were all in their prime, exceptionally beautiful, and though not as stunning as the Divine Maidens, they were still rare beauties. In simple terms, they were all fair-skinned, long-legged, and dressed in white, form-fitting gowns, resembling heavenly maidens descending to earth. Each had unique qualities and strengths. "What's this about?" Linfan asked in confusion. Chunqi, as usual, took the lead in explaining, "When ordinary ladies marry, they bring maidservants with them. As Divine Maidens, naturally, we have our own attendants." She walked up to him, leaned in, and whispered, "These are the finest maidens from the tribe, all virgins. Do you like them?" "Nonsense," Linfan scolded. "What do you take me for? Husband?" "Husband?" Chunqi looked pitiful. "We're going to live in a foreign land. Isn't it reasonable to have some personal maids?" Her acting was flawless, even better than a seasoned actress, leaving no room for doubt. "Are you sure they're just maids?" Linfan glanced at the fair-skinned, long-legged beauties again, feeling exasperated. What else would they be? Chunqi pouted, looking even more aggrieved. Qing Yi, the younger niece, had turned her face away, clearly indicating she hadn't arranged this but also didn't oppose it. "Do as you please. They can keep you company, but don't cause trouble, or I'll be upset," Linfan warned. Chunqi smiled. "Don't worry, husband. I won't cause any trouble. But if you're ever tired, you can always tell me." Her voice was sweet, yet her sultry tone made her words impossible to dislike. She's really a little enchantress, Linfan thought, amazed at how this once dignified queen of Xishuang had become so bewitching. Given his robust physique, he wasn't worried about being drained by her, but it was still a concern. "Let's go." Linfan focused on the task at hand. With his command, the army, after a night's rest, set off again. This time, they didn't stop until they were back within Dalong's borders. However, he had called in a special team from outside. This team was led by Li Sandao and Lu Sandu, not for combat, but for their unique skills. They were now tasked with re-education, or brainwashing, to ensure loyalty within the newly conquered territories. Xishuang was now part of Dalong, with the Divine Maiden tribe as local governors. For the moment, no one dared to oppose them. But over time there would undoubtedly be troublemakers. That's where re-education was crucial. Li Sandao was exceptionally good at this, as evidenced by his work in the West, where the populace had been thoroughly indoctrinated. Facing this new task, Li Sandao assured Linfan that he wouldn't disappoint him. Lu Sandu, though more low-key, was equally skilled and complimented Li Sandao well. "This is your reward, it might help you break through to unparalleled levels. Don't let me down." Linfan handed them 2 jade bottles containing Tianyuan pills, capable of helping top-tier warriors reach new heights. After plundering the royal treasures of Xishuang and emptying the Divine Maiden tribe's storerooms, Linfan had acquired several 3,000-year-old medicinal herbs. These supreme pills were no longer scarce. Giving 2 as rewards was a worthy investment in his loyal subordinates. Li Sandao and Lu Sandu, faces flushed with excitement, promised, "We won't let you down, master." Linfan nodded approvingly at their determined spirits. After dealing with this, he sought out the old fist saint. The old master hadn't disappointed him. After curing his fatal poison, he quickly dealt with the traitors. Now, the traitors were tied to training posts, baking under the sun. Linfan had planned to discuss things with the fist saint, but the old master's enthusiastic niece, calling him brother-in-law, made him reconsider. He wasn't sure if he was afraid, but he felt that the niece was also not quite right. With the Divine Maiden tribe, Li Sandao, and the Fist Saints' true martial fist school in place, along with the re-established Western Border Army, the Western Front was secure. However, in the south, Prince Ning's rebellion was gaining momentum. Linfan had no intention of being polite. He immediately led his army south. Such a massive force couldn't escape notice. When news spread that Linfan's army had conquered Zhishuang, incorporating it into Dalong, it shocked the ambitious. Some vassal princes, initially inclined to support Prince Ning, became wary. Some even submitted petitions, pledging loyalty and distancing themselves from Prince Ning. Prince Ning, hearing this, was both furious and shocked. These damn turncoats. He smashed his teacup in anger, but the news still shook him. Without hesitation, he went to a familiar secret room. A pure gold Buddha statue gleamed in the candlelight, exuding a sacred aura. Everything was as before. However, the figure meditating before the statue was not the old monk, but a seductive white-faced monk. As Prince Ning entered, the white-faced monk slowly opened his eyes. "Your Highness, there is no need to worry. I already have a plan," said the pale-faced monk calmly. His red lips and white teeth gave him an eerie appearance. In the past, such words from this Buddhist master would have calmed Prince Ning's heart, as the monk had proven himself capable of giving them an absolute advantage against the Imperial army. With a bit more time, he could have completely defeated the Emperor's elite forces. But this time was different. Even though Zhishuang was a small country compared to Dalong, which was on another level entirely, it was still a nation. And at this point, Zhishuang was at its peak, boasting hundreds of thousands of soldiers. To annihilate such a powerful force in less than a month was alarming. "Master, are you sure? Shouldn't we call for more reinforcements from the Buddhist sect?" Prince Ning asked, unable to contain his anxiety. The pale-faced monk remained calm. "Please trust me, Your Highness. I am enough." Prince Ning wanted to say more, but seeing the monk's unwavering expression, he realized that further insistence would be futile. Since they were collaborators, pushing too much might be seen as disrespect. "If the master is so confident, then I am reassured," Prince Ning said, smiling before turning to leave the chamber. The pale-faced monk watched him go without another word. The Buddhist sect was vast and influential, requiring many powerful guardians to maintain its hold. This, along with their enemies, meant that their deployable forces were limited. Dalong was a significant target, and sending such a high-ranking monk showed their seriousness. After all, there were only a few in the sect who could match his prowess. The emergence of such a prodigy in Dalong was unexpected. Using metal constructs in battle is somewhat similar to techniques from that place, the monk mused. "I wonder if there is a connection. If so, it could be troublesome." Meanwhile, Prince Ning, unaware of these thoughts, had left the chamber and summoned his trusted advisors to discuss their next steps. There was no turning back now. Before they could start, one of his men, who had gone to the capital to deliver a message, returned hastily with a letter. "Your Highness," the man said, handing over the letter. Prince Ning quickly took it and read its contents. His previously tense expression relaxed, and he burst into laughter. "It seems our ally is also unsettled by the news. But this is good, it has finally forced his hand." His advisors were curious, but since he did not elaborate, they dared not ask further. At the same time, a meeting was underway in a key southern city. This city was currently held by the forces of Duke Tang, who had been using it as a base to battle Prince Ning's troops. The fighting had been back and forth. The meeting, naturally, was led by Duke Tang himself. "We have received great news from the west. Marquis Lin, leading his army, has crushed Zhishuang. The entire royal family has been executed, and Zhishuang is now part of our Dalong Empire." Duke Tang, clad in armor, announced excitedly, his dignified yet aged appearance exuding authority. "Marquis Lin is mighty." The gathered generals cheered enthusiastically upon hearing the news. "No wonder he's my brother-in-law." Amazing Tang Xiaolong, Duke Tang's naturally strong grandson, laughed boisterously. Normally, Duke Tang would have scolded him for such behavior during a meeting, but this time he smiled along, clearly in a good mood. "Learning of our situation in the south, Marquis Lin has not paused for rest. He is leading his army here to support us, and will arrive in 3 days at Nan Tien City. Duke Tang continued, boosting the morale of the gathered generals. The interference of the Buddhist sect had made their battles difficult. The white-faced monk and his golden-bodied monks, each as powerful as unparalleled warriors, made the battles especially tough. Tang Xiaolong and his brother were strong, but they could barely hold their ground against the Buddhist monks. And this was despite their progress to mid-innate strength with Linfan's elixirs. Without this boost, they wouldn't have been able to hold off the peak innate monk. Such an invincible foe could cause devastating damage. The generals feared for Duke Tang's life on the battlefield, knowing a monk could easily take his head amidst the chaos. Moreover, there was the terrifying white-faced monk. The memory of that dreadful night still sent shivers down their spines. Those godlike abilities left a deep impression. If not for Tang Xiaolong's master, the outcome would have been catastrophic. However, his master's old injuries were taking a toll, making it harder for him to continue fighting. Thankfully, the arrival of Marquis Lin, with his unstoppable victory over Xishuang, was a significant morale boost. In the Dalong Empire, Marquis Lin was synonymous with invincibility. He had crushed the White Lotus sect's rebellion and foiled Prince Xian's conspiracy, helping the empress ascend to the throne. His reputation made even the most stubborn officials wary. Leading 50,000 reserve troops, he had annihilated Xishuang. To the generals, he was a war god. With his support, their spirits lifted, seeing hope amidst the bleakness. However, just then, a scout rushed in with urgent news. "Marshal, the rebel forces are regrouping and preparing to attack," the scout reported anxiously. Duke Tang squinted. "The rebels are getting desperate, fearing Marquis Lin's arrival. Hold your positions, in 3 days they will be doomed. Victory will be ours." "Yes, sir," the generals responded energetically, ready to defend their positions. The mere news of Marquis Lin's impending arrival had already stirred the entire battlefield. Charged Prince Ning donned his armor and personally led his troops in an assault on the city. Because they had been on the offensive for days, his army's morale was high, and they charged with great vigor. Among the troops were several bare-chested, bald-headed figures, the golden body arhats of the Buddhist sect. Their bodies emitted a faint golden glow, giving them an indestructible aura. Indeed, they were nearly invincible. Even the most powerful ballista couldn't harm them, as their bodies shattered any projectiles with ease. With these invincible warriors leading the charge, the defending army on the city walls faced tremendous difficulties. The tall, thick walls were breached with little effort, forcing the defenders to expend massive resources and manpower to counter these warriors, making their once solid defense shaky. "It's those bald monks again." Tang Xiaolong had already positioned himself on the walls and gritted his teeth at the sight. But he couldn't engage them because the peak innate monk had locked onto him and his brother. If they intervened, they would face the monk's fierce attacks. Although the two brothers could barely hold their own when working together, they could do no more than that. For a battlefield fanatic like Tang Xiaolong, this was pure torture. "You two have great talent. Why persist in your misguided ways and assist evil? Come join our Buddhist sect. You are destined to be our protectors, understanding the true essence of Buddhism and upholding its honor." The monk's deep voice carried across the battlefield, reaching the brothers' ears clearly despite the distance. "That's nonsense," Tang Xiaolong shouted angrily. "You bald-headed hypocrites make me sick with your false righteousness. Join your sect? I'd rather die." "Pa." He spat on the ground, showing his disdain. His brother Tang Xiaoying remained silent, but shared the same contemptuous look. They had suffered greatly because of the sect's meddling. How could such a sect claim to be compassionate? It was disgusting to even think about. "If you insist on this path, then I will end you today." The monk's face flashed with anger after being insulted. Without further words, he stepped on the soldiers' heads, flying towards the city wall like a bird. The brothers couldn't let him reach the wall, knowing the devastation he would cause. Without hesitation, they grabbed their weapons and leapt from the wall. Their combined weight crushed the attacking soldiers below, scattering them in fear. "How dare you!" The monk grew even angrier and struck with a massive golden palm, a signature move of the Buddhist sect known as the Vajra seal. The brothers faced him with grim determination, having experienced his power firsthand. As battles raged elsewhere, the overall situation was a stalemate. The defending soldiers, aware that reinforcements were coming, held high morale. With no decisive advantage for the attackers, a quick victory was impossible. "Your Highness, forcing the assault like this is not to our advantage," the advisors warned, seeing the situation. Prince Ning sneered, "I am aware, but this is just the appetizer. Soon, the Imperial forces will be history. Does your Highness have a strategy?" The advisor's eyes lit up, ready to shower him with praise. But Prince Ning merely said, "Just watch." The advisors exchanged glances. Seeing their master's confidence, they felt a nagging unease but dared not speak further, choosing to remain observers. 2 days passed quickly. During this time, Prince Ning's forces relentlessly assaulted the city, growing more intense each time. The catapults bombarded the city, destroying countless houses, leaving few intact structures in the outer city. Despite this, the defenders held firm, inflicting heavy casualties on the attackers. "It's almost time," Prince Ning smiled, nodding to his trusted aide. The aide quickly pulled out a black tube, a special signal arrow designed to fly higher and sound louder. With a pull of the fuse, a burst of fire shot into the sky. Boom! The dazzling flare and loud explosion echoed far and wide. This was not all. Upon hearing the signal, the attacking soldiers rapidly retreated, abandoning their positions. Even those on the walls used ladders to escape. Seeing the enemy retreat like a tide, Duke Tang narrowed his eyes. "Do not pursue," he commanded. Such sudden retreats often hid traps. Blindly chasing could lead into an ambush. Very cautious, but futile, Prince Ning sneered. He respected Duke Tang but saw his efforts as pointless. Under pressure, his ally had finally made a decisive move to help him wipe out the Imperial forces. Buzzing sounds suddenly filled the sky. Everyone watched in shock as a blood-red cloud floated towards them, buzzing ominously. A cloud that makes noise. The strange sight left everyone puzzled. Without answers, the red cloud hovered over Nantian City, growing as surrounding clouds were drawn in. Within minutes, the sky above the city was filled with dark red clouds, emitting a continuous hum. There was no thunder, but rain began to fall suddenly. "Why does this rain look red and smell like blood?" soldiers wondered as they got drenched. At first they felt nothing unusual. But soon, they began to itch uncontrollably. Scratching only caused their skin to rot. Their screams echoed through the rain. Damn it, Duke Tang quickly realized the red cloud was to blame. That's the blood god Sek's blood rain insects. They form a cloud, draw in moisture to create rain, and release toxins that cause intense itching and skin rotting. Dust Dao Zi, the brother's master, emerged, explaining the cloud's nature. He had been suppressing his injuries but came out when he sensed the danger. Such insects exist. Duke Tang was horrified. Yes, there are many strange beings in the world. These insects are rare but not unheard of. Get the soldiers to find cover. If they stay in this rain, they will die from the rotting dust, Dao Zi urged. While he and high-level warriors could resist the poison with internal energy, ordinary soldiers were helpless. Duke Tang prepared to order a retreat but realized the outer city was nearly destroyed. The catapult bombardment had left few intact buildings. Initially puzzled by the attackers' poor aim, he now understood it was all premeditated. Under the corrosive rain, many soldiers screamed in agony. Saving them seemed impossible. Prince Ning, and this cursed blood god sect. After this rebellion, I will request the Emperor's permission to wipe out this evil sect. Duke Tang cursed but ordered the retreat, hoping to save as many as possible. These were elite soldiers, the backbone of the Dalong Empire. Such losses were devastating. Ha ha ha, Prince Ning laughed. This weather manipulation was a game-changer. The advisors, now understanding the situation, were ready to praise him, impressed by the divine tactic. But before they could speak, a godlike voice boomed from within the blood-rain-soaked city. "Summon the wind." With that command, a powerful wind blew away the dark clouds, scattering the blood insects. "Call the rain." The voice commanded again, and rain began to fall, washing away the poison and soothing the soldiers' agony. In mere moments, Prince Ning's carefully laid plan was ruined. Is this a god? The advisors were stunned, speechless. Summoning the wind and rain was one thing, but actually doing it was divine. Prince Ning, who had been laughing moments ago, was now silent, unable to comprehend what had happened. "This can't be," he murmured, echoing the disbelief of everyone present.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.